think that's a good idea, sir.
Well, for once, Commander Cole and I are in total agreement, sir. By the way, I do have 50 gallons of bouillabaisse that I need to prepare by tomorrow.
My birthday.
Yes, sir. I could do the cheeseburger routine.
No, it's not for me. It's the crew. They really love that stuff. So we'll
Round one, fight!
Come on, you hey! You want to live forever?
Hey everybody, this is Dean Kane, and you are watching Double Impact with Gabe, Shanth, and Jericho Green. And so am I.
Shake, shake, shake. Shake, shake, shake. Shake your booty. Shake your
You're muted, brother. You're muted. Gabe, you're muted, buddy.
Wednesday, May 3rd. I'll take it from the top. Wednesday, May 3rd. I have returned. Guys, it was a nice time to be away for a week. We hadn't had a break in a long time. Jericho and Shant are joining me tonight. And Jericho's going to be a little late. He'll be here in 10, 20 minutes. But welcome, Shant. How are you doing, my great
Doing
friend?
great, man. How are you doing?
And I'm doing amazing. Las Vegas. I think it's my second favorite city on earth. I freaking love it so much. And it's a true blast to be there. Took my bride there. We hadn't had a vacation since November. And
Nice.
Geeks and Gamers, Nerdrotic, all my favorite people in that space. They had a party in Vegas. They do it once a year, a fan meetup and all that. And so I planned to be out there for the last 2 months. So I was there, and it was really cool. We met at this bar in north of the Strip called the Millennium Fandom Bar or something like that. I can't remember the name of it. But the Geeks and Gamers, the Friday Night Tights crew, they put on an amazing show. Free food, hanging out, good times. Gary, Jeremy, all the guys from those things, the friends of mine, it was a lot of fun. And it was weird because they're it's their event and they're the celebs there. But as I'm waiting to get in to show my tickets, the guy taking tickets checks my wife and my name. He's like, "Oh my God, you're Gabe El Taib. Can we get a picture?" And he was really nice. And that happened about 5 or 10 times that night. So I thought I was an anonymous guest there, but it was really fun. And then my wife and I stayed in Vegas a little bit longer. She got to shoot her new Glock for the first time at my favorite shooting range. And lots and lots of non-dieting food, non-keto food was eaten. Las Vegas, it's the best food city in the world.
Gotta do it.
I'm back down for the monologue over. How you doing?
Oh, man, I'm doing great, man. I'm doing great. I've been working away like crazy, kind of, as I was saying to you, just getting all the files into InDesign and going over the story on Nosfero. But things are great, dude. It's beautiful. And working on some animation on my YouTube channel because I've been thinking about, if there's one thing that this movie's made me think about, and all the movies we do during this particular time period, is that American pop culture is ready to rise with a new optimism like a phoenix. And right now we're past, like, we're in the early 70s, but we're about to break out into the Star Wars that will lead us into the 80s.
Right.
You know what I mean?
We're
That's
ready,
where we are.
Everyone hates having their dauber down and all this negativity and all this crass ugliness.
Can't stand it.
We are ready for 1976 as Rocky, the 1977's Star Wars. We're ready for both those to come. John, ribs. No, but I have found 2 amazing barbecue places in Vegas. I'm sure there's 1,000. There's Rollin' Smoke Barbecue. It's right on Industrial Boulevard, which is one street off the strip. It's where all the strip clubs are. I don't know anything about that. But an older boy told me where those were. But Rollin' Smoke Barbecue, delicioso. They even have a thing, if you're insane, I think there's an all-you-can-eat option for like an hour or two for like 45 or $50. I didn't get that. But I didn't do barbecue this time, but I've done it plenty of times. There's another one called the Roadkill Grill. And that's like almost in a residential neighborhood almost. And it's like outdoor seating, and that one's delicious too. It started off as a butcher shop. If you need Las Vegas restaurants, I'm your man. I actually have a file in my iPhone notes where I've been keeping names of restaurants for like years to visit in Vegas. So
you've got the good hookup.
Did you away for relations? Listen, buddy, I don't have to leave San Diego County to have a good time.
That's right.
All right. How dare you?
And, think about what you think about is never been more true.
How did it feel being the big shot, Gabe? What type of Glock? A 43? My wife has a 19. I have a 17. Being a big shot, Sean knows me pretty well, and Sean, I'm not that way. I'm not like, you may kiss the ring. I'm totally not that way. I'm a man of the people, as they say. I feel like I've known everyone for 1,000 years when I started talking to them for 5 minutes. Right, Sean? When we met, just felt like we'd been friends since middle school. So,
it's
and you
weird
guys in the
when
chat,
you get 2 people who are like that.
Right.
Like I'm gonna no, seriously, when you get 2
Sean,
people who are like that
you
together.
are the same way. Yeah.
I called Laura, my wife can tell you this. I called my plumber because I need to get some work done the other day, and we talked for I think about 45 to 50 minutes. I've known him for years. The last 2 minutes of the call were about what I actually needed done.
Nice. Yeah.
That's how you got to talk to people. I mean, I don't understand another way. I think it's weird.
I assume you don't because you were a professor and you do YouTube. I don't have stage fright, quite literally. I don't overcome it or anything. I don't have it. It doesn't make any sense to me. I've been in front of like 10,000 people one time. They pulled me out of the crowd at SeaWorld. I've been the best man at weddings and brought the house down. My daughter's a stand-up comedian. She doesn't have stage fright either. I guess it's just a genetic thing, the wiring. So I feel very normal and equal with everyone. So to feel like a big shot, that's not like a thing I just feel very relaxed with people. I don't know. I like people. I remember when I was a little kid, we'd be out to eat, and my grandma, she'd like eavesdrop at the table next to us eating, and she gets so engrossed in their conversation. She'd go, yeah, that's right. She would just start talking to our neighbors at the restaurant, like part of the conversation. So,
When I got hired at my first, at the last college I taught at, my first year teaching there, I was nominated by the senior class, the graduating senior class, to be the commencement, give the faculty address at commencement. I'd been teaching there for 5.5 months when that happened. That just is like, I mean, some people are there for years before that happens, and I just like walked in and it was like, but this is the thing about it. It's something that I know a lot of people struggle with, but when you're real and you really connect with people and that's who you really are, it's great because you never have to put on an act and people realize it over time. Right. And it's like the only people I don't get on with are like I've told you before, or not even get on with. It's like I just don't want anything to do with them or people playing games. You know what I mean? Like political games. Like
the kind of guys I can't deal with.
This.
I can deal with guys that are rude or dicks, but the one kind of man that I won't tolerate is a passive aggressive man.
No, you're
sneaky,
totally right.
Dishonest, a backstabber. I don't need nothing to do with you. That's peace out, bro. That is some bullshit.
It's a
if
weird
you're an
thing,
asshole,
right?
but you're direct to my face, it's fine. I'll take the confrontation. But if you're sneaky and a liar and a cancel culture weirdo,
Yeah.
that's not a man. That's not honorable at all. Hold on, Sean.
Well,
Hold
this
on
movie...
a sec. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Think about what you think about. Remember, like 2-3 weeks ago, he was telling us he
Yep.
was getting married. And we're all giving him advice. My
bow
platinum
to you
level
and the
advice was have sex first, then go out to dinner with your wife.
Oh, I thought you were going to say
mean?
then get married, and I was like, oh, well, whatever.
Hey, it worked for me.
That's right.
My first stream as a married man. Oh my God,
Congrats.
Sean, as a married man, I got hit on like I haven't been hit on in ages. Women hit on you with the flutter of the eyes or smile or they whip their head.
This is an aphrodisiac.
Very passive aggressive women. They're not usually like, boom, here it is, sucker. I went through the drive-through at Starbucks today to get a decaf, right? Because I don't drink caffeinated in the afternoon. I'm an Arab man, Mexican also, but many other things. I'm a man of the world, as they say. I went through the drive-through. I'm not making any of this up. Scout's honor. This woman, I think white, but maybe Middle Eastern, she was dressed in the full, is it niqab, hijab? I don't know which one is like you literally just see their eyes. She was wearing the black, and all you could see was the slit of her eyes. She's real friendly on the intercom. When I get to the drive-thru, she hands me this cup, looks at me, and I assume smiles. Can't see her smile.
Can't say.
But I could hear it. She says, "I hope your coffee's as strong as you are."
Dang.
What in the hell, dude? So yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. That's how it went down this afternoon. So beware. Think about what you think about this right here. This ring, not the crooked finger. The ring, it attracts women. It's very weird. It's very weird.
It does. But it's one of those things to where I'm one of those people who was how do I word this? I like what Deontay Wilder says about his career and getting a hold of money. It's like whenever people would try to roll up into his crowd when he was a heavyweight champion, he goes, "Where was y'all when we were scraping together money trying to get a gym and a truck?" Like my attitude is, that's why you were talking about people who are passive aggressive or backstabbers and all of that kind of stuff. I don't spend a lot of time on I can't fathom. I'm too busy working, man. But I think about this sometimes, right?
I'm too busy having testicles to be passive aggressive. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, but yeah, but this is the weirdest thing, right? What shocks me is, and it took me a long time to figure this one out, is, I don't want to say how many people are like that, but people who I met and I would just go, how do I put this? I've done nothing but be nice and support. And when I say be nice, I mean generous. Let me say that. Generous, helpful, because that's just the sort of person I am. And I just think, where the did you find time to resent me for being good at my job? Like that kind of stuff. I'm just like going, what the? But it's a thing. It's a disease, man. It's a disease.
I just laugh at this one. Like when you come out as Comics Kid and you do all this independent comic stuff and you get into the indie scene, I thought the mainstream had some weirdos in it, but most people were like very busy and just didn't say much. But in the indie scene, like, wow, now I see why. Whoa, there's a lot of strangeness and a lot of infighting, and I think the fans are just amazing. But the passive aggressive stuff, that weirds me out, man. You got something to say, just say it, brother. You got something to say, just say it, brother. You know where you never have to be afraid to say what you're thinking. Pastamania, brother. Let me look at some of these comments here that we're addressing.
Yeah, let's say hello to these folks.
Saw my name go by. Yeah, everyone is here. Let's see. Heard there was an impromptu signing, man, of people. Yeah, I signed a few comics at the thing, took some photos. It was very nice. It was very nice at the Friday Night Tights event in Vegas last Wednesday. Let's see. I can tell you, Gabe, from being from New Orleans, I've been to your city once. I've wanted to go there for like 15, 20 years. I loved it. I loved New Orleans. It's really important to find the best restaurants. Yes, I would love to know the best spots because I was there less than 24 hours on my way to and from Disney World. So we just threw an arrow and went to a place. But we did go to Cafe Du Monde, and those beignets were amazing. Let's see. There was another one I saw my name. Hunt's a dirty roofer, and he is dirty, let me tell you. Gabe, you weren't a big shot in attitude. No, but rather as a sign of respect due to your accomplishment. Well, thank you very much. It does weird me out when I meet people, and they tell me, you're a hero, and I'm so glad you did this and that. And it's just, my wife tells me I need to learn to take a compliment. So I will do everything I can to take your compliment. Thank you. Thank you. And Shanta's right there with me on that. Like if Will Eisner rose from the grave and joined Double Impact.
Oh, yeah.
I don't want Will Eisner to see what the wokies have done to comics. So let's leave
Yeah,
him.
I will tell you this.
Let's leave him on the other side. I don't want him to
rest in peace, Will Eisner. Yeah, my mentor was at a synagogue, some synagogue family dinner honoring him before, not long before he passed away. And what a gentleman! What an amazing contribution, to comics and everything else. And it's interesting to me too. Like when I was watching, we talk about just the kinds of diseases of the mind. And when I was watching this movie, I was thinking about that this movie and the villain in this movie, which for those of you guys,
an ugly dude, poor guy.
what like inside and out in that sense, but this movie was one of those many movies you were seeing in the 70s, ripped from the headlines, the Zodiac killer, only he was the Scorpio killer, using one of the Zodiac signs. And you just say to yourself, like, that what happens to the narcissist who remains that mental child who's got to prey on people in that particular way, and what happens when you have this iconic person who's been on the force, this Clint Eastwood, who's been on the force this entire time, and his brain doesn't work that way. Like he's basically trying to keep civilization afloat, where you've got, again, these bureaucrats who are not about justice. They're about micromanaging. They're about, this is that. And how do I put this? It talks about one of the things that's very tough and kind of incredible in our country. Presumption of innocence, due process, all of that stuff. That stuff is important. However, it's when you get the sense that people who are charged with enforcing it want to enforce it, what's the word I'm looking for? Selectively. Selective outrage for the rule of law.
Sure.
Do you know what I mean? And it's like those laws of presumption of innocence do not exist for the sole purpose of protecting people who present an orgy of evidence as to what they were doing. But it's crazy to think about in the 70s what a terrifying time it was for this. This was happening constantly in California.
I've heard that about the late 60s into the 70s.
Hillside Strangler and all of it.
Those killers, but you also had just a general cultural rot and malaise. We'll get to more of it, but there was some more. I saw my name flashing. I was trying to acknowledge people.
Oh, yep.
That say my name. John, one of the great mods. Did you give her a monetary tip, Gabe? I didn't. I did not give her a tip. No. My daughter's in the chat. Thank you, Minnie.
Hail, Minnie.
She said she wanted a green card. Well, she's gonna have to find it somewhere else. Brian McCormick is trying to get banned from the channel. Could be a sign of weak coffee. How dare you, Brian? How dare you? How dare you? I lift weights 4 times a week. How dare you say that about me? You got the voice cracking when you're upset.
Welcome to Lumpies.
How dare you? Why is that finger curved like a shrimp? That will be revealed in episode 200 of this show. Mm-hmm. What I did to my fingers. Played a lot of football, drew a lot of comic books. We'll see what it was.
That'll do it.
We got to wait till 200. Where else? I don't want to ignore anyone. Let's see. I don't even know what this is in reference to.
Oh, it's the jealousy, the passive aggressiveness, spiritual herpes. Sure. When you have that kind of well, because I'm telling you what, guys, the reason why this stuff has been on my mind is because there are a lot of people in the indie space who are just doing great work. Eric July comes to mind, and Eric July was talking about this. I mean, he posted a video that was a clip from one of his show where he was talking about this stuff. It's like, why do you, like, it's one thing to not be doing well in this field, but rather than looking at the people who are doing it better, why are you hating them? Like, you shouldn't be successful like I'm not successful. Right. And I was thinking, that's what's great about what's going on in the Iron Age. Razor Fist just launched on Friday Night Tights. I know that.
I'm very excited. I'm very excited to go on there. Gary, how do you say it again? Beekler. I asked him. Mm-hmm. I said, is it Beekler or Beckler? And he said Beekler. And I was like, well, nobody gets El Taib right usually. People usually say El Tab. I told him about when I was in college, there was a little Asian man. I think he was a little Chinese guy. And he would always ring me up. This is 20 years ago. And he would call me and my wife. He would say, oh, thank you, Mr. El Tabi. And it went on for a few weeks or months, and I lived there for years. And it got to that point where I could no longer correct him. I let it go too long. So I never corrected him because I should have done it right away. And he just called me Mr. L Tabby for years, and he was so happy. And I couldn't ruin that for him.
If somebody mispronounces your name, but with loving enthusiasm,
right.
It is
He was a nice guy.
You gotta not have a soul to look at a little old man going, "Hey, Shaneth, welcome." I'm just like, I'm not gonna be like, "Hey, friend, it's Sean. Now why don't you go on and get?"
El Guapo Comics catching your stream after hearing Richard Friend giving you a shout out. Oh wow, Richard Friend is my friend. We worked together in Wildstorm. I was there from the first, January 2nd of 2008 to the very end of 2010. I was in Wildstorm for 3 years. I'm in-staff studio colorist of many DC and Wildstorm comics. Richard Friend worked doing the same inking. And he and I were simpatico personality-wise. We're both San Diegans. I'm not from here, but I grew up here. He's from here. Yep. He's a San Diego. That's very rare in San Diego to find someone actually born here. My wife and kids are born here, and my granddaughter. But finding a real San Diegan, that's a rare thing in this town.
Yeah, he inked Sheree, who's a real, who's from Cali too. Travis Sheree, he inked him.
Right,
I think.
And I always know you're not a California when you call it Cali. I don't mean to tease you, but we don't call it Cali ever.
We don't care. We're in Rhode Island. It's over for us. What do you want us to do? We're not a road. We're not an island.
Oh no!
What do you want from us? For the love of God, man.
But thank you, El Guapo. Stick around, subscribe. We have a lot of fun here. We break down movies on Wednesday nights, and it's really improv comedy, but we do love action movies and what they stand for.
He's not just in Cali, right? He's also in San Fran.
No, you got to call it. You want to piss him off? Jericho told us the code. He said they call it Frisco. He said that.
Oh, dude, no, I can't do that. Even I can't do that, man. I'm not that much of a heathen.
Yeah.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
So now you recommended this as our next flick. What was it about Dirty Harry? And this is the thing I had to ask: is what was it about it to you that stood out overall as a flick? Because we did, Bronson and Death Wish,
right,
which kind of kickstarts this thing. But what was it in particular?
Well, I won't mince words. There's a catharsis of rage that you have as a man at society for injustice. If you're a just person,
yep.
If you have a sense of justice and righteousness, none of us are perfect, but you got to be aiming for goodness, right? And you see this vileness in the news and everywhere, and it just, but you follow the law. You're a law-abiding citizen. So am I. So you don't become a vigilante. But the catharsis to watch Charles Bronson. So I watched Death Wish 4 the other day. Completely insane, that movie. I watched it 3 weeks ago. And then Dirty Harry, that visceral catharsis you have, if I could use that word for a millionth time in a row, of watching him give these just vermin what they deserve. But you're like, well, I'm not a vigilante. I'm not going there. I think a very important movie, if you can tolerate it for people to watch, it's vile, but it's such an important lesson, is the movie Prisoners with Hugh Jackman and Jake Gyllenhaal. Oh my gosh, that's one of the hardest movies to watch. It's about a kidnapper and but the good guys, one of them basically becomes the devil going after the people that he thinks kidnapped his kids. And I won't spoil anything, but the moral of that movie is can you slay demons and dragons without becoming one yourself? Yeah. And it's like the Bible, vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. Revenge is wrong. Justice is fine. But our impulse inside is not to stop at justice, right? We want to satisfy our lust for vengeance as people, and that you just become evil too. So I think there's a catharsis you have when you see Dirty Harry, you see Charles Bronson, in Death Wish, you see all that, and you're like, yeah, that is right. Because think about we won't say it, some of the news stories you hear about what they do to kids and this and that, and you're just twitching in your head. You know what I mean? You got to learn to regulate that and pray. But I think that's what it is about Dirty Harry. It's satisfying, to be honest.
Well, and they're using these characters, I think you're right, as these mythic, iconic characters. I mean, the cross plays heavily at several points in the story. Right. And you see the fact, I think they did a really good job in this film, and we see this in real life. And someone had said earlier in the chat, sorry I missed who it was. Let me see. It was a decent sized comment, so I want to make sure I get this correctly. Punch the Dirty Roofer, of course, amazing supporter of our channels. Right. The serial killers of the 70s were given more popularity than they truly deserved, mostly as a way to distract the public to larger social unrest that was going on, i.e., Google how many, yes. And this
Right.
is the thing about it that I was talking to someone about. Someone asked me, did you hear about all of the stuff going on at Cornell? And I think it was Cornell where they took the administration hostage in the 70s, which people don't.
I think I have a
70s or
vague memory
60s.
of hearing about that. Yes.
Yeah, and so it's, guys, this stuff has happened. We're on the cycle of what you're seeing in a movie like Dirty Harry is what you're seeing in society. What happens when people, for the sake of their intellectual theories on how they wish the world would be and what life would be like to them if they were a tomato or whatever the hell they have going on in their mind, that mind rot, what would happen if we took away all these people? We don't know what they do, these police officers, all day. So, but let's take them away, not in my neighborhood, but let's take them away for everybody else and just see what happens. And that's when society cries out for, dare I say, a Western hero, a marshal with a star, in this case, in a sense, but to come in and try to straighten things out, because
Right.
the society was made by people who had to carve it out of a wild environment, of an environment where there wasn't the safety and security. And people, when you have it too long, people forget what it took to get it there. And they don't realize how difficult it is to maintain.
Right.
And America is a miracle in that sense. And this movie talks about what you're seeing happen in major cities, down to aspiring narcissistic serial killers. You know, like the gentleman, I think it was in Idaho, if I'm not mistaken. Was it in Idaho? I think it was. That was caught, thankfully, and I there's a death penalty in that
you know what's
state, if
always
I'm not
curious to
mistaken.
me when we talk about this, we slip up
Yeah.
and we call them gentlemen. Think about that for a
Yes. Well, it'll be in the past tense soon, I hope.
minute. No, but they
it's-
should never, living or dead, they should not. They're not a gentleman. A gentleman is someone that has righteousness and morals and good character and behavior. You're not a gentleman.
Well, I
if
want to
you
give
kill
him the
people.
presumption of innocence so I can convict him and send
Okay,
him. I'm sorry.
fair point,
Let me.
fair point, fair point.
Yeah, like here's Sean right now. The gentleman. When I pull this lever.
So once he's convicted, he is no longer a gentleman.
By the way, that was a
Go-
lever on a wood chipper, just so you know.
Right,
I'm operating.
Let me see real quick. Sorry, I'm editing something really quick.
Yeah, uncancel sanity is right, John. And John, you're right. John remembers well. My plumber, John. Shout out to him. He's a terrific gentleman, but a real gentleman. And you know, this is the thing. Yeah, gentle cadaver, says Timmy Mello. Shout out, man. You got it.
Right.
You got it. Yeah, man. And it's this is the crazy thing, right? I will tell you a quote that I can't stand, and it really pisses me off. Is that when that quote, evil is allowed to exist because when good people stand by and do nothing. And I've always had the attitude is that good people do not stand by and do nothing when they see evil. That is the most ridiculous quote in the world. And I'm not talking about like I've seen people, you know, throw shade, people do this, and I've said things, but I'm not one of those people that it's like I'm going out of my way to correct, you know, an idiot lying, you know, all the time, because on the internet, that'll be your whole life. But when you see people throwing people under the bus, like, I mean, actually, like, both literally and figuratively, when you see people prey on innocent human beings, and if you could imagine sitting by and doing nothing, then I don't really think you're a good person. Do not take, yeah, and I love that in the chat, do not ever take the black pill, guys. Don't ever say to yourself, don't give yourself the indulgence and the permission. And in this flick, the beautiful thing about it is, where it leads is that, and this is the ultimate thing, when people decide that their life doesn't matter, you're a fool to think that they're going to think that your life matters, because it's not their life, it's life in general that doesn't matter, man. And that's the thing. We're absolutely going to be getting into this once Jericho gets here. I know. Brian Knapp goes,
we will.
Are we waiting on Jericho, or are we getting a true double
we're
impact?
gonna go. We're gonna go. I just wanted to show people something else real quick, but I was
Yep,
just
yep.
updating
We got
something.
stuff to show, and we're just we're doing what we do. We vamp, man.
Yeah. Okay. I've been talking about this
That's
for a
right.
while. It is not live just yet, but I got my t-shirt stuff figured out with my printer and all that.
Right on.
So my website will be live very soon. Let me show you guys the front page of it. I'm not going to show you anything else, but this is it right here, Beef Law. You know what I mean? And
Boom.
we got our own crowdfunding and everything. I'm not going to show you because I don't have the proper art in there and all that. but there is a beeflaw.com. You can't get into it right now. It's password protected, all that stuff. And no, the password isn't like Cheetos or California. It's,
It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Gabe.
Right. But yes, there's a website, and we're going to start off with some amazing merchandise, and then we're going to start our own crowdfunding that we control. And there's no woke people calling Indiegogo or anything like that to mess with you. So our own crowdfunding, I think I'll say summer. I want to go earlier, June, July, but maybe it's August, maybe it's September. But yes, our own crowdfunding for stuff, and you can buy merchandise from me directly here. So it's going to be amazing. So I just want
I thought you said your password was brown sugar Shanth.
Well,
No?
yes. Yeah.
Oh man, yeah, Beeflaw is awesome. This thing is an awesome name. I'm glad you said that to Ferg, because when people were asking me on my stream the other day, hey, what's Gabe up to? What's Gabe up to? Which again, Gabe, just like, I know we talk about this all the time and stuff like that, and you were talking about the great thing about the indie scene is that there are such great people who you go places and you are shocked how excited they are. And
Right.
you've got every, again, it's one of those things that I can't overstate. I was on a couple of different Comicsgate streams and shooting the bull with people, and you feel like, this week, it's been a crazy week of focusing on writing and doing things like that. And for me, it's like you just fall into it with people, because we're all trying to push
Right.
back in the culture war. We're all trying to do this stuff. And I always say that that I've seen some really good people who I want to shout out. If you guys aren't checking out their channels, it's not like they need help from little old me, but then I think that help comes in all forms, and I don't think that there's ever too many, too much thing is too much support. But Valiant Renegade has been doing some really great work, breaking down Hollywood and what's going on with it. WDW Pro, whose show I've been watching, has been doing some great stuff on the finances and what's going on, the machinations, and he's a big fan of Walter Elias Disney. And then, who was the other person I wanted to make sure I shouted out? But there's some just incredible people out there doing great work, trying to elevate this conversation and trying to, because I go back to the fandom as, oh yes, I was going to talk about Echo Base Network, which is just great. They do some great stuff about Star Wars, and they've been around going back to some of those earliest Fandom Menace meetups that would turn into, that I know that Jeremy was at and Ethan were at way back in the day, that turned into and evolved into and created all of this stuff back in the days of the High Council. So check that stuff out, guys. There's great people in this space who've been doing it for a while, myself and Gabe included.
Yes, it was very fun hanging out with the Fandom Menace crew. And I'll start to be appearing on those shows. Like I said, Tuesday night's main event. I challenged Jeremy Griggs to Mario Kart, told him I beat his ass at it. I said, I'm 44 years old. I've been playing since the first one came out. He told me I'm 44 years old too. I had no idea. I thought he was like 30, So I guess we'll see who's better at Mario Kart.
There
so
you
I'm
go.
joining them to do that. But yeah, I'm very proud of these. You're going to be able to get these soon. Come on, fuck around, find out t-shirt with the G.I. Joe style.
Mhm.
Come on. Casey Ryback's nautical tours. You're making fun of gun control and feminism in one shirt, guys. That's just me being efficient, guys. You know what I mean? We just hit them with both right there.
That's
And
right.
this design isn't bad. I'm still working on that one. You know what I mean? But here's a Neo Gadsden. I love this one.
Oh, nice.
Yes. And a certain John someone who they wouldn't leave alone in the mountains.
They wouldn't give him lunch.
No.
I mean, it was just, guys, listen to me. Let me just say this. To deny a veteran lunch in this country, no.
Disgusting.
Not on my watch. No.
What would the chatty boss do?
The chatty boss would say, listen, everybody calm the fuck down and sit down and have some dosa. Alright? Let's all chill the fuck out and have some dosa, some raita, little lamb rogan Josh. Feed this man. My God.
Sorry,
We could
okay.
avert a crisis. No choppers need to go blowing up. Stop it.
Listen, he's
Stop
tough.
it.
He's tough, but he's fair. That's the thing, guys.
Tough, but he's fair. That's absolutely right.
Right. Let me see what I got here. What the F? Hold on. Did I? Okay. I got a few of these out of order again, but it could be fixed.
That's all right, dude. You know what it's like when I do it. We got 600 deep, and you're like, oh shit, Sean's been doing it again.
Right. Yeah, I don't know what's going
man.
on here. Why do I have so many of these?
I made that my Alien screen grabs, for those of you guys who were there for Aliens, was like a flip book. I mean, you could push it fast enough and watch the movie. I mean,
Okay.
God bless. I loved this. Thank you.
Right. Right. And do
Yes.
you know who helped write? Hold on, let me resize this because do you know who
brother.
helped write this movie?
Oh, seriously, Brian. Hold on, Brian Knapp. I know I started it, but please let's not start talking about great Indian food. We're like, this is what happens when Jericho's not here to rein us in. We start talking about lamb korma, butter chicken.
I had one. I don't even remember what it's called, but it's basically stewed and then pulverized lentils and beef.
Yes.
I don't remember what that's called. Holy shit, dude. So good. I don't know. With the naan. And the place I went to here in town, they're making the naan in that stone oven where they're slapping it on the sides.
Oh, yeah. Naan is glorious.
It was however you say authentic in the Indian language. What is the Indian language called?
Authentic. No.
Is it called Hindi, the Indian language?
Yeah, Hindustani food, you mean?
Okay. All right.
Yep.
No, the language itself.
Oh, Hindi. Yeah, Hindi, Telugu, depending on. I only know how to say one thing in Telugu, which is Artam Kaledu Telugu, which is I don't speak Telugu, which itself is a lie. Like, if you say that, you're lying immediately because you're actually speaking Telugu as you say it. It's weird.
Right.
In tribute to police officers of San Francisco who gave their lives. Amen. Beautiful.
I'm looking for. I got to insert one photo that wouldn't insert itself in order here for whatever effing reason. I don't know why. I did edit the photo, so maybe that's why.
Oh yeah, could be. Yeah, the timing.
Well, I had to censor. I had to censor a photo. I had to censor this photo.
You did?
Yes.
Why?
Because some uptight.
Oh, I get it. I get it. I get it. It's like you're like, what could I do to snatch Sean's soul today? I know. I'll cover it.
Telugu sounds like when Grandpa Joe's on the phone.
Listen, first of all, it's Grandpa Subramanyam.
Oh,
it's yes, the T is silent as in fox.
My mom babysat these two little Indian girls when I was in like 5th grade. I'll never forget their last name was Balasubramanian. So I had an early dose of Indian in my life.
Gotta have it, man.
Yeah, hearing those names and all.
That's the pickup line right there, man.
Right.
So tell me, darling, do you have a little Indian in you? Would you like some?
Oh, speaking.
There's the man.
Speaking of Indian people.
That's right. Mm-hmm.
Here he is.
Here is Jericho, which in Indian means Hindi means Jericho. A lot of people don't know.
Right.
Thank you. I'm one of them. I didn't know.
That's right. You're one of us. Yeah, dude, you could be from anywhere. Jersey, South Africa, South India, Hyderabad, Bangladesh. You're from many places. You never know, man. You never know. International man of mystery.
I've been called worse. Thank you, man.
That's right, baby.
How you doing, man? I haven't seen you in like 2 weeks.
Great. Hope you guys are doing well. Just came from my son's baseball game. They killed it.
Hell yeah.
Did a great job. Had some great hits. So yeah, all is well.
Are there any horrible sports parents there?
No, actually, where the season isn't over, so I don't know yet. But so far, so good.
There's always one bad sports parent there. So when you have a friend come on a show and you say, were there any bad sports parents there? And they say no, you know they. Jericho was like throwing chairs out onto the field.
What the?
Come on!
Yeah, man, I get pissed. Got money riding on this game.
Brian McCormick must be talking to you, Mr. Navy man. He says, I hear the Navy has the best drag shows now. So
yeah, they have a drag queen ambassador. It's quite disgusting.
How do you guys like that?
No, don't, guys.
How'd you like that little Bud Light I sent you this afternoon?
Oh,
yeah,
dude.
Pretty good.
No, sir.
Painful.
I can't share that on the air, but
you cannot.
After that joke came to me, I'm like, that's the most obvious joke in the world. Why has nobody said it yet? You know, so
it looks painful.
I glanced at this one. I promise you guys, I just glanced at this comment by Joe Mello, the great Joe Mello. He's always here. He's awesome. I thought he wrote Jericho is black.
Well, it would have made sense.
I would have been like,
I don't see.
Thank you.
Just covered.
Little kid, you're like, thank you, Joe.
We just covered that he's Bangladeshi, so we're gonna move on, Joe. But the thing is, by the way, you would be like a freaking like king in Bangladesh, man. You would tower over the fine people of Bangladesh. You'd be like, "Let me help you." They'd be like, "It's katot kacha." Like it'd be brilliant. You'd love it. But this is the thing,
How
right?
would a guy like me do over there? 6'4", stunning, Hispanic, Libyan.
Stunning.
What would happen? Huh?
They would look at you and go, "Who's that white guy?" No, listen. If you're in South India, man,
Ooh.
they would be like, "Holy cow!" But no, it's a crazy thing because we look at flicks like this and we look at all of the stuff that we've been talking about, and I don't know if you guys felt this when you're watching this movie. We are coming out of / still a little bit in this time right now. Like we're in this societal decay. Law enforcement completely weakened, the bureaucracy running towns while crime runs rampant, and people who've been doing the job their entire lives feeling completely just demoralized by the fact that there are people out there that have always been out there, but there's a permissiveness in themselves and in society for them to be able to do evil. And it's
I still
it.
feel like we're under the peak, though. I still think we're on the bad side of the cultural decay, but I think the peak is months, if not maybe a year or two away. But I think you're right. We're going to hit that crescendo, and then we're going to start getting better again. We're going to get over this just godless like insanity that's going on.
It's gross.
Yeah, and one thing I wonder though is what is social media doing? Because that's like looking through a keyhole. You don't see the whole story. It's like a funhouse mirror too. You look on Twitter or whatever, and you see insanity. Is it real, or is it just selective and like being curated to drive you nuts? I don't know.
It's pretty real.
I think it's the latter more so. But I've said that for a long time that I don't think people have changed. A lot of people think that there's more perverts out there, and it's more. You got to worry more about your kids. Being out in public by themselves, or watch out. I think there've always been perverts and weirdos, just as many, if not more, before now. But the only thing is, we've never seen it condoned by society. We've never handed over the tallest soapbox and the loudest bullhorn to the weirdos. So we've never seen it, accepted and promoted like this before. It's always been here, but we've never seen it treated this way.
I would tell you, my attitude about this is that I actually think that's what was going on in the 70s. I think we're an echo of that. I really think that, like, when you think about again, my wife said to me about Cornell, it's like, did you hear what happened? Like, the students are refusing to do this. I'm like, Cornell in the 70s, they took the administration hostage. I believe, if I'm not mistaken. It was either Cornell or someone who has to look that up for me at some point, but it's in the chat. But I forget what it was, but I was thinking of this as I was watching this movie. I'm sure that Jericho sent this movie to the school and said, "This is why I'm chaperoning."
Yeah, this is in case you're wondering.
In case you're wondering.
In case you're wondering why.
Are you feeling lucky? Right. I mean, there's a school bus sequence. I was like, Jericho should not be watching this.
No, it was necessary.
Whenever you talk about weirdos and like perverts and stuff like that, literally, I think in pictures a lot as an artist.
Yep.
Whenever I think of like degenerate, I literally picture a suplex in my head.
Yep.
I don't know why. It like I just picture a suplex like this is what they're gonna get.
Yep.
And that's just the beginning. That's the appetizer.
That's
right.
So that'll give
Drag
you
him to the wood chipper.
Yeah.
That'll give you a blue parking spot for the rest of your life. Getting that suplex. See ya.
Blue Park's got a cool helmet.
Yeah, very cool, very colorful helmet.
I've only been to San Francisco twice in my life. You grew up near there, Jericho. I'm sure you've been there many times. Great, beautiful city, amazing restaurants, this, that, and the other. Ruined by those insane, tolerant, virtue signaling leftist policies.
Mm-hmm.
But that Brian Knapp says the Nordstrom is closing both stores in downtown San Fran. Nordstrom is that high-end department store for those of you that don't know. I'm sure that I think they're national, but they're definitely out here in California. And there's one in San Francisco that's like the mothership. It's like 9 stories. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I went to it when I was there with my wife and kids in 2009. I was a guest at WonderCon, so it was the first time I went to San Francisco, and I loved that town. But I remember when we left the hotel, it was near the Tenderloin, but not quite in it. It wasn't in a great neighborhood. But the street we were on was quiet. But the guy at the hotel desk or someone told us, this street is fine, but 6th Street is bad, but then the next one is fine. And we're literally walking as a family, and the first street was fine, and then the next street, there's a guy with his pants down going doo-doo. There was
Yeah.
another guy with the pant leg up, like the I have drug signal or whatever that is. There was some guy giving like a whistle code thing, like whistling, and it was just insanity on that street. And then the next street was quiet again. The guy was not lying; it was as advertised.
Yeah, we lived.
Yeah, he
We
knows.
went to San Francisco for 6 weeks in 2007 with the kids. We actually got a place and spent 6 weeks there just one summer. And
Because you
a
hate
lot of
your
my-
wife and children, or what was this about?
No. This was before. Well, here's the funny
Yeah,
thing.
this
If
is
you
a-
guys don't start making your beds, I am taking the family to San Francisco for
This
a month.
is-
Fucking try me.
This
Fucking
is
try
where
me
you'll
right now.
appreciate this. This is where my 2 Filipino brothers lived, right? And this is where Lucasfilm and my friends who worked at Pixar were. And we thought, let's go out there, let's spend some time there. And it was during the gentrification period of it, like when things are going well. And I have a conspiracy theory. I think all of this stuff that's going on and being allowed to happen in these big cities is in San Francisco in particular, is a massive real estate scam. It's to drive the property value
Yeah, that's what's
down.
going to happen.
That
and
is
so that they
so-
can get it for a song, and
That
then
is
they'll
so-
reinstate.
So boring, but so plausible.
It
Yep.
is
What you just said.
absolutely what I believe
I
is
said
happening.
that. I said that today on my live, man. I said because
Wow.
I was covering the story.
Are you serious?
Because I was covering the story about this Walgreens armed security that had to kill somebody because they went in there to steal stuff, and then you know it escalated and their life was threatened, and there's no charges being brought
Oh,
against
no,
them.
hold on. You said Walgreens?
Walgreens.
What in a Walgreens
Mission and
could
6.
could possibly be worth your life under the roof of a Walgreens?
Well, it wasn't. I would say the lives that
They've
are
got
in
Slim
there,
Jim.
because the guy, the armed security, he shot the person who was a Ku Klux Trans member, shot him because he was threatening their life, and the guy was like, "I feared for my life." The DA reviewed the tape, talked to the security guard, multiple
Horrible.
eyewitnesses, and it was
Horrible.
self-defense. But I said, you already lost Whole Foods out of downtown. These businesses are going to go, and there were actually people blaming Walgreens. Like, why do you have armed security? People steal from here all the time. What's the big deal? So it doesn't matter if if you have a lemonade stand or a car dealership, you're there to make money. And if you can't make money, there's too much violence. People won't come to your store. The employees are being accosted. You're going to leave. So when all the businesses leave, the property value is going to go down. Somebody's going to come in. I said it's going to be like Brooklyn. Now Brooklyn is just full of hipsters and rooftop, beehives and shit. It used to be crazy, but that's what they're going to do to San Francisco. The Tenderloin will be tender no more.
All right.
Guys,
My daughter in the chat giving us a nice family memory from 2009 when she was just a little middle schooler, I think, or maybe still in elementary. Dad, that's where I saw my first cross dresser. So
I think a lot of people can probably say that.
So that's a special moment for us.
And it's not Mini El Tayeb, it's Mini El Tayeb.
It's El Taib.
El Taib, but it's
Yes.
El Taib. She put the little dash in
Well,
there.
no, my name, I legally changed my name to take the hyphen out because it messes up with record keeping and banking and all this stuff. And people think your name is Taib and they drop the L and blah, blah, blah. But for most of my life, it legally had a hyphen in it. And I just got tired of that. So I changed my name because, again, it screws with record keeping. So it is actually El Taib. Yes, like that. A lot of
I
those
did the
Arabic
same
names
thing,
have-
man. My name is John Smith. A lot of people don't know that. People looked at me and they go, "You just don't look like a John Smith." So I went to one of those, ethnic name generators. You just take your picture and they say, "You look like a Sean Jetty," and it worked out great.
It worked out perfectly.
Wow. Yeah,
Fantastic.
I see your point on the gentrification. That's pretty crazy.
I'm
I like
telling
this
you.
name from Oscar Gonzalez. Stole Foods. I like that.
Yeah, you can't. If they can't do business there, they're gone. If the businesses are gone, there's nowhere for anybody to go and work. So they're out of there. Then it's going to turn into like Detroit, where everything's all boarded up and there's squatters and crackheads and shit in there. And then somebody's going to come in and say, "I'll buy it," for a quarter of what it was worth 10 years ago, or however far it's going to drop. So they'll boot all those people out, and that shit will be nice. It'll be people.
Yeah, they'll
sitting
be
out
for
there.
law and order when they're clearing,
Yeah.
sweeping, clearing. That's for sure.
Right. Yeah.
You know,
It-
I have an Assassin's Creed. Was the Assassin's Creed? Was that Middle Eastern? I don't remember. They made a lot of.
I
those
think it was
games.
British or something.
They made. I think they did all kinds of genres. I think they went all over Greece and Egypt, and I think they went everywhere. I'll take it. Though.
I don't know.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
But armed security in Walgreens.
Yeah.
Wow. So people have to be nervous when they go into a Walgreens? You know where you never have to be afraid, brother? Hostomania. You come in here, you are safe and sound. When I break out the 32-inch pythons, I will defend you and the rigatoni every night. Tuesday nights, kids eat free, brother. What do you think? Do you appreciate the security at Pastamania, guys? Do you appreciate it?
Of course, I'm the only armed security in here, brother. These 24-inch pythons. I'll squeeze your head till you die, brother.
I like the idea of squeezing your head till you die. Oh,
He's
man.
serious, man.
Yeah, it's
If
like
he has to
that,
get you in
belt
that
scene
headlock, it's over.
in
It's
Friday
been
the
a long
13th
time
where
since
pops the
Hulkster was
eyes
in
out.
there, so we had to bring him in. He is the show sponsor.
He's a show sponsor, so
Yeah.
He
I
is
do
a
have
lot.
news. I let Jericho and Sean know this afternoon. The show, we were doing successful. The numbers were up. So I did sell the show to Disney. So we have an HR code that we do have to abide by.
That's
and
right.
Jericho and Sean, I reported you both, and you have to go to HR training tomorrow.
Let me tell you something. You should have reported us. That was things got out of hand.
Right.
You know, via text. I mean, usually you'd be shocked, guys. We're not off the rails just here. This isn't an act. Okay, we are careening
real
off
life.
the rails all effing day. Period.
Well, if we're owned by Disney, that means one of us is going to have to be trans pretty soon.
That's
not
right.
And then not it, and then the other one's going to have to be, like a alphabet soup group member. It's going to get
No, from
weird.
the waist down,
Mandatory.
I identify as Chuck E. Cheese, so I've got us covered.
Okay.
Good. I'm a big enough freak for all three of us.
I'm trans
right.
mouse.
Trans species.
I mean, guys, think about how ludicrous it's gotten. Does that even mean anything? Yeah, there she is, Miss
That
America.
explains a lot.
Ruined everything. That woman
That's
ruined
right.
everything.
Hi, y'all.
Had it.
Scary.
Oh
Scary.
my goodness. Okay, well, it's good to be back. I had a
Right
nice
on.
week off with my bride in my second favorite town of Las Vegas.
Los
Eating
Vegas.
everything, and just having a good time. Just not working for a few days. It was nice.
It's nice.
I was telling Sean earlier, Jericho, we've been grinding. We haven't taken a vacation since November for our wedding anniversary. It's been a long time, just grinding away, working a lot. As you guys know, all that work I show you when we're offline. So
Yep.
yeah, we take a little bit of time off. It was very nice.
Yeah, work.
Yeah. Well, but we got big plans for this summer too. That I've told you guys about that stuff too. So, guys in the audience, it's not confirmed yet, but we are very close to having a live meetup during Comic-Con. Very close. It's not confirmed, so calm the hell down. But it's very close.
Knock off your shit, comment section.
Right.
It's not confirmed.
It's not confirmed. You will know when it's confirmed.
I know they're acting a damn fool. in
And
there.
she's going to be there, too. Mrs. Chuck E. Cheese will be there. Not confirmed.
Shit.
Right.
Well, if she doesn't go, then I'm not going to be there. So
Well,
That's exactly-
at least the head will be there. You know, we're trying to get the rest, but we'll
part of her, some part of that costume needs to be there, or I won't. Be.
When you guys come over to my house sometime, you're going to see I've got a trophy room. It's all Chuck E. Cheese heads.
Ooh.
Like on the wall.
But like Disney or something, like how Mickey Mouse changed. It changed over the years. Like the costumes and stuff changed. The first Chuck E. Cheese heads were very, very crude, but they've gotten better over the years.
I gotta say,
Antlers and Chuck E. Cheese in that room. Just
we get
that's all
wild.
it is.
We get very wild. We love our violent action movies. We get very macho on this show. There's a lot of high tea.
Very
stuff
macho.
going
It
on.
happens. It
But every
happens.
once in a while, someone here shows their sensitive side. And I just thought this was such a sweet little comment here. My little pasta maniacs.
Gather around, my little pasta maniacs. I'm going to tell you a bedtime story, brother. Little brothers.
Ooh, can you tell us the one about the time you put Ted DiBiase's head right through the mat?
Of course, I thought that'd be a little risque for a bedtime story, but fuck it, brother. I took that son of a bitch, Ted DiBiase, the $1 million man, brother. I turned him upside down and pile drive that son of a bitch through the mat, brother.
Do you think that's why he ripped you off with the rigatoni? Do you think that's what it was?
It might not be that move, brother, but right after I took my thumb and I shoved it up his ass, brother, to the second knuckle, brother. Maybe that's what did it, brother.
Whoa. You know, he had it coming, though. You know, he did. So, yeah. You know, it's tough, but it was fair. It was tough, but fair. He did have that coming.
I
All
try to
right,
be fair, brother.
I mean, how can you not be Hulkster? How can you not be?
I love that brother is like a punctuation.
Right.
Do you know what I mean?
It is.
It's
It's
a
how
comma.
he is. It's part
It's
of
a
who he is.
period. It's a dangling participle.
Oh, all right. So Dirty Harry.
Slide one.
Yeah. Right.
Hey guys, let me just say this. I'm so glad we started doing this show an hour earlier.
Right.
Because, 10:09 we're our start time. We're rolling. We're finally rolling into it.
Brian McCormick, second knuckle. That's right. Hulkster don't play, guys.
He doesn't.
Of course not, man. Who's going to respect you? How are you going to get your message across going to the first knuckle?
Hey, if he starts going soft on people now, word's going to get around. You know
Too
what
late.
I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Second knuckle minimum.
Does JG have notes?
No. I've gotten pretty good about retaining the information.
Okay.
Shockingly,
So I haven't done
we can
notes
get
in-
off the
I haven't done
rails
notes in a while.
without a map.
Blumhouse is
right.
making it. Live action Five Nights at Freddy's. What Five Nights at Freddy's? What is? I know what that is, but
It's inspired
it's
by
it's the
Showbiz
scary
Pizza
Chuck
and all
E.
that.
Cheese game. It's the robot animals at Chuck E. Cheese. Okay.
Yep. But
Okay.
the people don't realize this, man. And it's not that I'm a connoisseur. I want to be clear. I'm not some kind of freak. But originally, the creator of Chuck E. Cheese Pizza decided to go, when he lost the rights to it, decided to go and start up another competitor, which was Showbiz Pizza. Again, not that I know the lore, not that I research it, not that I'm wearing Chuck E. Cheese from the waist down. My point is this, is that Five Nights at Freddy's is an idea whose time has come because any person who's ever been into one of those restaurants has thought, I'm going to die in here. So it was a wonderful, idea to turn those places into a horror movie. But that dude, as you guys know, when it came out that I guess he had either donated money to the Republican Party or voted for Trump or donated money to Trump, that he was, quote, canceled from his property, so to speak. And he was like, I'm the fuck out of here and I'm taking my money. And peace. But I mean, it's like, he's
getting canceled from Chuck E. Cheese corporate.
No, canceled from Five Nights at Freddy's. That guy.
Oh, that guy. Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, Chuck E. Cheese guy died from the food long time ago.
Yeah,
Oh,
we're all
kidding.
going to
He
die
was-
from that food. We all still
he
have
got
Chuck E.
something
Cheese
from Chuck E.
pizza
Cheese.
in our
When I was
entrails.
a kid, and when I was a kid in Colorado, they didn't have Chuck E. Cheese, at least where I lived. We did go to Showbiz Pizza, though, like twice for birthday parties. I remember the band at Showbiz had a big fat gorilla. He was the band leader. I think his name was Fats Gorilla, kind of a play off of Fats.
They were
Domino.
working for that.
I'm not, and he played a big organ. And he's like turning and like
Animatronic and shit.
It was awful. Plush five for five. Love, we're on the same frame after I'm back from the store, and the crap are just in time.
Yeah,
we
like, guys.
were waiting for you.
We're waiting.
Oh, we're waiting for you.
baby. You were saying.
No, it's like this is what it is, man. It's so we're getting to the point of Double Impact where we're like, someone had a baby in the back. We got a couple people got married. Like we're gonna, if you get married or have a baby during the show, just let us know with a super chat. Send us a super chat and say just had a baby in the back, and we'll
be
good to
here.
go. We'll be
The
here.
creator of Five
Celebrating.
Nights at Freddy's is a Christian, so obviously they hate him. Who cares
Yep.
if they hate him though? That's how he should feel. That the lady who's she got fired from that one gaming company for something with
Oh,
Harry
yeah.
Potter game.
Eric had her.
I hung out with her at the party in Vegas last week because she works for Eric July. So we
She's
worked
mean. I don't know if you noticed that. Really mean person. I could see why she was fired, right?
together. Really nice, smart lady, very nice. I think she was a Southerner. I think she was from the Carolinas or something like that.
Did you see her
But
on
what
Eric's
I
show?
was telling her, hold on a sec. What I was telling her
Yeah, please.
is how happy she should be now that she's free, that your mouth isn't zipped anymore. And how when I got out of DC Comics, I told them to F off for messing with Superman and the American way and all that. How they do you a favor when you leave those places. And after you leave and you leave that mess behind, all that woke corporate nonsense, after just a few weeks for me, or maybe a few months, you're like, you don't even remember that life. You're like, oh my God, I can't believe I was there keeping my mouth shut and doing all that. I'm so much more free and happy and making more money and living like an honest person with integrity in my personality, And I was just telling her, like, yeah, you'll start to feel that way soon. But she seemed very happy and doing a great job, of course, for Eric. So good on Eric
broken
July
inside
to contact her. It's
do you
funny.
have to be?
She didn't know who Eric July was, but her husband did. And Eric like DM'd her to like interview her, and then I guess he ended up hiring her. But her husband was looking at her going through her phone because she was getting, death threats, but also supportive messages and all kinds of stuff. Because this was like global news for like a day or two. And her husband's like, I know that guy, Eric July. You got to answer his DM. So she was going to skip past it, maybe, because she didn't know who he was or whatever. So, yeah, I think it's awesome.
Can you imagine not liking her? Can you imagine not liking that person?
I can imagine it, but
yeah. No, but I'm
That's
just
what you-
saying, though. Sorry, go ahead.
That's what you want to do. You want to get rid of all the nice, intelligent people from your business.
Yeah.
That usually works out pretty well, dumbasses.
Who are we talking about? Her name is Kara, and she works for Eric July now, and I don't exactly remember. It's some sort of business management position. I don't remember the details, but yeah, she got let go from some company, Limited Run Games, because someone went through her Twitter and found out she said something unwoke 7 years ago.
Who does that? Who's looking through people's Twitter archives?
You know what a big,
Golly,
how
man.
big of a
Come
loser
on.
you have to be to try and
Come on.
like at that. Who is the joke on? If you're searching through someone's Twitter from 7 years, like really, who's the joke on?
Dude, and I remember, I can't remember who the person was, but there was some story where they went all the way back to where the person, I think it was an NFL player, back to when he was like 14 or 15, and they found some shit that he tweeted when he was in like high school. I'm like, are you serious? You can't be held responsible for that.
Can you imagine if the shit we said in middle school and high school was recorded for posterity?
Yep. It's insane.
Thank God it wasn't. Thank God it wasn't.
And but you meet people like her. This is the thing. A human being like that, you're always going to know. I always say when people are talking shit about people or whatever, if you're a good person and you're consistent in what you do, I mean, in terms of you have integrity, in terms of how you go about things, it's going to be noticed by people. And when I saw her on that show, I thought, how the hell, like, how broken inside do you have to be at a company to allow somebody that kind and that hardworking, who wasn't saying a bad word about anybody when she had the opportunity to say it? She was just telling her story. And I thought that is a huge loss for any company. And it's a great gain for someone else like Eric.
Whatever. Everyone in the audience watching right now, I recommend it. If you're got your mouth shut and you're hiding because of woke bullshit, speak up and just leave. And I know that's easier said than done. You got a mortgage, you got whatever. I did it. I didn't have a plan when I left DC. I didn't have a job. But God provides when you step out in faith and do the right thing, guys.
Amen.
I'm better off than I've ever been in my life. In every vector. My health, my marriage, my relationship with my kids and family, everything's better because I'm living correctly. I'm not lying. Because when I go to DC Comics and I just keep my mouth shut, that is a form of lying, dude. It is. Let's be honest. It's a lie of omission. Like, yeah, I'm going along with woke. Yeah, it's a lie of omission. And you can't live that way. There's no integrity in that. So you have to do it. And I told this lady, Kara, do you see? You left and you're better off than ever. They can't cancel us. Canceling is a fake threat, dude. Nobody can cancel you unless you let them. So get the hell away from those people. Get away from them, those weirdos.
Yeah,
all right. All right. We ready? Ready
Slide
for Dirty
one.
Harry?
Let's do
Be
it.
ready.
Let's look at the poll because I probably won't look at it again tonight.
We will not revisit this.
Let's look at the poll once and I'll probably never resolve it. Let's see. My aunt, if you heard a ding, that's my aunt texting me if I'm busy right now. I should text her back that I'm a little bit.
Yes, Aunt so-and-so, I am busy right now.
That's right.
Let's see. Tonight's poll question says, you got to ask yourself one question. Do I feel lucky? Well, do you, punk? All right. So right now, Well, Do You, Punk is winning 55 to 45. So you got to ask yourself one question. We'll see. I'll probably won't go back to the poll tonight, but please vote early and often. All right. Everyone smash the like and send out the link. I'm going to text my aunt. Very busy. Yes, I am live on YouTube. There you go. Okay. I answered my aunt. All right, boys. We ready for Dirty Harry?
Let's do it.
All right. It's dirty and it's Harry, guys.
It's so Harry.
That's right. That's the opening salvo in most lovemaking. People don't know that.
Right.
So Harry right now.
The police officers of San Francisco who gave their lives. I believe I was doing research on this movie, and I think John Milius, I think he had a hand in helping to write this script. I believe that I read that, and he's written a lot of other stuff on here that we love. You know what I mean? Wolverines, right? Like we love Milius, we love his whole aesthetic, his whole thing. So
yeah.
I hope I'm correct about that. I could be wrong, but it starts off with a sniper on a roof
Boom.
and a comely young lass. She's swimming on a rooftop in San Francisco.
Ugh,
Now,
living her
Jericho,
best life. Hashtag blessed.
Right. As a NorCal yourself, JG, if I can call you JG, do you hate it when people call that city Frisco? Does that make you tingle? When you hear that?
You know what? I don't personally, because I lived about an hour and a half from San Francisco, so that's not as close to my heart. But I lived a lot closer to a place called Aptos, and I hated when people would call it Aptos. That
Aptos.
pisses me off. Aptos. It's Aptos.
Right.
But people say, "Oh, you live near Aptos?" Ugh. Or we went to Aptos for the weekend. They're like, "No, that sounds stupid." But I do know people who are from the Bay Area, and yes, that makes them boiling blood angry.
Right.
It does.
I was telling Shanth we don't call it Cali out here, and then he said something about. What did you say, Shanth? You made it better.
I said, "Oh man, I love Cali. I've got some friends in San Fran." See, look, I got him with that. I told you. I spent 6 weeks studying these people.
As a San Diegan, there's a certain a subset of San Diegans that live here that call San Diego Dago.
Let
me tell you this, guys. I'll say this. Don't come to the Northeast with that slang. Shit will go sideways.
Dude,
okay?
You guys don't like Dago, bro. Fuck.
Yeah, they'd be like, I think this guy wants to fucking go swimming in some cement. Like, fucking good luck, kids.
Dude, there's was it here we saw that? Yeah, it was on here. Where they had that snack, the pitos.
Hey.
Oh, shit.
Hey.
Oh, that's nasty, dude.
That's
Nobody in the marketing department knew any Espanol.
No. This company right here, apparently, let me move the fuck. All these pop-ups. Just get out of the way. No one here speaks a lick of Spanish. Would you just load already?
That's day number. That's day one. Day one is Spanish cuss words. And
you
pito
can't say pitos. You
is at the top of the list.
You can't do that. You can't.
It's at the top of the list, man.
They should just call them vergas or something like that. You know.
They're like, you know what? Just lean into it. Call them pitos and just lean into it.
Dude, I'm gonna sit back with a Bud Light and a bag of pitos, dude. It's gonna be so good.
You better watch out, man. That's gonna do something to you. That's gonna change you physically. Don't do that.
Right. Oscar Gonzalez, pitos. Yeah. Is that a little?
Dude.
Is that a pepino?
We pack
there?
our pitos airtight.
Hope no one's pito looks like that. There's a lot of bumps on that thing.
Yeah, that's I think that's a cut up cucumber. Pepino means cucumber in Spanish, and it also means what you think it also means.
Pito,
emoji.
You'll love this because you're a boxing historian. The great Mexican boxer, literally his nickname was Pepino Cuevas.
Yes.
You know, his last name was Cuevas, but his nickname was Pepino. So
listen, man, love is love. Okay, here on Double Impact,
Pepino.
Love is love.
So yeah, this bad cack shucker here, he's up on the roof there, and shoots this lady, and realizing this again, you know, one of these movies that you haven't seen for a long time.
Right.
You realize watching it that this is the father to a lot of the action movie tropes that we enjoy.
Oh, yeah.
This movie birthed a lot of the iconic scenes that we enjoy from other iconic movies that are iconic on their own. You know, Lethal Weapon, if you will. The roof, the guy on the roof thing. So this movie has, birthed iconic scenes in other. Yeah.
Joe, that's a strike.
No, sir.
That's a strike. Okay? Joe?
It's not the flavor that bothers me. It's not the flavor.
Whoa, breaking news.
It doesn't matter if it's cheese flavored. It's the pito part.
Whatever flavor you put on it, it's still a dick.
Thank you.
I mean,
again, it's not the flavor. It's not like, I would do it if you had ranch flavor.
Dude. No, I'm not gay. It was covered in cheese. No, fool. You're gay.
What kind of cheese? What kind of cheese we talking?
It's not the cheese.
Was it Gouda? Because you're totally not gay. If it was, it's over.
No, there is no cheese Gouda out there.
I'm all right, guys. Okay.
I'd do it if you had some Gruyere, but I'm not that.
Right. Just and then finish it off with a nice crisp Bud Light to finish it off.
To wash it all
dude.
down. To wash
So wait,
down
can
the
you go
fluids.
back? Can you go back? This is next one. One more. This is a metaphorical image of Anheuser-Busch right now. That's sort of a metaphor for
down.
where they are right now.
Kill shot. It's over.
Yeah, seriously.
So, you know, this girl was like, when you get to the movie theater, get there early or you're going to miss my part.
Mom, Dad. It's like every parent wants to see their kid murdered on screen.
You have to get there early or you're going to miss my part.
Brian McCormick saw
nightmare.
it when I was 7 and was totally blown away.
Damn.
I never saw this movie until 3-4 years ago, and I loved it.
Yeah, definitely when I was an adult.
Wackadoo on the roof. I'm not going to call him ugly. He's not a handsome fella. That's all.
It's fucked up.
He's
But,
perfect
you
for
know,
his role.
these shots, you know, the shot of the barrel being in focus and it being blurry behind it, and
Beautiful.
you know, that classic shot through the scope with the crosshairs. You know, this movie's just right off the bat, just giving us comfort food, giving us everything we want. Keeps us warm and cozy.
Right.
I love it. Look at those shades. Can I get those?
Right.
What, were those
So,
Ray-Bans
yeah.
or something?
So
nice.
this woman is murdered on a rooftop. Eastwood and the other detectives are there for this, you know, San Francisco police. He's a detective there. They're examining the poor thing, and he heads across the street. You know, he's trying to triangulate, figure out the building. He goes over there to look around, collect evidence. He does find a shell for what is the rifle? It's a
So 30-06.
30. Yeah, it's big stuff. Big stuff.
Yeah, that's for taking down deer and shit. And he
Right.
was across the way. You know, there was quite a distance between them, but for around that big, that distance wasn't shit. It would have tore right through that girl.
Right.
No
Oh.
problem.
And one thing he finds up here on the roof is a note from the killer attached to an antenna. There's a note up there that he's like kind of messing with the police and stuff like that. And this is right after, just a few years or a year or something after the Zodiac.
Zodiac.
killer,
I was just
right?
going to say, when was that?
Yes.
And the Zodiac killer was in San Francisco, killing innocent
Yep.
people and mocking the police and leaving them those, cryptograms and all those like little puzzles and all that weird shit like that.
Mhm.
So, it's funny, the Zodiac, do you know where he got his name and his symbol? Like a cheap brand of watch called the Zodiac watch that had that cross and circle on it. So, I don't know.
Yeah, so this was very fresh in people's minds for real.
Right.
Yep.
You know, San Francisco having the serial killer on the loose. So, yeah, cut you a couple ways. And this fucking guy right here, I don't know his name.
The chief?
That, yeah, the voice,
Right.
his eyes, he has like weird, like green eyes or something. That guy, I'm telling you, through the 70s and like early 80s. What else? He was I'm gonna
He's
get
the
you sucker.
therapist.
He was Mr. Big.
Wait, he was
I'm
a
gonna get you
therapist
sucker.
in Airplane.
Yeah. So
Right.
like
He was talking to
70s.
Stryker, and he goes, "You can snap just like that."
He's got a great voice. The chief, he's got
Yeah.
a great, it's booming, it's big and booming, authoritarian,
Yeah. He's
So,
one
yeah,
of those, again, another action movie trope. You got to have a good supporting cast.
And I said the chief twice. I mean the mayor, the guy standing,
Yes.
the mayor.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. The chief is seated, obviously holding his hat with the gray hair. The mayor, not the chief. So let's see. Dean from Animal. Is he the Dean? Oh my gosh, he's the Dean.
Yes, he
right?
is.
Delta. Right. Okay.
See, this dude, he's
Okay.
iconic. This dude,
Right.
he's a supporting actor, and he's
He's an
iconic on his
hard
own.
ass.
Yeah. Telling
Right.
you.
God bless him.
Right. So So Dirty Harry cruising around town, goes into the little diner to talk to one of the Mario brothers to get himself a hot dog.
Yep.
And it turns out
Hey.
there were,
Beepity-boppity-boopity.
But listen, between the San Diego comment, because I live in the Northeast, I can't be throwing that word around, and the Mario joke, I'm worried we're alienating some of our audience. You know, have you seen what Mario's doing? $1 billion, son. $1 billion.
good movie.
It sure
Great
is.
movie.
Hey.
If you haven't seen it, run and go see the Mario movie. It's awesome.
My son has he's supposed to go, I think, this weekend with one of his friends to watch the Mario movie. It's pretty
Right
exciting.
on.
Are they going alone?
No, they're going with his friend's parents.
Okay. Because I snuck off to see a movie I wasn't supposed to see alone one time. So.
Oh, no, he's only 7. He doesn't go
Oh,
anywhere
okay.
alone.
Okay. I was like,
Dude, it
I
would
was
be
like,
Yes.
so
I
cool
pinned
if
the
he
money.
did.
I pinned a $20 bill to the front of his shirt and tell him to find the nice lady behind the counter.
No, yeah,
I was like
pin up-
11. I think I was like 11 or 12, and I went to see Gremlins 2 and told my mom I was going to go see Hook, the Peter Pan movie. And then
Either
I
way, you
told
were
the
getting
story
punished.
before. I told the story before, but I have to tell it again. We're not allowed to watch stuff like that growing up, but I love the design of the Gremlins so much, like just the monster design. I thought it was so cool. I wanted to see the movie. And I saw the movie. It wasn't scary, just like a weird, corny action movie. And there's a part where one of the Gremlins is killed by one of the humans by being shoved in a food disposal or something. And they show him come out, like his guts come out, and it looks like guacamole all over. So I go sneak off to this movie with my brother. My mom picks us up from Man Theaters in Rancho Bernardo, California. My mom picks us up at the theater like 2-3 hours later, and we go home, and she's making fresh guacamole with our dinner that night.
Oh,
And like
sounds
Edgar
good.
Allan Poe's Telltale Heart, I'm looking at the guacamole and thinking about what I've done. I've lied to my mother's face and all this stuff, and I'm like so guilt-ridden, but not guilty enough to admit it. So I don't admit it.
Hell no.
She comes to me an hour later, like, what is this? And in my pants pocket, I had left my ticket stub.
Damn it,
Oh.
young Gabe.
She
Dude,
caught me.
come on now.
Caught me.
Damn it.
So,
You
Let me
know
say-
moms empty the pockets?
right. The Hulksters and Gremlins too. Is he? I wouldn't be shocked. if he is.
Guys.
I don't remember that movie.
You know who shouted out Hulk Hogan this week? And I love what this guy is doing in our space right now in terms of indie stuff, was Tom McDonald. He was talking with his missus after he dropped his new album, and he said, yeah, you know, he's like, there's only one person who defines hero. He's like, Hulk Hogan.
Yeah.
And he does it all the time because he's got his career. He started out in Canada, I think, doing wrestling. So actual wrestling shows and things like that. So massive Hulk Hogan fan.
Very
So
cool.
shout out.
And Hulk Hogan is the kind of celebrity, you know, that celebrity that you're a huge fan of as a kid, and even that some of that's still in you as an adult. He's the kind of celebrity where he's cool to meet. You know, people say don't meet
Yep.
your idols or whatever, or people you're a fan
Hey,
of.
thank you very much for saying that, Jericho. I really appreciate the kind words, brother.
Yeah, thanks a lot, brother.
Oh,
Holy shit.
wow.
Mario.
I didn't know the Hulkster was such a big fan of us. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got
so
one big
anyway.
fan, man.
He goes to have a hot dog, and then they're kind of establishing what a great detective he is. He asked the chef, hey, is that car in front of the bank, that tan sedan, is the engine still running, blah, blah, blah. He says, call the police. I think there's a 249 in progress, or whatever, a robbery. He gives the code for it, in progress. And Giuseppe here gives the call, but things go sideways before backup control. There's no time for backup. Jericho, you were saying all those great tropes of action movies,
Right?
A lot of them get established here.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
and I'm not mad at looking at your background there. I'm not mad at the Richard Donners and stuff of the world taking from that, because not only because this shit is so cool, but they did it so well.
Yes.
They took this and did such a great job. And that was him, right, as the captain in Lethal Weapon. Dude, he played that perfect. You know, the yelling, Riggs, get in here. You know, that captain that we see in all.
Go
the
back real
action
quick.
movies.
So go back to the Eastwood with the gun, because that's the one for me. What is that? Where is that reference in Lethal Weapon?
I don't know where. Oh,
Murtaugh.
In the first one.
Murtaugh. This right here. Every time Murtaugh pulls out his gun in forced perspective, it is straight up the Dirty Harry moment. He has the tick before he, as he aims.
And he
But
has the
that
wheel
is
gun. He has a wheel
Murtaugh.
gun too. Yeah.
Yep, that's what I'm saying.
Right.
That's what I'm
So,
saying. man.
yeah,
That
he
is
gets-
where it came from.
Yeah. So Dirty Harry gets in just a face off with these random bank robbers. He was just trying to enjoy himself a Frankfurter,
That's all he
as
needs.
one does in Midtown San Francisco. You enjoy a nice weenie when you're in San Francisco.
Well,
Mm.
let's not.
Pitos.
My wife does that just to piss me off. You want a weenie? Why don't call it a weenie? It's a hot dog. And in San Francisco, you got to be careful running around yelling about that you want a weenie to eat. I'm just
That's the only response you can have.
Wait a
Jericho,
minute,
is,
wait
you
a
want
minute.
a weenie?
Wait, Jericho. I want to make sure I have this right, Jericho. So in San Francisco, you have to be careful running around saying you want a weenie to eat. This is what you're claiming?
this is what I know.
Okay, so
These are not phrases.
So I can extrapolate from that. There are many cities where you don't have to be careful, and you can run the streets saying that you want to eat a weenie.
That's right.
Yes?
That's
Yeah.
right.
Try that
San
in South
Francisco is
Boston.
not one of them. So yeah.
What is your favorite city to run around in saying that you want tube-shaped meat in your mouth? What's your
Well,
favorite?
if you don't say it like that.
Oh,
Say,
no?
I want tube-shaped meat in my mouth. Pronto.
Okay. My favorite city for that is Dago.
Dago. Dude, I love to run around in Dago, dude, and just like talk about weenies in my mouth, dude.
Bro.
So awesome.
I got a wiener dude attitude. What is that from?
Got a wiener dude attitude.
What is that? That's like an old commercial from the 80s or something.
Oh shit.
Wiener dude.
Is that Wiener Schnitzel? Is that what they said? Do they have Wiener Schnitzel where you live, Sean?
Well, I mean, I'm a fourth Austrian, so I've been to Austria, and
With
I do know a good schnitzel, but it's called a Wurstel in Austria. That's what you call like a Frankfurter or anything, like Livrwurst
Royale with cheese.
and everything else.
No,
But Wiener Schnitzel.
Well, I guess Wiener Schnitzel is
like
a fast food chain out here in
Yeah,
California.
with the big
Is it
old
really?
W.
Yes.
Holy cow!
Yeah. The big old yellow
What does it
W
serve?
out front.
Hot
Hot
dogs.
chili dogs and shit.
That's
But not
what-
like high quality ones. Like, you know,
I know,
fast
because
food
that's not what a
level-
Wiener Schnitzel
Oh,
is. Fucking hell, man.
like fast food level chili and hot
Oh,
dogs. and
shit.
You've never.
Kills
Here's
me.
the thing about Wiener Schnitzel. I like a good hot dog, but I've never been there because it's a fast food hot dog, right?
Yeah.
But I have this running. It's not funny, but it's a joke with my wife. Every time we drive by a Wiener Schnitzel, I go to her. I still haven't been to a Wiener Schnitzel, and she's like, "You want to go?" I'm like, "Nah." So I always
not
say
ready
no.
for diarrhea yet.
Because in my head, not ready for diarrhea. When are you actually ready for it, though, Joe?
You'll
I'm not
know.
ready for diarrhea, baby.
You'll
We're
know.
going to get Indian. You know, it's like
Gutter dogs.
I've eaten at Wiener Schnitzel, but man, it was like when I was a kid. Like as an adult, I've
Diesel's
never been to
defending it.
Wiener Schnitzel.
Diesel's defending Wiener Schnitzel is the
Diesel
bomb.
will
I've
defend.
never been there.
But
Never
it's
been there.
because it's so cheap. Like you get like 15 hot dogs for $8.50. It's. I think if the prices were higher, as weird as that may sound, I might be inclined to try it. But it's so cheap.
yeah, they can't be meat.
+5 for 2. Thank you, friend. Very generous. Chappelle's old stand-up about San Fran is gold. It's gold, Jerry.
Yeah,
It's
killing
gold.
him softly. He filmed it, I think, in San Francisco.
It's the
All
greatest,
right.
man.
But
And when
from
you're generous
2000,
like
it was a
that-
classic.
You know what that gives you?
Killing them
If
softly
you send a
is
super
legend.
chat now, you can get your own just for
That's
you.
right.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's see,
Ooh.
bro. Wiener Schnitzel chili dog is $3 nowadays.
For one?
Wow.
There you
All
go.
right, maybe they have jacked the prices up.
Hey,
Maybe I'm ready to
they're
try it.
footlongs. Maybe they got a foot long over there for $3.
Hey, I got a foot long for you, Brady.
Yeah.
So anyway,
They're like,
Hey,
they gotta bring
sweetheart.
those prices down.
Hey, sweetheart, let me put a little chili on this dog. Hey.
let's see. Now, what is a Tammy Schnitzel? What is this?
What the
Diesel?
fuck is
I think there's
that?
flirting. There's love in
Okay,
the chat.
wait. Tammy says she loves pretzel buns. He says Tammy. Listen.
is-
I'm staying out
Listen,
of it.
folks.
This is
I
pornographic
do-
food talk.
I disavow. You're both adults, but I disavow all this talk.
There was a
Oh.
baby born in the back. Sorry, go ahead.
That cheese
Go ahead.
sauce?
Oh no, Michael Coulter's jumping in. Tammy, I love brioche buns. I love me a
damn.
brioche bun,
Tammy,
too.
calm it
Heating
down.
up.
Calm it down.
I love a good croissant. There's an amazing French bakery here in San Diego. There's a few of them, and I'll get a 6-pack of freshly baked buttery croissant. And I don't speak French. I learned it for high school in 3 years, but I almost always order it with an accent because I naturally say croissant in my head, and I always have to force myself to say 6 croissants, please. 'Cause I want
Croissant.
to
Let me get a
be a
croissant.
dickhead. The Mexican newscaster, like, and then the flooding will stop. This has been Mario Gonzalez Sanchez for Channel 8 News. They'll like bust in with the thick Mexican accent.
I hate that
Love it.
shit. Hey, you guys
Yeah.
want to go get some burritos y tamarindo? Like, calm the fuck down.
Claro que sí.
Just say burrito. It's all right. Burrito.
Anyway, guys, we're a good 2 minutes into this movie, baby. We're gonna
Damn right.
Maybe.
Hey, I got a little out of practice being gone for a week. Okay.
No, this
We
is how
are-
it usually is. This
we
is
have this thing down to a cool 5
This is-
hours, you know?
this is
Yeah.
always how it is.
We are the DMV
Every
of
time.
YouTube shows. Okay, we are the fucking.
Take a number, please.
Take a number, please. Sit
Let's
down over
see.
there and fuck off.
Now, got to do
Yep.
it. Chef Schnitzel. Dude, there's
That's
a Chef
right.
Schnitzel.
I'll eat
I
that.
feel
right.
like that comes in one of those tube pretzel buns. You know what I mean? Where
That's
the whole
right.
pretzel's around the hot dog. Those are delicious,
Yeah.
by the way.
No, my.
That's
my
how you get
Austrian
it out of the
nickname-
machine too. That's how they
That's
give
right.
it to you, the customer. You gotta.
Oh, they just
Like that. You got to get
That's
it out
right.
of
You know, just working it out. You know.
Oh,
I don't know about
boy.
you guys, but when it comes to you know my Wurstel, it's like I prefer it to have to coil it because it makes it easier to fit. You know
Yep.
what I mean? You just got to put it on the ground and coil it up.
Whoa,
So,
no,
you know.
slow down.
Exactly. You know
So
what I'm
you
saying?
folks out in Rhode Island, you don't have Wiener Schnitzel. Do you have at your malls?
What the fuck do you have?
Do you have Wetzel's pretzels?
Nope.
What?
Nope.
Every time I'm
Man.
now, see, this is my second fast food hot dog related joke I have with my wife. When I go by Wiener Schnitzel, I always tell her, still never been to a Wiener Schnitzel. And then when we go by Wetzel's pretzels, they always have that. You see the one on the right there, the bagel dog where the dog is stuffed in it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They have those on the sign at the mall, like peeking out. And I always tell myself, oh, that's the place with the uncircumcised hot dogs.
Yeah.
And like they put the employees hold them at waist level when they put the hot dog in there.
Yeah, I gotta say, yeah, I mean everything
Stuffed
here,
another one.
everything in New England is some kind of form of Dunkin' Donuts. That's just how it is. You go to a steak place and it's like Dunkin'
Dunkin'
Donuts. Like
steaks.
everything's Dunkin'.
Everything's dumped out there.
Doing a
Diesel
mayor of
is
Dunkin'.
going to have listen, guys, the birria tacos con consomme this evening. Do you know, Sean, do you know what a birria taco
If
is?
you,
know
once
what
you have
that
a birria taco, you're not going to eat another fucking taco in your
is?
life.
No.
Not a regular one.
It's
They have it
Clint
at Taco
Eastwood
Bell?
food. It's Clint Eastwood, man.
Why are we not doing this? None the Miser. Can we send some love to None the Miser, man? That was
He's a
beautiful.
real hero. You know,
Real hero of the
None the
chat.
Miser's always here. He's always great. So you know what's
Always hitting home runs. Always
Mm-hmm.
jacking them over the fence.
He-
All the time.
Banger.
None the Miser, I dubbed thee a moderator. You've been here. You paid your
Boom.
dues. You're hilarious. You're a mod now, baby.
That's how it is.
I don't make the rules. When you're that good, you're just undeniable. Thank you. Thank you.
It's true. Clint Eastwood. Well, do
So-
you feel full, punk?
You got to ask yourself, was that 5 donuts or 6? What is the worst you've ever eaten and then just like caught yourself in the mirror and you just had total shame? I ate an entire, I used to be 320 pounds and I didn't have muscle. I was a fat body like 10 years ago. And I ate a whole bag, not a sleeve, the whole bag. of
Not
the
a
pecan-
sleeve.
The,
Not un
the
sleeve.
pecan Sandy's cookies, the whole thing.
Well, that's a
And
serving
and that
size.
was like a low point for me. You know, it was like 40 cookies. You know? what's the worst?
when
I
you
mean,
put
they're
a
not
number on it,
big-
fuck.
they're not big cookies, but
40
gosh
cookies.
damn it,
They're
you
not
should
big
only-
cookies.
But you should only eat like 5 maybe as an adult, you know? What's the worst you've ever done? Come on, share your shame with the group. Let's hear it.
I've thrown down on some fast food in a pretty disgusting way.
It was almost perverse.
For sure. Almost borderline. Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
It was.
I don't have any sad memories related to those times. So when you go, what's the lowest? I haven't hit rock bottom yet, guys. I'm still in denial. Okay,
Still
Like, deal with it.
comfortably
Yeah.
in denial.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
Diesel. We'll get to the movie. Okay, I gotta pull us in because I'm the one that pushes us off the rails. But Diesel, when I was 18 or 19 years old, I could eat like a horse. You know, I just got out of high school. I was still very athletic and all that. I'm a big guy. I was like 6'2" or 3" at the time. And I was watching Star Trek, which I never watch, and I ordered a pizza, like a medium, because I could eat a whole medium when I was 18. And I was watching the Star Trek show. I ate the entire pizza and felt like shit. I turned and looked at the box, and they had screwed up and brought me like a large or an extra large.
That is
And
not a
because-
screw up. That's
And because I was watching TV, I just ate the whole thing, and I felt awful. So
What's wrong
I
with
think-
that? You're telling me stories about patriotism here, and you're trying to make it something that it's not.
So no shame for you guys like me eating the pecan sandies. Okay.
My son says hi. He's going to bed.
Hey, congratulations, buddy.
Yeah, we heard you
Yeah,
play
they heard
great
about your
today.
game. Yes, they see you.
We see you.
Love you.
Good night, buddy.
I love it. That's what I love about this show.
That's my boy.
I know, man.
We have a place
shit.
called Pudgy's. I already love this Pudgy's, which has guys. This is why America's the greatest country in the world. We have to defend
Damn.
this nation. We have to defend this culture at all costs. Pudgy's has a pizza with 32 slices. If that doesn't make you stand up and salute, I don't
That
know.
sounds
what will.
great. That sounds great. Yeah, this is.
I can see myself eating the 30-second slice and I'm like, when the whole of the
That's right.
parade.
I feel like
As the
we're
TV
hopefully
station signs off for the night. Fuck yeah, man.
We're bringing
It's every
people
American's
together.
right to demolish a piece of
That's right. I'm not, guys. You think we're kidding?
Fucking A,
All
man.
right. We're not.
That's the truth. Maybe you know what? We
You know
always
where you
talk
can eat as
about.
much as you want, brother? Pasta Mania. There's no shame here. It's the American thing to do. You eat till you are fucking full, brother.
I promise you, brother, I'll feed you rigatoni until you die, brother. Die right here in my restaurant, brother. I will pick your dead body up, stuffed to the gills with that sweet semolina flour, brother, and I'll carry you out of here onto that stretcher, brother. I love you here, brother. I want to feed you until you pass away, brother.
Oh man,
That's love.
That
You'll
is
be
super
pushing it through your
patriotic.
corpse.
Dude, that's we always talk about the downside of our excess and our gluttony. But there are many other countries around the world that would trade places with us in about a millisecond.
Yeah.
Yep.
They would
That's
love
right.
this.
Right.
The food that America produces is They're just cities alone. You can just pick a city, a food city. Like Vegas. The food in Vegas
Right.
that
Ridiculous.
dwarfs entire countries, man.
Right.
The excess that's there.
For those of you that haven't been to Las Vegas, you'll be blown away. I go there all the time, so it doesn't like shock me anymore. But when you go there, just seeing the buildings, first of all, insane. It doesn't look real. But then the endless food everywhere, and that's just the Las Vegas Strip, which is like 3 miles or whatever with those 20-something casinos. The city is huge now. There's like a million or 2 million people, and the city is expansive. It fills the whole valley there.
That's where you find the best food.
And there are hundreds and hundreds
Yeah.
and possibly thousands of amazing restaurants. Oh my gosh. I like this Simply Green. 31, 32.
Telling you, I saw a show once where this chef in Vegas, off the strip, of course, she had crispy salmon skin taco shells. She had these shapers that she would put the skin on and then fry them so it was crispy in the shape of a shell, and then she'd fill it with whatever the fuck. I don't care what you fill a crispy salmon skin taco shell with, but it was amazing.
Really? You know what? I had a weird thing in Vegas. Speaking of weird tacos, I was at Chino Poblano. I think that's Jose Andres, like Asian Mexican restaurant at the Cosmopolitan Casino. And I saw on the menu a duck tongue taco. I've had duck meat.
Fuck it.
It's very
Let's try
good.
it.
It's very good when you confit duck meat, Duck tongue taco? No, not good.
I'm down.
It was
Let's
a
go.
taco with like 15 little tongues in it because the tongues are tiny. So you're biting it and you just feel all these.
But it's not like the tongues are like.
You didn't mince them into like
No.
hamburger. They were.
Well, they're not that big.
Bro, it
Duck
was
tongues aren't that
disgusting.
big.
It was like making out with 15 little ducks at once. It was
No,
not.
all right, we're good.
I'll try.
Good.
It didn't taste bad. It just felt bad. The texture was
Felt
not
wrong.
right. So Shunt is actually angry at this taco.
I'm mad about it.
I'll eat that fucking taco. I'd give it a shot.
Oh my gosh.
Tell
All
me it'll
right.
be like that.
All right, no more duck tongue. We are 2 minutes in this movie. Let's go. So there's a bank robbery going. He's just using that hand cannon of his, blasting at the car. And we get some of that early action movie stuff. Guy hits a fire hydrant, water going everywhere. Guys in the car's dead. And he comes over to this guy, and you get that classic Clint Eastwood thing. Because this guy, he winged him, but he didn't kill him. He's bleeding on his shoulder. Might die, who knows. And he's got a shotgun there on the ground. And that's when Eastwood comes up to him and gives him the famous speech that everyone gets wrong, including myself.
Yep.
We say, "You feeling lucky, punk? Well, are you?" Or whatever. You like totally mangle it.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit longer than
Yeah,
that. but
people
that's what-
usually pause. You got to ask yourself one question: do you feel lucky, punk?
Right.
Well, do you? It doesn't say it like that. He just
Right,
says, "Do you feel lucky, punk?" Well, do you? But and some shit in your mind, in your memory, sometimes gets dramatized. But
Yeah.
this guy, this is arguably not only arguably one of the most famous scenes in movie history. Because if you
Right.
go up to anybody of a certain age group and say, you got to ask yourself one question, and then you give them the "you finish" gesture, they will finish it because it's that famous. But
Right.
definitely, probably the most famous line in action movie history. Like, goes on about the 44 caliber, the most powerful handgun in the world, blow your head clean off.
Yep.
But that part isn't even as famous as You really got to ask yourself one question. Like this is it. We're at the peak,
Right.
at the zenith of movie quotes.
Right. And then, the other famous movie quote that always gets misquoted is Darth Vader to Luke. He's like, Luke, I am your father. It's like, that's not what he said. He says, no, I am your father. You know what I mean? But my whole life, like pretty much growing up, I was always like, Luke, I am your father. Like he doesn't say that. And
Luke,
that's
I'm
so
your
weird.
fucking dad.
Yep.
I would
No,
like
he
it
didn't
if,
say that.
when they remake the woke version. Like, what are they going to do then in Star Wars? Ugh.
Yeah.
Luke, what do you want to be today?
I
Have
am
you
your
picked your
parent
gender
that
that
produced sperm.
have you
They've already
have you
made
picked
the
your
woke
gender
version.
yet?
Ugh.
What are you?
Yeah.
Let's
I mean-
hang out. Take your pants off.
They've already made the woke version. That is what The Force Awakens and all that shit is. You know what I mean? Make Luke a girl and go for it.
I feel so
God.
bad for people who are big time Star Wars fans when all the new shit came out like 99 and all that. People were just so fuck. Because it was like
I
what,
remember
20 years or something? They had
being
20 years.
So amped up for that 1999 Star Wars because my whole
Yeah.
childhood I wanted them to make another one,
Mhm.
and we were so excited. We went and saw it, me and my brother, The Phantom Menace. Then we saw it again like 2 hours later. We saw it twice the first night.
Mhm.
And like a day or two later, you start like, the movie was about trade embargoes and Senate hearings.
Yeah, but
that
guys,
movie fucking
that.
sucked. Those
I-
people, they couldn't have acted their way out of a wet paper bag in that movie. That was
let me say this though.
awful.
I was one of the people who, during that time, though, and I will hold to this, said to people, I go, guys, when people would say, George Lucas needs to not have Star Wars anymore. He needs to hand it over to somebody else. And I
we
said,
got our wish, didn't we? And now
you got your wish, and let me tell you, fools, you have no idea what's coming down the pike. I wish I mean, oh my lord, man.
But it's not.
I mean,
It's not like this. It's not like Phantom Menace came out 2, 3, 4, 5 years after the last Star Wars movie. They had 20 years.
Oh, speaking of that, when I was in Vegas, I saw that Friday, like 3 days ago Friday, Return of the Jedi is in theaters for the 40th anniversary. So I'm going to have to go see that this week because I haven't seen it in theaters.
Oh, that's cool.
I was a kindergartner in Honolulu, Hawaii when I saw Return of the Jedi in theaters.
Yep.
So I'm going to have to run out and go see that this week.
yeah, it was in
Yeah, when
Detroit
they
at
bring
the
shit
time.
like that back, like just crazy popular, iconic movies, when they bring them back to see them again in the movie theater, that's pretty damn cool.
Yep.
I, as we all know on this channel, despise the Marvel movies, but there was something about the Guardians of the Galaxy movies I liked. It was mostly as an artist, as an illustrator, the aesthetic. I love the visuals in those movies, so I could put up with the actually dialogue because I love the visual in those movies. So I might go see it. I saw the first two, so might. Anyway, do you feel lucky, Punk? Well, do you whatever 5 rounds?
And with
6
that,
rounds, the whole spiel.
another genre, iconic performance in another genre. Like how many genre? What do we got? We got Bridges of Madison County up in this guy's career. Does anybody?
Yeah, he
wanna
can
explain
go
to me?
either way on you. He can go either
He's
way
a
on you.
star.
What's it? Every Which Way But Loose. Is that the one where you had the monkey?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I mean,
Yep.
Clint, he can go anywhere. He can go play Misty
Anywhere.
for me and not even be an action star. Play the DJ.
Did he have a
He's
chimp or an
versatile.
orangutan in that one?
I don't know, monkey.
That,
Maybe a chimp.
Orangutan.
Oh, wait, you said that? I don't know. You're the people who get us killed in Planet of the Apes. Have you seen that movie? Just some fucking monkey. I'm
Some
a
fucking
monkey.
monkeys.
Well, you're the guy who gets us all killed when we
No,
get
man,
captured.
I'd have a gun in that movie, and it wouldn't matter what kind of fucking monkey.
Okay,
that
Rob
was.
confirms it's an
Shot.
orangutan.
Orangutan.
Thank you.
Am
Rob.
I the only person on Earth? I'm 44. For the first 40 years or 30 years of my life, said orangutan with a G at the end. Am I the only
Oh
one?
yeah,
said that.
no, I had to say that all the
I
time.
mean,
I still
everyone
might
said
say that.
orangutan, and
Yeah.
it's like I've been saying it wrong this whole time.
We don't even have those in our country. Fuck them.
Ugh.
Yeah, exactly right.
Fuck 'em.
I say build the wall.
Yeah. They remember they used to have I can't remember the name of it, but it was I think Man versus Beast or some shit, where they would have people competing against animals in like feats of strength. There's like one guy who was a world-class eater or competitive eater. He was going against trying to eat more hot dogs than a grizzly bear in a minute or some shit like that.
Oh, good
And there was
God.
one where it was an orangutan and it was against like a bunch of people, like a professional tug of war team or some shit. It was a bunch of people, and the orangutan was just sitting there, just pulling the people toward him, like they were giving no resistance, and they're like, feet being dragged in the ground. The monk and the fucking orangutan's just pulling them like it's nothing. Like it was like there was nothing else on the end of that rope. It was crazy.
I think I found it.
But if he's shooting you with a look at the barrel on that thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like if he's shooting you from that distance with that kind of round, man, that it would have been a mess inside that car. And that dude, his arm probably wouldn't still be attached because they weren't that far away. That bullet's just getting going, and it would fuck somebody's body up. Our bodies are among the most frail on this earth.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, come on now, too. He's like, you feeling lucky? Well, I don't really think if you've taken one in the shoulder from that weapon, luck's got nothing to do with it at that point.
And then
You're not moving to get that.
The answer is 6 because the guy, after he tells him, did I shoot 5 rounds or 6? And he's like, I gotta know. Like,
he says, I got to know.
Yeah, I got to know, baby. I got to know. I'd be like, I don't give a fuck, man. Call me an ambulance, please. But then he points the gun at him. The guy's like, click. So answer.
Yeah,
6.
I can't believe, and that just shows you like Dirty Harry is hardcore, man. Like Dirty Harry,
he could have shot that dude in the face.
He's 99% certain he shot all 6. He's not, but nothing is 100.
He's like, he's like, it was so loud. It was so loud. Everything happened so fast.
A highly decorated career, I thought I fired them all, Chief. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I counted it. I don't know.
I could have swore it was 6, Chief. I swear. Come on.
Can you imagine how cool it would have been if I had fired them all, though? I mean, can you imagine? Unfortunately, I'm now doing time. Weird twist.
I blew the top of that dude's head off in broad daylight.
He was one click away from like an hour of yard time a day. You know what I mean?
23-1, man.
Yeah, 23-1.
And I'm sure he put away most of the population of the local prison.
He gets in the prison. Oh, hi, guys.
Hey, fellas. Let me
What's
guess.
up, fellow inmates?
Armed robbery, assault and battery, murder. What's up? Yeah, what a great guy.
He did get. He got injured in the shootout. Did he get winged in the leg? Right, something like that, or I don't know. He goes to this doctor, and the doctor pulls something out of his leg, a little something.
Yeah.
So
there's another classic action movie trope: a little graze, a little through and through. He has to go in there and show how tough he is. Hey, doc, I don't need that. Keep that anesthetic. Just take it out. I'm just gonna smoke this cigarette in here.
Just let me have a
next to this oxygen tank.
Clear this thing right up.
Yeah, give me a bowl of rigatoni and a cute nurse.
Are you gents squeamish about medical stuff, or are you
not at all?
Not talking about it, but seeing it, I'm cool. But
seeing it,
no, I mean having it done.
Nothing. None of it bothers me.
No, I don't think so.
I had a staph infection in my elbow 3 years ago. The kind where I had to go to the hospital and they inject you, cut you open, and pull all the crap out. It was like a hair follicle that got an infection. They had to drain it. And I was mad when the doctor was doing that. I was leaning so hard to watch because I wanted to see inside. But it was like bigger than a pencil, the hole he dug and was scraping out. But I was watching. I was trying to watch the whole time. It doesn't bother me.
I don't think I'd want to see that.
I'm going to be real with y'all. I will take the Pepsi challenge with almost anybody on that stuff. Appendix ruptured, drove myself to the hospital. Novocaine didn't work on one of my teeth, and they had to top it and inject the nerve directly, and I had to calm down the medical professionals who were doing it. It was so brutal. I can take some shit in a hospital. That's just the way it is, man. Afraid of fucking nothing.
No, I passed out one time, split my chin open after seeing somebody's toe get pretty fucked up. But it was at the hospital, so that's a good place for it to happen.
When toes get fucked up,
you're going to hurt yourself, do it at a hospital.
Lucky you didn't bust your teeth falling.
Well, I went like this, and I just felt like that on my chin. Bam!
Oh!
And I had a watch on, and the watch, because my hands were just flat by my sides, the watch dug into my wrist a little bit. But yeah, I saw that real quick, I'll tell you the story. So I'm at the barracks in the Navy.
We're not on any kind of schedule. Don't worry.
I think we can veer off course, right? So at the barracks, and it's like Friday, Saturday night or something. And my roommate, he has a crush on this girl, this other sailor in the Navy. And she's going to go out and watch a WWF F show. I think it was still WWF at the time, whatever. And she's gonna go watch wrestling. And she's going with these guys. And I was like, dude, tell her that you want to go out with her. Like, tell her to fuck those plans. Go, tell her you want to go out. And so she comes into she stands like a couple steps inside our barracks, and she's telling him about where she's gonna go. And it's like, dude, go talk to her. Go talk to her. So he goes, and we're in our barracks, so he's barefoot. So he goes to walk after her, and she didn't know he was walking up behind her. So she swings the door open, and his big toe gets wedged under the door. And it's in the barracks, so it's like one of them heavy ass fire doors. So his toe is wedged under there. So I'm sitting in the room, and all I see out of the corner of my eye is him standing in the doorway with the door open, and she's not there anymore. I'm like, dude, close the door. And he points down to his foot, and I was like, oh shit. I was like, well, you can't stay there all weekend. You're gonna have to close the door. So he just counts to 3 and fucking slams the door, and it like ripped his nail off. So we call the ambulance, blah blah blah, and I'm following the ambulance in the government vehicle. We get there. The doctor finally shows up, and he takes his toe and he squeezes it together, and all this blood just like oozes out of the top. And I was like, oh, well, let's strike number 1. And then the doctor took some scissors and like cut the skin so it was nice and even, so he could stitch it up. And I was like, oh, that's it.
Let me even you out there.
I was like, I said, I'm gonna go ahead and go outside, smoke a cigarette, and let me know when you're done. And this fool grabs my hand, stay here with me. And so I stay there. And the doctor like grabbed his toe again. I was like, dude, I'm out. And so I go, and then I'm sitting there leaning up against the wall, smoking a cigarette. And then next thing I know, somebody's saying, sir, can you stand up? Can you stand up, sir? And I remember thinking to myself, dude, somebody answer these people. Like, who the fuck are they talking to?
Gosh.
And so my eyes open, my eyes flutter open, and the ground is right here. And I'm like, oh shit, they're talking to me. So they pick me up, put me in the wheelchair. And this is February, New Jersey, and I had a t-shirt on. And so I was all cold and shit. So I was shaking, and the nurse goes, why are you shaking? And I said, I just smoked some crack. She's like, what? And I was like, I'm just kidding. And I look down, and I see there's like blood on my shirt. And so I just feel it, and there's like blood in my hand and shit. I was like, oh, and so they got like 10 stitches. I got a little scar right here.
Wow.
But then I come back wheeling. He's like, dude, what happened? I thought you went to smoke a cigarette. I was like, fuck you, man. It's your fault. Maybe look at your fucked up toe. But yeah. So I got 10 stitches for that. So I don't like that.
I told you guys, I think that I ripped off my index toe, the second toe, same way. Opened the bathroom door, and the bottom of the door just caught my toenail. Peeled it back like the lid off of a can.
That's one of those where you don't want to look down at it.
But the crazy thing was, I didn't have a toenail on that toe for like the previous 4 months because I stepped off a curb barefoot, or coming in the house, I missed the concrete step, and my toenail caught the concrete like a little pebble or something and peeled it off. So I had just peeled that toenail off like 4 months ago, and then I did it again after it finally fully healed. I like this story. Brian Knapp, when he had his wisdom teeth out, he woke up from the anesthesia to find the dentist standing on the arm of the chair, yanking with all his might. I got my wisdom teeth out. They didn't put me under. They just gave me the local anesthetic. It didn't hurt anything. But I remember the guy with 2 hands with this big steel, with like a pick thing, just, and you just finally hear, you just hear all this suction, and then like, here's your tooth, So
I woke up in the middle of mine too, and to the sound of the grinding in my ear because I had an impacted tooth. Ooh. And I said, what did I say? I think I said something like, hey man, stop. They gave me some more drugs and put me back out. It was hilarious, man. Shit.
Anyone that's seen There's Something About Mary and knows the Frank and Beans joke?
Yeah, that shit's wrong.
We're not going to get too deep into that here on this show. But I will tell you, until I was about 26 or 7, I didn't think that was possible.
Mm-hmm.
And then I learned it was possible, and I'll leave it at that.
Yep.
So
shit happens.
I'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
That's right.
Bad time. Those are, oof. So, all right.
So anyway.
And that was the injury portion of Double Impact.
All right. From food to gruesome injuries. Arumafe for $5 American.
$5.
Thank you. Thank you, Betty. She was awake. They pulled 4 teeth, had a local shot in both gums. LOL. So I saw it all and felt him pulling. Yeah, I was awake when they pulled mine too. So
Yeah, I got my 4 wisdom teeth pulled in boot camp, and I could hear the root being pulled out and stuff. And one of my teeth, you had to cut 4 pieces and pull it out. Yeah, I was awake for the whole thing.
Well,
oh my
I
gosh,
gotta be real
Rob
with you.
says they pulled out some of his sinus when they pulled his
Yeah.
top wisdom.
that stuff happens.
Damn.
I'm not an attorney, so this is not official legal advice. Look into a lawsuit, maybe. I don't
Yeah.
think they're
That
allowed.
motherfucker.
I don't think they're allowed to pull out part of your skull. I don't think that's part of the deal.
Well, and this is the thing, right? There's different people who have different drive and different pain tolerance, and we need to accept this. But one of the worst bits of info I ever got was that if you had a tooth out, you could get money from the tooth fairy.
Right.
So I started just going
True.
through my teeth and seeing if any of them had any give.
Any kind of
And
wiggle.
I started earning some bank until I was, when people start realizing, hey, that's most of the root there. They start telling you, you know what, we're going to pay you to not
Yeah,
do
keep
that at a
'em in.
certain point, kids. I was for real.
Damn. Maybe too real.
Tammy?
Some people might say too real.
Tammy, we're not going to go
real.
deep into this. I'll say this about the Frank and the beans. Okay,
Ooh.
I quit drinking permanently. I haven't had a drink since August of 2017. I don't drink. I'm a teetotaler. No drugs, no drinking, no smoking, no nothing. But when the incident occurred, it was in the old drinking days. So there's an anesthetic effect, right? So you get into this situation. So you're like, if I wasn't drinking, I bet that really hurts. That was my reaction. So there you go. Now you know way too much.
That's what we do here.
Yeah. Okay.
Right on.
So anyway, Clint Eastwood is at the doctor here and getting a little stitched up. And yeah, they got to know who the sniper is. It's gonna, if they don't act fast, it's gonna terrify the town. The mayor's not happy with how his image is gonna look. The police chief, they don't want to look bad. They don't want to look. They can't defend the town. If only our mayors and police chiefs cared nowadays the way they did in this movie, right? No looking bad to us. But yeah. Oh, and then they're telling Eastwood, that's what I'm calling him now, that he has a new partner. He's a brand new.
That's right.
And
he-
don't they call him? They call him a really racist Hispanic.
Yes,
thing,
he
don't they?
does. He does.
Does he call him a spick or a beaner?
Yeah.
What does he call him? I don't remember.
Calls him a spick.
Okay, all right.
But in a nice way.
Yeah,
He meant it in a
yeah.
nice way.
Because apparently his other partner is injured and he's going to be out for.
Yeah,
a
he's
while.
hurt. But he tells, but it's when he calls him that, to play devil's advocate, he calls him that under the guise of I hate everybody.
Right.
Yeah.
It was kind of like, even Spicks. So he hates everyone.
Yeah.
But it just happens to be his guy.
By
And
the
it's the
way-
classic I don't need a partner. Well, you already have a partner. Well, I need this guy. Well, your partner's hurt. I don't want to need to break in a new guy. Talking about the guy like he's not standing there. Just no respect for this new partner. He just wants to go solo. But Chief won't let him do it, or the captain won't let him do it.
So then they're talking to the mayor again too, because they want him and Chico Gonzalez to be on top of this Scorpio guy, the sniper.
Mhm.
And in that note, Scorpio demands like $100,000 or else he's going to kill more people. And if you agree, now you guys got to think of the technology in the old days. There were personal ads in the paper for you youngins. You could literally say like, 37-year-old white male searching for, whatever female. There were like personal ads. And you could just put out anything in the classifieds. You're selling stuff like Craigslist and all that.
Mhm.
And they told him to put, and the criminal, Scorpio, tells the mayor and the police chief, put in his note, put out a personal ad if you agree to my terms of giving me $100,000, this, that, and the other. So, so they do it, but they don't plan on giving him money. They're just doing it to buy time.
Yeah, and they tell him that. He says, just kind of, blow some smoke up his ass. Tell him we're working on it, to give them time to crack the case, hopefully before he strikes again.
Right. And he said that if they didn't pay him, he was going to kill a priest and a black person like next or whatever, so he gave them a little clue what he's up to.
Very
so they're going to
specific.
want to start like staking out this Catholic church, I guess,
Mhm. But how many of those are in San Francisco, and how many black
Well,
folks are in San
know.
Francisco?
Probably less than 100 Catholic churches there.
Well,
Yeah,
let
now
me
there's
say,
probably 6.
Right.
we're gonna get to a sequence in this movie later, but I just want to point out how Chico Suave.
Chico Suave.
This is the thing, right? Is that how do I word this? If we're gonna get to a point later on in this movie where he goes to see somebody for assistance in the form of a beating, and I would contend that is the one thing I couldn't wrap my mind around, because if somebody comes who is a known suspect for the things he has threatened and the shit he has done to a child before that point as a suspect, you are not leaving that beating, okay? You are not leaving that beating. It's like when Dahmer went to jail and he was just ripped to fucking pieces.
Yeah, he got beat to death.
You are not.
Yeah.
You gotta be shitting me. This dude's like, I will kill either a priest or a very racially specific person. You need hanging. Done. He needs to be fucking killed. Sorry. The fuck?
And he looks the part.
Yeah.
He does.
He looks the part.
Yeah, he's a weird looking dude, poor guy. But yeah, so he doesn't get his money in time because the mayor and the chief like, we need time to get the money, as you see here in the first
bugging around.
To Scorpio, we agree, but need time to get money. Be patient. I love that you could just publish that in the paper and everyone else in town reading has no idea what that's in reference to. What a weird way, but like brilliantly beautiful way to communicate in the old days. You just send someone a message and everyone else can read it and has no idea who it's from, what it's about, who it's to.
They're reading correspondence between the police department and a psycho serial killer.
Yep.
Look at the one under it.
Try the ointment. Mine itches too. With no context. It's like I have the itch as well. Try the ointment to Scorpio. Yeah, it's weird.
Look at the other messages around it. Young, attractive brunette, 32, new car, would like to meet retired gentleman, something 455.
Box 455.
Right. So
BJ, meet me at the usual. Okay, look.
Meet me at the usual rendezvous. I understand what it. Oh, hang on. We got to do this in dramatic voice. BJ, meet me at the usual rendezvous. I understand what has happened, and I will assist. There you go.
Damn. I would write one that just said BJ, period.
Yeah.
That's it. But that's so, especially now, with social media and, we all, like we were talking about earlier, we all hear about these crazy stories. So it seems like there's so many more psychos in the world. But attractive brunette, 32, new car, would like to meet retired gentlemen. Like just putting it out there.
Right.
Just, that shit, viewing it through the prism of now, that's just so fucking weird. But that was it. That was the way that that was your social media. That's how you could reach the widest audience, would be putting it in the newspaper in whatever town.
Right.
And in San Francisco, that's casting a pretty fucking wide net.
Right.
Yeah, do you think that, it's 1971, but do you think that, she's not young anymore, but do you think she's still fit? Do you think I got a shot?
You have a shot for sure, but,
it
might be past the expiration date.
Okay, fair point.
This movie is 52-ish years old. So 32. Listen,
window's closing. Okay.
I didn't go to MIT. I didn't get my doctorate in mathematics from MIT, but 32 plus 52, I believe, is 84.
Yeah, she's Nancy Pelosi's age.
Right. Hey. So.
Damn.
Excuse me.
I'll say this, Sean.
No, this is Nancy Pelosi.
That was
Bay Area. Pelosi. It's a Bay Area.
Yeah, San Francisco.
I'm telling you.
That's our stomping grounds.
Solved the mystery.
Attractive brunette, new car, looking to meet a retired gentleman.
Earrings fall off.
So I wonder how her husband, Paul, how his little hammer friend is doing. The little guy with the hammer.
He's doing well.
He's sticking in there, man.
Like all people who came to this country with a dream, his was to assault somebody with a hammer. But whatever.
He's still trying to hammer out all the details, but he'll get it.
So Scorpio. They picked a great guy to play Scorpio because he's unfortunate looking, and sure enough, he's on a building in broad daylight, aiming at some African Americans, as he promised. It would be a priest,
man of his word. We have some ice cream.
He could have just done a black priest. That would have two birds, one stone.
Yeah.
But you know, he's not lazy. He's not cutting corners.
No,
You know,
2 birds, 2 stones. Higher
Right.
body count.
right? Yeah. So he sees these two, I think, eating ice cream and enjoying a
Yeah.
nice day, and they're gonna go sit down, and you know, he's got his scope trained on them, and helicopter flies by with the loudspeaker on and all that. You know, so he doesn't
Hey,
get his
fucker.
shot off. He skedaddles.
Yeah.
Nice gay couple. I remember seeing that and I went, oh, those two gentlemen appear to be gay. But I'm curious. Looked up in Internet Movie Database and there was a photo of that actor and said, gay man.
Oh. Damn.
It's like, there's your descriptor. Man.
Gaming.
All right. I think that was Van Damme's very first role in a French language comedy film. It's like Gay Karate Man. And he drives like a roadster, a convertible roadster, and gives the guy a ride from point A to point B. And I think like tries to hit on the guy, like grabs the guy's thigh. I think
Point
that was
A to-
Van Damme's very first role, like in the mid '80s.
Point A to point D. Hello.
No.
Oh, this is the police. Please stay put.
We're gonna land. It's gonna take some time, but we'll be there in like 45.
We're gonna land this thing. There's no safe landing anywhere near you, so we're gonna land. It's like a mile away. I need you to wait up there on the roof when we get there. Okay? Don't get rid of the evidence. Give us, I think, 15 minutes. Give us 20 minutes. Earl says 20 minutes. We'll be there.
Scout's honor. You promise?
Write your name.
Sir,
large.
do you promise?
Totally, dude. Totally.
Hand behind his back. Take your hand from behind your back. I feel like you're crossing your fingers. Damn.
All right. So yeah. So he gets away, but he doesn't get to shoot those
Fucker.
innocent ice cream lickers. You know.
Thank God.
Yeah, he's got a face like a male feminist. I mean, you just look at that dude, and it's
Dude, my
fucking
pussy,
hell.
my pussy grabs back.
Wait a second. He looks. Hold on a second. He looks like a certain professional swimmer,
Uh-oh,
a
Moby
competitive
Dick.
swimmer at a glance. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong, Jericho.
No, he does.
He's,
He does.
he's a bit unfortunate looking, poor guy.
Damn it.
Yes, he is.
We got him this role, though. Good for you,
Yep.
man.
So cruising the streets of San Francisco late at night,
Mm.
it's Eastwood and Gonzalez.
You're going to see some
But it's
fucked
actually
up shit
he's
tonight.
Callahan. It's Callahan.
You're going to see some fucked up shit tonight. San Francisco at nighttime, and they know where all the
Yeah.
grimy spots are. Ew.
So the helicopter relayed the information that it was a man with a tan briefcase because he was able to take his rifle apart and put it in a briefcase. That's how he carries it around town.
Another classic action movie trope: the breaking
Yeah,
down
yeah.
of the sniper rifle in the inconspicuous case. Like, you know, there's plenty of guys running around with a giant briefcase.
Adam Carolla, who I love, the great podcaster and comedian, he talks about like macho things from movies that he wants to end up doing in real life. And assembling a gun from a briefcase sounds badass. I've never done
Telling
that.
you.
And another one Carolla always talks about is jumping over the hood of a car and sliding your ass across it before you get in the driver's seat or whatever. You know what I'm
Wait.
talking about?
Hell
Have
yeah.
either of you done
Dukes
that?
of Hazzard style.
Right.
Have either of you done that?
No, I've never slid over the roof of a car. I haven't
Wow.
done it.
I think I did as a
Dude.
kid. I did it as a
Yeah,
kid.
I mean, look, I grew up in
Maybe as a
Chattanooga.
kid.
We all did that. Everybody in my crew at some point ran and slid across the hood of the car to get to the
cool
driver's
shit, man.
side.
That's Dukes of
gotta
Hazzard
do
shit. We
it.
gotta go. We gotta
Right.
go. You know, Boss Hogg's up to his shenanigans again. We gotta hop across the hood of this car and get it. Fuck yeah.
Now hold on. I never saw this show, The Duke of Hazzard. It is I, the Duke of Hazzard. Somehow I find myself looking for the Duke boys, the moonshiners, bootleggers even. I
But
like
I
the Duke of
can't
Hazzard.
seem to find them. They're in a place called Hazzard County, but I'm here in Hazzard Parish because I'm only the Duke of Hazzard.
Have we considered calling the sheriff Roscoe P. Coltrane to maybe apprehend them?
Oh, I've thought about it, but his boss, Boss Hogg as he's called, would not relinquish him.
What are the odds that a man that finds himself in the position of a boss would be named boss?
Oh, now.
It's so strange, but let's talk about Daisy Duke for a moment, shall we?
Yeah.
She's delectable.
I got to show you something real quick. Well, let me see if I can.
What's wrong with that Enos boy?
They're tasty.
Oh my
little
God, dude! What did we have? We had Enos, we had Scooter, Oh, sorry. We had Scooter Cooter. Real name. We had Skeeter. What else did we have there? We had every known.
Just no
horrendous
branches
name.
on that family tree. None.
Yeah, but
It's like a
I've got to see
telephone
if I
pole.
can find.
For I am the Duke of Hazard.
I'm the only Duke of Hazard.
So, do you guys think, like, this is the greatest thing ever, right? I found this, and this is, I don't know how else to word this. I'm just going to call this up here.
What is it?
This is a package designed for a General Lee Matchbox car.
The
And I
sheriff
just, because
of
people
Roscoe-Ham.
yeah, people have often said, you know, do you miss like the time period of your childhood? I don't know. I mean, everybody's got, you know, things that they love, but I think that yeah, I think that I do on some levels when I see this Matchbox car package.
Damn, there was that.
Anyone else?
I don't remember that one.
What a time to be alive.
What a time
Man.
to be alive, kids. you
Nice rack upon you, Daisy of Duke.
I think I like girls, Dad.
I told you guys where I was. Princess Leia was on some TV special. I was in 1st or 2nd grade.
Probably the Muppets,
I
man.
saw her, and I was like, it could have been, because it was on TV at night. I saw her, and nothing's in the same sense. You know?
That's right.
How's that?
You know what team you're on.
Yeah.
Yep.
The light flicked on at 7 years old. So.
And it's still on.
There
Burning
we
bright.
go.
Burning bright.
Yep. In there.
Anyway, these two are out for a romantic drive around the Tenderloin.
Yep.
Looking for the man and
Sorry, kill me.
Let's see how let's see how tender this loin can get.
Right. So
Yep.
Chico sees someone with a tan suitcase. Could be Scorpio the killer. Might just be an innocent person who happens to have the same fashion sense as Scorpio the killer. So they follow him around. You go this way, I'll go that way, and we're gonna surveil this guy because he's going into like a little, I don't know if it's a brownstone home or a little apartment, doesn't matter. But the guy goes in. And here's where we get a
Looking
taste
shady.
of
God bless.
why he might be called Dirty Harry.
Mm.
Yeah.
Well, he
So-
gives a different explanation, but yeah,
Right.
this
right.
is giving you your first
So,
indication of why they
You
call him.
imagine it's late at night and you're in an alley looking in someone's window, and then you misspell censored like you didn't go to college.
Sin code. Oh,
Sin
I remember working for that corporation.
Oh
Sin
yes,
code.
SIN card. Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was some guy, and his
Nice.
lady, and he had a yeah. You see him there with the briefcase. He brings her something, and he opens the
Little something
briefcase. And
nice.
she's real happy, and then she takes that rainbow flower mumu just off and lets
Yep.
the girls fly free.
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
God bless her.
Why'd you wait
Yeah.
that long?
And Dirty Harry, he's standing on a trash can looking in their window. He just stays there. Clearly, this isn't the killer, but he's just like, you know what?
Still.
While I'm here,
There's titties out.
Right.
Can't
There
leave
ought to be a
perfectly
law.
good- I can't even leave two perfectly good titties ungawked. You had to.
Yes. That's right.
Right.
Good job, man. Thank you for us.
Oscar Gonzalez has the technical terminology here.
It's huge bazongas, yes.
Oh, yeah. Any medical journal.
Right.
That's how you're
That's
gonna
like
see him
that's
there.
like 3rd year medical school kind
Yeah.
of thing
Yeah.
out there. You know.
Oh my
Huge
God, what a
bazongas.
coincidence. This guy's name is Dirty Sanchez.
You guys should meet up.
Right.
I'll bring
Well,
my
one
huge
thing-
bazongas.
One thing that
Oh.
plays against the type of the filthy town of San Francisco is while he's staring at this lady and the guy in the window, like 3 or 4 dudes come in the alley and just wail on him like, "You dirty pervert, you peeping Tom," and they start to beat his ass. And
Yeah.
Chico comes a running and then fires a warning shot into the night sky, never pondering that the bullet will come down somewhere in town.
Yes.
But,
It'll just keep
you know-
flying. It just keeps going into it burns
That's
up in
right.
the Earth's atmosphere.
right.
But hey, I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at that attitude coming back. You know, hey, you fucking pervert, and you get your ass kicked
Yep.
outside of the house that they thought you were peeping into. That sounds cool.
Rob is
Yeah.
upset that I censored the photo.
Yep.
Can't show titties
Rob?
on here, Rob.
Listen, Rob.
Yeah.
Come
Whatever's
on,
going
Rob.
with you-
Daisy.
Rob, whatever's going on with you, that's not my job. Okay. I'm not here to take care of that.
Rob's just focused on titties. I respect it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. You know, it's funny.
Well,
You
it's
start off
difficult.
as a baby. You start off as a baby, and you cry because you want titties, and then it never ends as a man. You know,
Yeah, as a man, you're still crying for titties.
Women
Come
grow out of
on.
it. Women grow out of it. Men never grow out of crying for boobies.
That's right.
Well, they're the ones that have the titties.
Yeah.
If you don't like it, then don't have titties on the front of you.
Look at our new mod, None the Miser, defending my honor. He tells him Gabe
Yes.
didn't censor it. He censored it. That's right. That's
Senkud.
right.
Yeah, we're
You've been
Sencor
Senkud.
No, seriously, you've been. I absolutely can see Jericho saying, "You've been censured." This monocle. Oh,
You've
shit.
been Senkud.
No, he breathes on the monocle. Rubs it on. Said, "You give me no choice but to censor you." So there you go.
Yeah.
Please, no, please.
You
Sin
leave
call
me
him
no alternative, young man.
Sin call him immediately.
Oh gosh, no,
Sir, no, please. I have a family.
You're forcing me to sin call you.
Yes.
So they go
Where
from
we
that
are.
cluster F. Of,
Yeah, he gets walloped. He gets
yeah.
a good walloping.
Yeah, and then they have to head over to a suicide jumper.
Yeah.
You know, and that's the explanation he ends up giving Chico here in a minute. Is that's why he's Dirty Harry, because every stupid, filthy, dangerous, vile
Dirty
thing in
job.
town, he has to like deal with it all the time.
Yes, the
So no.
underbelly of San Francisco.
Right. He's not a peeping Tom. That was an accident. He just
Whoops.
stayed a little too long.
But you can understand. We see you standing on a trash can, titties are out, dark alley.
You lost focus, okay?
Our bad. But you looked the part, man. You really did.
Right.
And yeah, he explains to and shout out to Lethal Weapon 1.
Yep.
Right.
Because Riggs goes up, that guy's gonna jump, and Riggs ends up jumping off with him onto that big old, puffy pad thing that they had inflated. But this guy's not so lucky. All he came with was one of those
The ladder on the fire truck.
those yeah, almost like those, but like those things you see parked outside of a building when they're like those scissor lifts that take people up and stuff. That's what I thought it was at first, but yeah, it's a ladder from the fire department, and this bitch is coming down one way or another, man.
Yeah, give me 1 second here. I have to write something.
You are coming down one way or another. So luckily he chose the Dirty Harry way to get down off of that ledge. Somebody's like, "Why'd you hit him?"
Yeah.
Who cares? He's alive, ain't he? You son of a bitch.
Sorry, I have to take something. Take care of something.
Yeah, take care of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, done. All right, yeah. So yeah, he goes up there and talks to the guy, and he starts grossing the guy out, telling him about how he had seen another suicide jumper hit the ground, guts everyone. The guy's like, ooh, the guy's like ready to retch because he's just telling the story all disgusting.
Mm-hmm.
And then the guy's like, "You son of a bitch," and like jumps off the building and tries to grab him and take him down. And it doesn't work. He grabs him, saves his life.
He does, and he's being a little rowdy on the way down. So he gives him some customer service across his face, across his chops.
Right.
And they're like, "Why'd you hit him?" Like, who cares? Just save this fool's life. Who gives a shit why I hit him?
Yeah.
Right.
He's lucky. That's all he got. Some bitch.
So yeah, so they don't find Scorpio, but they end up peeping on a woman by accident, and then they end up saving this guy from jumping off a building. So there you go. As John says, a full service policeman. So there you
Yeah, they saw some titties and saved a life. I'd say that was a successful shift, man.
go. Yeah.
Yep.
There you go. Rob trying to start crap. Who would win in a fight, Riggs or Dirty Harry?
Oh, Riggs, for sure. Yeah, Riggs is he's fucking crazy.
But look at the size differential, though.
Yeah, but Riggs is scrappy. He's crazy as fuck. Yeah, I'll
Have
take
you
Riggs.
seen
man.
Mr. Joshua?
Well, what about
He took
Dirty?
out-
Yeah,
What about Dirty Harry pulling that trigger in that guy? I got to know, man.
I got to know, baby. I mean,
Yep.
nah, but Dirty Harry, like he might get a few good punches, but nah, man, he's not beating Riggs. Riggs is fucking nuts. He beat Mr. Joshua in the rain, so
Yes.
I'm going with Riggs.
All right. Who killed more guys, Riggs or Harry? That
Riggs.
Riggs,
Riggs
by
for
a country mile.
sure. Riggs,
Listen.
that one scene where he was sniping fools in the desert before they caught him, dude. Riggs is killing fools.
Riggs pulled a house off of a Hollywood Hills with
Yeah, with
truck.
his truck.
Yeah. So
Come on, man. He killed half of South Africa in the second one.
He also had
No,
a
even-
dagger
even though they
tattoo.
had
Meant he was a
diplomatic
part of-
immunity.
Diplomatic immunity.
But he had a tattoo that meant he was a member of an elite killing squad.
Yeah, from
Yeah,
Vietnam,
that's
dude. He took that dude's head and slammed it in a car door. That dude's a
Okay.
savage.
Okay, you're winning me over here. When I was in Vegas,
Fuck that
I don't watch a lot of TV, but I watch TV when I'm on the road at hotels. I love it because it's like trash TV. But I flipped the channel in Vegas, and they played Lethal Weapon 1, 2, and 3 in a row at night. I caught half of 2, and then I caught 3, and then I fell asleep. So it was a delight to see Leo Getz, you know. So it was very nice. But okay, we'll say Riggs would do more damage than Dirty Harry. But that's a very high bar. It's a very high bar.
Yeah.
So, right. So they didn't find the Scorpio that night, but the next day they get awful news. Scorpio found his black person shoot, and it's a 10-year-old boy.
This, again, guys, I need you to remember this when we get to that later scene. How would this guy not be Dahmered when they were done with him? I mean, if you shoot a child's face off and you are, I don't care if you're a suspect or not, you are not coming out of an illegal punch factory alive. Period. What the fuck? Seeing that mom, man, that shit was... We mentioned this before, but it's like... It's the John Rambo shit. They used to show... They did it in Heat, actually, pretty well. But showing the people who are affected by these crimes is something I really appreciate in these movies. You know? Like the parent, the family showing up. Like, that was... They even did that in Terminator, if I'm not mistaken. You know, they had the elements of that, you know?
Yeah, you gotta make another classic action movie trope. You gotta make the bad guys bad because you have to justify, you know, what the star is gonna do. You know, wrecking the city or shooting all kinds of people, whatever it is, it has to be justified. And if the bad guy is a fucking monster like this guy appears to be, then you know, there's nothing that you can do that's not bad enough, that's not harsh enough or brutal enough. So fucking get him, Callahan.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Callahan, he's not an anti-hero. I don't think he is because he's not a nice person at all, but he is righteous. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he doesn't commit evil himself. He doesn't do that, you know. So
Now,
he's
do you
not
guys,
a nice man at all.
we've all been to San Francisco, right? So here's a question I have, having looked at a lot of documentaries on these serial killers. This looks like one of the famous serial killer. I don't know if it was the Hillside Strangler or whatever it was, but it looks to me like they were referencing crime scene photos for a lot of this stuff.
Maybe.
Like the way that the car was parked, like all of that stuff. It really does look like not only was this ripped from the headlines and with obvious references in it, I think there was an attention to detail about how these crimes were being worked, what the scenes were like the kid on the side of the hill. Like there's, I don't know, but it gave it knowing what was going on, you know, around that time and that led up to this. It struck me as having a certain kind of authenticity in the way it was staged. I missed that kind of stuff. You know, that sort of,
Remember, one of the writers of this, I believe, God, I hope I'm right about this. It was late at night when I was reading articles about this. It was John Milius, who loves patriotism and law and order and justice and stuff like that. I'll double check because I made the claim twice and I'm unsure, but I think I'm right. Aruma Face says real quick, I thought that's what an anti-hero was, someone who was gruff and unlikable but a good man. My definition in my head is an anti-hero is the anti part to me is they're a lawbreaker, like the Punisher. What the Punisher does in Marvel Comics is illegal. It's on the side of right, but he's breaking the law himself. So to me, in my own mind, I could be wrong, an anti-hero does break the rules. Dirty Harry, as far as I know, he doesn't break the rules, really. You know what I mean? Stretch them, bend them.
I think he definitely stretched them to almost to their breaking point when he pointed a 44 caliber at a dude's face outside of a bank. He pulled the trigger. That's definitely not department policy.
Hail on the miser. You're a mod for a reason.
Thank you, another miser. It was Millions. Okay, good.
Well, and this is the other thing too, right? I'm not. I hate to break it to people. I'm a boxing fan, a massive boxing fan, not a huge football fan. However, if that's what happened at football stadiums later on in this movie, I would always go to the football stadium. You know, where
Yeah, that'd be
Clint's got
cool.
him on the field. I'd have season tickets to watch
Yeah, you gotta
some
you gotta
maniac.
make it. You gotta try to make it from end zone to end zone with no padding, and those players can just. Oh,
And if
I
I'm
think
not
they could
mistaken-
kill somebody like that for sure.
Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, the stadium in this movie was the fucking Raiders. I'm pretty sure it was. I'm pretty sure
God
it
bless.
The most exciting thing to happen in our fucking stadium.
was. Hey. Arufe, is Batman an anti-hero? All superheroes technically would be anti-heroes because they're breaking the law. Superman and Batman don't have a license to do what they're doing. But since it's superheroes, it's fantasy. So you kind of like, you ignore that one and throw it out the window. Like Batman and Superman, they're legally not allowed to do what they do. But since it's comics, they're allowed to do what they do. And the mayor gives them the key to the city and blah, blah, blah. So an anti-hero to me is like a person that's bad but fighting worse people. I could be wrong.
I think in this, first of all, I think you have to have a civilized society like ours in order for an anti-hero to exist, for starters. And I define an anti-hero as somebody who goes against the liberties of human beings in this country. So, for example, Batman famously has a history, not that he started out this way, he used to carry guns, but Batman has a history of turning people into the police. So he breaks the law, but people get their day in court with Batman, traditionally speaking. So it's, do you abide by the principles of this country? You have to violate those in order to be a true anti-hero. Like the Punisher will shoot the kid who lives in the house with the drug lord back in the day. It is in his origin. He does not give a shit. Right. He kills all comers. It's a different kind of animal.
Mousy says something interesting here. The recent Boston Strangler movie, from the perspective of the two reporter women who did more to get to the truth than the cops, was pretty good. Yeah, I love a good thriller. A good, especially the thrillers like the Zodiac movie with Jake Gyllenhaal like 10 years ago. Mark Ruffalo. That's a good one, man.
There's a good Night Stalker? Richard Ramirez is a good documentary on that on Netflix.
Huh?
That was really good.
Right. So, okay, so the kid got killed and the swimming lady got killed. And so now they've come up with a plan. The chief, he has a plan where they're going to have policemen everywhere, some helicopters, everything, but they're going to intentionally leave this one area open, these buildings, and leave the building unlocked to get to the roof that has a good viewpoint of the Catholic Church because they know he still wants his Padre's scalp. You know what I mean? He still wants to get a Padre. So that's the next takeout they're going to go on. Then you get this iconic Jesus Saves. I've seen this in other media. I believe that who does those great I can't remember his name. He's a great comic book writer, and he works with this one illustrator over and over. They do these recent crime graphic novels, and they have this in one of their books. But it's kind of an iconic thing, this Jesus Saves thing that they'll have it downtown and stuff. And it's just a big rotating sign on top of a building. And this is where Dirty Harry and Chico Gonzalez are waiting because it gives them a perfect spot from where they're trying to lure Scorpio into,
And what a dum-dum to come bounding into the trap like that.
Right. And here we get so Clint Eastwood, he's got the binoculars and he's staring over at like the rooftop that they think the guy will go to, but he's scanning the building, and we already saw when he was peering at that one lady in the garage or in the alley.
Titties.
He finds another lady like changing her clothes in her house.
Come on, Dirty Harry.
She's not. She's not changing. She's walking around naked. She answers the door naked.
Right.
And
speaking,
by the way, unrelated topic, but speaking of Anheuser-Busch.
Oh. Really?
We see a lot.
Oh. Oh, all right. Hey, we need to get a weed whack over here. Stat.
Hey, nah, leave it there.
I like a girl natural.
Oh, natural.
I'm not mad at that.
Yeah, but what does he say to himself? Because he's supposed to be looking at the rooftop, and then he's looking in the windows, and he sees this woman in certain states of undress. But I can't quote what he said. I can only paraphrase. But he basically tells himself, like, yeah, I deserve this. And he keeps looking at it.
Yes, he does.
What does he say? What does he say? Like, oh, wow.
Dude, all the horrible shit he has to deal with 2 titties in a week. Take it.
This is why I
2
fight
sets.
to protect those.
Dirty Harry is a peeper. He is.
He is. Yeah.
I will not censor this. I will censor it though. No, she still has her bra on this one, Rob, and I ain't showing the other one. If you're an adult, you can order it for yourself on Amazon Prime. If you're
Rob's
an adult.
determined to see some titties tonight.
Oh,
Go ahead,
wow.
man.
Rob trying to get loose
Go
in the
ahead.
chat. I'm gonna have to call the horny police on Rob.
Let your
eggs,
titty
sunny side
mission
up.
continue. Go ahead, man. I'm happy
So
for you.
Callahan gets distracted by this lady, and he's not keeping his eye on the ball. And then this guy gets up there. Scorpio gets up there, and they start shooting at each other.
Yeah, he tells him, he says, when I give you the word, shine the light on him.
Right.
And then because Callahan has a rifle, and so he goes, now. And then he sees him, and they exchange gunfire. Callahan, a little risky on his part, a little dangerous because you don't know what's behind that guy. You see some clothes hanging there, so there's probably human beings occupying that building. And with a rifle from across the way, that thing's humming. So
And I don't remember what his rifle is, but before he goes, they talk about what a huge rifle it is. You know what I mean? He's getting it at the police station or somewhere. And they do mention that it's a big caliber.
Yeah, it's enough to go, even if he hit that guy, it's enough to go through him and into the building. Any drywall or anything like that is no match for it. I remember when I went to Mississippi to visit family, I don't know, years ago. And we went to the home of Medgar Evers, which is now a national monument or historic monument.
Site, yeah.
Yeah, historical site. He was a civil rights activist in 1965, and there's a movie made about him called Mississippi Burning with James Woods. And I think Whoopi Goldberg, is she in it? But yeah, it's called Mississippi Burning. He was real life. He was a civil rights activist, and this guy named Byron Della Beckwith, this white supremacist Klan member, decided to shoot him. And he was getting out of his car with 2 bags of groceries, with a paper bag of groceries in each arm. And he's walking into the house, and Byron Della Beckwith was across the street in between 2 houses behind a bush. So he was very close, 20 yards away. And it was a 30-06 that he shot him with, and it almost cut him in half. So he shot him. He waited till he turned around. He shot him in his back. It went through him, went through the front door, through the living room wall, and they found the bullet in the refrigerator. And this is 1965, so that wasn't no flimsy fucking refrigerator that you have now. That was like, one of them things where you could, empty out the shelves and get in there for a fucking nuclear blast.
Like Indiana Jones.
Yeah, so it was,
Or you can get in there as a kid and hide and seek game and not come out. Those shit were serious, man.
Yeah, so
They had a
I mean,
latch on that door. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, it's 30-06, 308. Those kind of rifles, you're gonna do some serious fucking damage, and it would have went through homeboy like he wasn't even there.
Right. Yeah. So Dirty Harry and Scorpio are facing off a rooftop to rooftop shooting, but Scorpio has like a full auto, some sort
Yeah,
of
he's using a machine gun.
Yeah, he's just spraying, and Dirty Harry has bolt action. So he's eject it, eject it, and so he's they're outgunned.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he
So
spit
they're
more
talking-
rounds.
Yeah.
But if he shot them, they got a better chance of living than if he got shot. If he takes one of those rifle rounds, he's pushing up daisies.
So so Scorpio runs off. They give chase, and Scorpio comes across. Now remember, they had a dragnet. They have officers all over town, helicopters. They had the whole thing set up. But Scorpio comes across a cop, and he just greases him, man. He kills the guy. It's too bad.
Yeah.
So
I mean, yeah, this dude, he's down to kill anybody. So a cop, he probably don't even consider that, consider that dude a human life.
I mean, he shot a little kid in the face, dude.
I know.
I mean,
Like, he's subhuman.
We've seen his rock bottom, so yeah, kill him at all costs, man.
I've seen turds with more character than this guy.
Yeah, man. These kind of people are really, really bad, and I wish they had big stamps on their forehead so we knew who they were. But,
yeah.
I wish they would wear like some sort of like uniform, like maybe like a pink hat with ears on it or something, that we knew that someone was a scumbag.
I don't know. I feel like this guy's pretty clearly labeled. Do you know what I mean? Like if I saw him, I wouldn't be like going, "Oh yeah, I should let my kids hang out with this guy."
Yeah, you like a fucking
Look at
freak,
him,
but just a murderous psychopath. Like I wish we could fucking see who they are.
Speaking of the dentist from earlier,
Really?
oh my goodness.
Delicious.
So the next the next thing that's gonna happen, we get this horrible scene where Callahan he's got to do the drop of the money for Scorpio, right? and Scorpio's going to be talking to him. It's so terrible he keeps calling him from all these payphones or whatever. He keeps directing him to payphones, and he has to run throughout the town. Chico's going to give chase and follow, and Chico has some sort of wire set up so he can hear the conversations that Callahan is having on the phone. But it's like tiring just watching this.
And
Die Hard with a Vengeance, man.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that Die Hard with a Vengeance and other movies we've seen where it's the be here at this time, and you better pick up the phone. And they have to do everything. Get the fuck out of the way. Whatever they have to do, throw the person off the phone or whatever. They got to get to that phone, or people are gonna die. Love it.
Right.
I mean, I'm not saying our marriage is healthy, but every now and again I do call up my wife. I'm not joking, and she'll go, "Hello," and I go, "Said Simple Simon to the pieman going to the fair. Give me your pies, or I'll cave your head in. Is there Lieutenant McLean there?" Like, you got every now and keep the right. Like Jericho says all this stuff about have sex and all that stuff in a marriage. No, call imitating a German terrorist every now and again to your wife if you want a long marriage.
Right.
Keep her on her
There,
toes.
I said
man.
it.
However,
You can just call your wife and say, "Hello, Sydney. Do you like scary movies?"
It's to me, it's not as fun as doing the Die Hard villain. It's like, I want you to release the 5 members of Asian Dawn. Like every now and again, mix it up.
Right.
Hello, Cindy. Do you like scary movies?
Who is this?
Yeah. Oh my God, you're so dirty.
Ah.
Just keep them on their toes. That's what I do.
Come on, baby, put the mask on. It's like, you don't know. You don't work.
I'm not fucking around, Cindy.
Tammy with a little bit too much information, but I'll share it if she shares it. Her soon-to-be ex didn't do anything like that.
That's why he's soon to be ex.
If you want to win Tammy's heart, boys, you gotta scare her a little bit.
That's right,
but not in the bad way.
Listen, folks. We've already had Tammy getting tons of buns comments in the chat. I feel like things are just escalating here. Are we going to make a love connection tonight? That's what I'm asking.
Creole ladies complaining about not getting scared either.
Damn! Come on! I don't get it.
It's getting hot in here. Let's go.
That's what you need. That's what you need in your relationship. If you have plenty of that,
the fun kind of scary.
That's right.
The fun kind, like I'm just kidding. Like lay down in her back seat.
Yeah, like the fun kind of thing. You're asking yourself, did I fire this 5 times or actually? Let's not do that part. That's not medical advice.
What is going on tonight? Look at this. What is going on tonight?
Man, it's good. Come on, guys.
Tammy, I'm doing and then some, baby.
Put a tarp down. Can we get a tarp?
This engine runs on diesel.
Ooh, I'll show you how to shift my diesel.
We're all respectfully naughty.
If you're downshifting at 10 p.m., you're listening to 102.3, The Meat.
Wow.
You want to grab that shifter and downshift into the roasted pork hour on 102.3, The Meat.
Oh, man. This is the thing, man. I've done 2 intros for Jericho now, and I have to say this, is that every time I feel like I get closer and closer to this thing, but one day that 2.5 The Meat, there's going to be something made for that. I don't know how we pulled that off, but it's going to happen, man.
As long as it's all meat-based references.
All meat-based.
Wednesday night is ladies' night on 102.3 The Meat.
Hey, 10 p.m., ladies. Bring yourself. We'll bring the gravy on 102.3 The Meat.
Come and see how the sausage is made on 102.3 The Meat.
There's nothing but sausages hanging around here, ladies, on 102.3 The Meat.
None of Meyer says, this is a family show, pump the brakes. Oh, we're going to pump them all night long on 102.3 The Meat.
Double,
ladies,
triple pump.
Has it been a long time since your brakes were pumped? Tune in to 102.3 The Meat.
Oh, now Lucas Letters is just being foul. Free meat smoothies. Come on, man.
The only safe word here is harder. All right, let's go.
We have all the meat smoothies you want for free, ladies, on 102.3 The Meat.
Oh, my goodness.
Love it.
All right. Wow. You guys guys, that was all about nutrition. If you were thinking
It
something
was. Yeah.
Protein.
untoward, if you were
That's
thinking
all
something
that was.
untoward, that's on you. That is not my
Yeah,
fault.
beef.
We
It's
were,
what's for dinner.
Protein, it
we were
builds
actually
muscle.
talking about meat.
Yep.
Mhm.
Okay.
That's a workout station, perverts. Get your minds out of the gutter.
Yeah. Jeez. Mousy, what the hell freaky kind of family is this show for?
Yeah.
Well,
2023 family.
oh my
Mom's
gosh.
dad, dad's mom. It's whatever.
Yeah, we haven't gotten that far yet, man. 2023, like you have to just. It's like a Mad Libs of hell. That's basically what it is, man.
I've told you guys before about the late night show called Coast to Coast AM.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh,
Yep.
love
That
it.
shit is
I
crazy.
was
When I
going
used to
to
work till
Vons.
midnight, I used to
Told
love
my
listening to
local
that show.
Vons the other night, and there was an expert on talking to people about the 70 different alien species that currently live on Earth. They have bases in Antarctica, in case you wanted to know. The government, the U.S. government, and the UN will not let them give disclosure to the general populace.
Of
And he
course.
was citing all these facts and all this stuff. And a caller called up, and he knew everything the guy was talking about. I was like, yes, I've had many of the same experiences. You're exactly right. I love that show so much. I have no
What do you want
idea.
me- Dude, I did have all the same experiences. Like, why do you make a big deal out of it?
If you want to
Damn.
listen to a show where your mouth is agape, you are just like, what the fuck?
It's fun,
No,
that show.
it is. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It is the craziest shit you've ever heard, and people believe what they are saying. It's
I'm
it's
willing
wild.
to believe in like aliens or Sasquatch or whatever. I see no proof of it. The universe is very big. There's trillions of planets, maybe. Who knows? There could be something out there. But what I love about the show is the conviction and the precise clarity that the callers speak with.
That's right.
Like, oh no, these are the reptilians.
They
the
believe
reptiloid.
it.
Right. They're the time shifters that can also shapeshift and I mean, they're the nice ones. Then you have the Venusians, and they're not so peaceful. And blah, blah. It's like, dude.
It is crazy.
Right.
Like
Yeah.
once
And I
you
don't wanna
start
get-
listening to it, you're addicted to it. You can't wait to get into your car and tune in. Well, that's why I used to listen to it when I'd get off at midnight and I had like a 30-minute commute. Man, I would listen to that shit all the time, and it was crazy.
Right. I think I told you guys, but I'm going to just say it again because I heard it like 2 months ago, and there was a guy calling in, and he was spending some time in California, but he's from Tennessee. And over there, they have wolf men. But no, he calls them dog men. They're like half man, half dog.
Yeah, of course.
It's like a werewolf. They transform into a dog man.
Yeah.
Naturally.
And he said he was out here visiting like, desert East County in California, and he saw one, and it was running over the hill. And I didn't know if it was a man or a beast, but as it got to the crest of the hill, the moonlight hit it, and I saw it. And you know what it was wearing? That's what he asked the host. Do you know what it was wearing? Half-ripped jeans. And he
Let me
just
tell
like
you something right
dropped it, like it was the most poignant thing ever.
You're telling me
It's-
stuff I know, man. We have a massive Wampus cat problem in Tennessee. Now, a lot of people don't understand that. The Wampus cat is real, and just know it.
Believe that shit.
Believe
George
it.
Norrie's
I've seen
good.
it all.
Man, I've heard tons of those episodes, man. That shit is hilarious.
I love it. I love when they just go deep on the lore and the
So
politics of the alien races.
And their conviction, that's what it is. It's their conviction. The craziest shit you've
He was
ever heard.
wearing Sorry. He's wearing a Bo Jackson jersey.
Fucker.
Oh, you know what? None the Miser says there are half mice women in Tennessee. Now that I actually do believe.
No.
Yeah.
That's a half rat.
No. It's this is the thing though. I've been told that from time to time though they do have some species have a little Indian in them.
Ooh.
Uh-oh. But
Do you
that's
think there's a little rat boy out there
but I think it's more literal.
crying for his
When that
father?
doorbell rings every day, my blood pressure goes up. Whew, just a
Really?
delivery this time.
You just
Thank you.
get a shiver down your spine that one day that door's gonna open.
Yeah, I'm just gonna hear these little hands clawing at the door.
Oh, hi, Dad. Oh.
They're gonna be like,
Dad. I just wanted to tell you I love you. And I'm just gonna look this thing dead in the eye and go, "What are your grades?" He's like, "Oh shit. Are you an Asian or a Bijan? Get out."
I'm actually more of a Cajun.
I was hoping for love. I don't even love my own children. You've come to the wrong place. What, do you want a hug? Namaste.
Very sad. Very sad. Very sad.
Yeah.
So hurtful. Like,
He just broke my heart.
Brian Knapp used to listen to JT the Brick. I like JT.
Oh,
the Brick.
nice.
He was great at late night too.
And then there was that guy from the Bay Area, Pharrell on the bench. He was a big sports radio
oh
guy.
yeah, with
Remember
the
he would
raspy
talk like
voice.
that?
Yeah, it's Pharrell on the bench.
Yeah, that dude.
I
His
love
voice.
radio.
He was a smart dude, but his voice was very grating.
Yeah, he was like if Popeye had been hit by a truck or something. Like that. So anyways, Scorpio's
funny.
giving old Dirty Harry the runaround, saying, run to this phone, run to this phone. There's a phone by this hamburger stand. You got 5 minutes. It rings 3 times. Then and the whole thing is he's kidnapped a girl. That's right. A girl. And they do mention that she's 14 and he's got her somewhere. She got a few hours worth of air that she can breathe. And if you don't keep coming to my phones and bringing the money and all this stuff, then the girl is kaput. So,
And he's already shown the ability to kill children. And this is reminiscent of Law-Abiding Citizen, where the guy's lawyer or something was somewhere he was buried, but he only had a certain amount of air. And had they gotten to him, in time, he would live, if they followed the coordinates that he gave him. So this gave birth to a lot of shit. I love it.
Ooh.
Yep.
JP Irvine reminds me, so he says, Clint is not only the greatest director, actor ever, but he's pretty damn good at making the music for his films too. I don't know if you mean picking it or whatever.
Oh, really?
The music in this is funky as hell, and I like it.
Very 70s.
Yeah, it's very 70s.
A lot of bass.
Kind of like that hi-hat cymbal stuff. That
yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah,
Love it.
It's fun. You know what I
Top
watched
to
and we'll have
bottom.
to do eventually on this show? 2 movies I adore now. I'd never seen it before 2 nights ago. Bullet with Steve McCormick.
Oh, yeah. I'm down.
Yeah.
What a slow burn that movie is.
I'm
And
down.
that car chase lived up to the hype in a world where so few things live up to the hype. The car
I
chase
would-
was insane.
I would love to just hear that car chase, like just have the audio or close my
Right.
eyes, when it's on the screen, because the sounds of those cars, man. Oh, my goodness.
Ridiculous.
And driving through San Francisco like that.
Right.
Man, yeah.
And that's real. They didn't have CGI to fake those cars,
Yep.
man.
Yep.
So yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
And Steve McQueen was driving. It was cool.
Clint Eastwood, he's a musician too. He did the music and played Misty for him. I didn't know that. Damn.
What
yeah,
what
that's
does this
crazy.
guy not do at this point, right? Like what these
What do I
guys
not
were
do?
different.
I'll tell you what I don't do, Shant. I don't ever act like a fucking pussy. That's what I don't do.
Yeah.
Listen,
Yeah, I can never not fuck chicks.
I'm
Dude.
so bad at not fucking chicks.
I'm the worst. I'm the worst at it.
I'm the
I
worst.
suck
I'm
at
not banging
abstinence.
chicks. Tammy, hey, Gabriel, I've seen that actual Mustang before. It sold at auction for $3 million.
Wow.
Damn.
Tammy, you know where
Doesn't
I
I
was?
believe it.
I was in Vegas this last week. That's why we didn't have a show, Tammy. And if you get out to Vegas, I don't know if you've ever been there. The Shelby Museum is right there, like a mile south of the Vegas Strip, and it's free. You go into the Shelby Museum. I took a lot of footage. Maybe I'll make a short video for YouTube. But you go in there, and he has just the most gorgeous Mustangs, and he had the cars from Le Mans like a year ago when I went there. The Ford GT. He's got so many there. It's amazing. And then there's these bay windows, like 15 feet and like 8 feet tall, and you see into a garage where millionaire dudes are getting custom Shelby Mustangs, whatever, built. He'll build you cars. They're him passed away. But yeah, the Shelby Museum in Vegas, it's free to go in it. There's like a little retail store to buy. I have a Shelby t-shirt, and I get a lot of comments on it. Dudes always go, "Oh man, you own a Shelby?" And I'm like, "Not yet, but I will."
I'm working on it, fool.
Yeah. Hey, I'm working on it.
Hey,
Órale.
kick back, fool. I'm fucking trying, eh? Get off my fucking culo, homeboy. Okay.
Hey, here you go. I
Culo
got
is such a gross word because it doesn't mean
Ugh.
butt. It means butthole.
Yeah,
It's
fucking
like
culo, eh? You're
Ugh.
turd cutter, eh?
Yeah, and I'll say this too, if I can. Let me see if I can share this here.
You're
This was something I did
eh?
not know was an actual thing here. But actually, no, not there. Where is it? Window. Here we go. But I did not know that this gentleman, in a movie I believe we've done on this show, that this is Steve McQueen's son in Karate Kid, Chad McQueen.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Oh wow.
Yep. That is his son.
Yeah,
so for
some
people
good
who
lineage.
wonder, yep, that is Dutch from Karate Kid, played by Steve McQueen's son, Chad. There you have it, folks.
Damn.
Wow, didn't know that. Anyway, we'll get to Bullet, and then another one we're gonna have to get to is Romancing the Stone with Kirk Douglas. I watched some of that today because I'm referencing some stuff from it for something else. But I love that movie.
Yeah, those those Indiana Jones, Romancing the Stone, those kind of movies. I think we can find five of those to do.
Yeah,
because those are great, man. Those are cool.
Yeah, the sequel, Jewel of the Nile.
True, but it's movies you can sit down and watch with your family. I watched all the Indiana Joneses. Well, the first 3 with my family. I never Crystal Skull. Fuck that. The new one, no way. But the first 3, Raiders, Temple, and Last Crusade. Oh yeah, man. Those are definitely.
I'm going to read this comment, and then we're going to address something with Indiana Jones that bothers me. But hold on, JP, your friend, did you hear the story about Harry Callahan, Clint Eastwood's plane crash in San Francisco Bay?
Yeah.
He was in the armed forces at the time. Yeah, we talked about that last week on here. It's an amazing story. Thank you, JP. Guys, Indiana Jones, Raiders of the Lost Ark, amazing. The Last Crusade, amazing. Temple of Doom fucking sucks. I hate that.
No way.
Yes, sucks.
I disagree.
The
No
tone
fucking
of that
way.
movie the tone of that movie is so wrong. It is not the same tone as the other two. It isn't.
Let me say this.
That movie is amazing.
I don't like
Most
it.
people I know who have seen that movie, there's a couple of things in movies people miss. For example, in like Big Trouble in Little China, people don't realize that the Wing Kong exchange and it's in the way that it's written font wise was a reference to King Kong, right? Like they don't guess certain things. But in Temple of Doom, when he goes through the roof of the car when they escape the place, it says Club Obi-Wan on the outside of the place. So it was a nod to Star Wars in Temple of Doom, which I always thought was one.
That movie was
I'm going to put a poll up. This will be the official double impact poll for Indiana. I'm going to put a poll up and we'll see. Nobody likes Temple of Doom. You're alone in this.
Temple of Doom is the shit. I don't mind. I will be solo on that island. That movie is amazing. Chilled monkey brains.
Dude, that's how I put my kids to bed. Like when they won't behave,
shit.
I just grab them and I'm like, Kalima.
I do that to my son.
And I just put my hand on their chest and if shit comes out, shit comes out.
I do that with my son all the time. Kalima.
The poll is out there. Best Indian movie: Raiders of the Lost Ark or The Last Crusade?
No. You said no. You said it sucks.
No,
so it should be does Temple of Doom suck?
Come on, you gotta admit
I'm telling you,
that's
man.
fucking hilarious.
This is the thing, Jericho. When the first time we meet up, guys, I'm going to go up to Jericho and be like, "You don't believe, do you? You will become a true believer." And a shaved head, red marking on it, Shankara stones.
Ooh, that was
Look
the
out.
shit, man.
Look out!
Bring back to us. Bring back to us.
I'll put up a legit poll.
Darkness over whole country.
Dude, how sad was that? They stole their fucking kids.
No, and
We
the
just took
kids, man,
all
when
the
the kid
kids.
comes back and he's like, Shankara, and then the mom. This goes back to this movie. The mom of the kid comes running out. Do you remember that when the kid, like the near dead kid?
Yeah,
that's what I was talking about, guys. We used to like this is the thing that gets me, and even in this movie, even in Dirty Harry, we used to have this understanding of moms and their way they love their kids and all. You know what I mean? Even the school bus driver when we get to her, and if you've known a good school bus driver who really cares about the kids, all the kids know her.
That's not correct either.
That's not true. No, sir.
I hate that movie so much.
Shouldn't I be the pissed? I mean, like, cause that movie was banned in India, and I'm like, and so was the movie The Party, for God's sake. And I love both those movies. I don't care, man.
Why was it banned in India? That's fucked up.
They weren't fans of the Indian cuisine portrayal in a largely vegetarian country, but other than that.
Oh yeah, true that. A lot of protein.
They had some issues with that. However, the thing about it is, is that, you know, when you look at those movies, you take some of the worst movies from the 80s. Shit, you give me Stone Cold, I will take that over most of the
That's a
trash
bad
I have
one.
today. I will take them all
See you,
over what
Rob.
we got now. Fucking
Good
hell.
night, Rob. Enjoy.
No
Good night,
way,
sir.
man. Temple of Doom was fucking awesome. I love that movie.
Right now, it's 92-8. So there you go.
Yeah, you probably voted 7 times already.
You can't vote when you're the one that authors the poll. I already tried.
I already tried it.
Temple of, well, only Temple of Pooh is losing, Gabe, not Temple of Doom canonically.
Oh,
Yeah.
darn. Hoisted on
that.
my own petard.
Take that.
Noble said Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. Yeah, someone said they liked that. I didn't
I've
hate
never
that
even
movie, but
seen
I
it.
didn't
I'll
like
never
it.
watch it. I'll never fucking watch it.
It's better than Temple of Doom, I'll tell you
No
right now.
fucking way. No
It is.
fucking way.
It is.
Temple of Doom is the shit.
We can all agree on the worst Indiana Jones movie is the one that's coming out next. I think
Yeah,
we all can
fuck
agree
that.
on that.
I
Fuck
love
that.
The Last
my-
Crusade. Junior.
My Junior.
Oh, dude.
Junior.
I
How
want
great
you to
is it
get.
when
I
they're
sent
in
you a
the-
link to it, but you can get it a lot of places. I want you to get that a print of that for your house of the representation of the walking across the invisible thing, reaching for the
Right.
Grail.
Oh, yeah.
Do you
that
remember
was
that? I mean, dude, they actually sell. So people on Etsy have actually made replicas of Henry Jones Sr.'s Grail Diary, which
Wow.
was just outstanding.
I love
I
that.
love that.
I love when they get off the Zeppelin and they steal the biplane that has the gun on the back. They're being chased by the Nazi planes. And Sean Connery, Henry Jones, he's back there. He's shooting, but he keeps going and he shoots their own runner
Yeah.
on the back of their plane. He's like, Junior.
Indy.
He's like,
We're
I'm
hit.
sorry, son. They got us.
Sean, we're
He's
hit.
like,
They got us.
Yeah. They got us. And he's like, oh, man. And then, like, he totally just thinks, oh, man, we got hit. You know, it's not his dad's fault.
Right.
I
shit was
suddenly
hella funny.
remembered my Charlemagne.
Junior.
God, great movie, great writing.
Dude, when they were coming in with the plane and he took the umbrella and he made all the
Right,
fucking
yep.
birds fly out, man, that movie's a shit. Okay. Dirty Harry, right? I think.
Right. Dirty Harry. Something Dirty Harry. Right. So
Something hairy
so
and dirty.
Scorpio, this disgusting bastard, has Dirty Harry
Child
running
killer.
all over town, answering phones. Finally gets him to go up to this big cross that's on a mountain. I'm not familiar with the cross. Maybe you know where it is, Jericho, but I have no idea.
I
But-
think you see it when you're driving in from the south.
Okay.
I think you see it on the hill because there's a big old hill and there's like big white letters and shit, South San Francisco and stuff on the hill. So I believe that's what it is, but it's been a while since I've been to San Francisco.
I got to talk to my brother Abe because he went to San Francisco for the first time in his life ever yesterday. So I got to see what I haven't been there since like 2011 or something, and so I did not see the full force of the poo-poo everywhere. So you know.
Oh well, I'm sure it's still there. It'll always be
Okay.
there. You can go
Still
back
there?
and check it out.
Oh man, San Francisco's the shit.
San Francisco
Sorry.
is shit. Needles and shit,
Yeah.
California. Man, we were going up toward the Pier 39, and we passed. We were going up Mission Street, and we passed 7th, so the corner of Mission and 7th. Oh man, disgusting. Hundreds of people out in the open, selling drugs, doing drugs. Homeless people. A dude was passed out in the gutter. People smoking crack out in the open.
Yeah, that was fucked up, dude. You didn't even say hi to me, man. I realized I was in a bad place, but fucking hell,
I
man.
did. I
was
yelled
like-
it. I was like, "Oh shit, Sean!" And then I was gone.
You probably didn't recognize me because I was like, "What's up?"
John,
What?
you know, I have been meaning to apologize to you for that because
Yeah.
you weren't imagining things. We did see you from the car. I locked the doors and then just pretended like I didn't see you. I thought
locked
because
them.
I had sunglasses on, you wouldn't know we made eye contact.
Locked
I
the door
was-
twice.
I was
And-
just trying to
sure.
wipe, and then I was going to come over and say, "Hey," and
then
it was
to
like,
defend
you
Jericho,
guys.
Jericho
peeled out.
did tell me to pull over and say hello. And I was like, let's just fucking go, dude. And,
Just
that was my call.
Don't let him come over here. But
I
Sean,
got
you
used
were
syringes for everybody.
Sean, you were wiping and you were about to come over there, but
Right.
you were barehanded, so that's why we didn't want to talk to you.
Yeah.
That's how we do it in my country.
And what's weird is this huge open air drug market. I'm talking hundreds of people.
Ugh.
It's right by. It's in the courtyard of this super. It looks like a city hall or something. This big like stone building looks like a courthouse. Like this really
Yep.
nice building, and in the front of it is just the most disgusting shit you've ever seen.
Nice.
It was weird.
We'll stay on track, but a side detour. Step 1 foot off the road.
We're not. Stop saying
you know
that.
what this is going to turn
No.
into.
Let me tell you people right now, we are not staying on track.
He's helping me out here. Temple of Doom fell out of an airplane in an inflatable raft. Likelihood of survivors was 0.
Well,
So,
I mean, if we're going to do that, all movies are shit. But that part was awesome. They floated down. Ah, boom! Right on the snow. That was one of the best parts. You guys are fucking tripping.
don't like Temple of Doom. Temple of Doom 3.
We finally found Jericho's like soft spot. He's like, get the fuck out of here with that. I'm gonna get political in here, but what the fuck?
No way, man.
Is this? I think this is the only reason that like Jericho and I have bonded. I think he's expecting me to show up like the Maharaja with that turban, and we're gonna have Snake.
I heard.
I too am sad about it. Like I've got 2 characters in me. One is him. I too have heard the rumors of the Thuggy cult. That and I don't know, Sarge. I mean, geez, I'm trying to make the wires come together, but what the fuck?
I love
I've
it,
seen
man.
Raiders of the Lost Ark and Temple of Doom, or Raiders of the Lost Ark and The Last Crusade. Both those at least 20 times. Those movies.
Yes.
I've seen Temple of Doom once and never saw a
See?
reason to watch it again.
No, it's amazing. And
Hated that movie.
you know what makes me even more steadfast in my love for Temple of Doom is that my
Let's
kids
hear it.
love it. My kids love it too.
Damn, that's a
Boom.
you had to put the
You know why?
kids in it.
So I'm telling
Can
you.
I tell you
man.
this?
Love it even
Let me
more.
say this too right now. I want to give a big shout out to somebody who I freaking love and was very. I may hate Hollywood and the Academy and all their bullshit, but man, was it great to see Short Round get a freaking Oscar.
Yeah, man.
This
And what
year
a
for his
speech.
movie, because that dude was like in a fucking refugee camp, came to this country, loves this country, talked about the American dream, and I mean, what a fucking legend he is, man, and just a good person. If you don't like that dude, there's something broken inside of you. Like, that guy is the real fucking deal. Well, he said, I want to say thank you to my brother who calls me, my little brother who calls me every day to make sure I'm taking care of myself. What the fuck, man? Good dude.
That's awesome. He earned it, man.
He earned that shit.
And to be in 2 iconic movies in 1 decade.
I'm not going to argue about it. Okay.
There's no argument. Go ahead.
It's fine.
There is no argument. There isn't.
Just saying. I don't like the lady. The villain is stupid. It's just there. He fights that big fat guy on the conveyor belt.
Doom, do you, Gabe?
Oy vey. It's overclamped.
You know what it's like? It's like a potato taco.
No, it's not.
Potato tacos are good. I've had them. But every time I eat a potato taco, I just think I could be eating a beef taco instead. I don't
Or a
have to have
fucking pink taco.
See, Jericho, here's the thing, right?
Hey.
The sad thing is, Jericho, I feel like my inner voice come to life because I was just sort of looking off into the middle distance going,
you want to cringe?
You know, we really should watch Romancing the Stone. You know, because it has one of the great ways you can come off of a waterfall / mudslide.
I just saw that this afternoon. And I realized that as an adult, I didn't get that nuance as a kid, you know? So.
For me, that was one of those moments when I realized, we got to do this. Yeah, that's what I said. Booty traps. I'm setting booty traps. Shoot, man. That's why most of us are married. We fell right into a booty trap.
Maybe
never got out.
Hey, maybe I trapped myself in that wood.
Hey,
you know?
Exactly right. Yep.
Oh no, I'm stuck in the booty trap.
Oh, please come over here and shave me. Yeah.
All right. So he goes up to the mountain and he finds this huge stone cross up there where Scorpio tells him to meet him. And, Scorpio gets the drop on him. Hands up, nose against the stone, and Scorpio beats his ass.
Fucks him up.
See? So, my point exactly. Riggs all the way.
Yep.
Right. Oh,
that wouldn't happen to Riggs. Yeah, that wouldn't happen to Riggs. Riggs would want that. That would get Riggs started. A good sucker punch.
Riggs.
That's like priming the engine.
Let's be real. The only way to stop Martin Riggs, and this is just a fact of life, is to point a gun at somebody he cares about.
Yeah.
If you point a gun at him, he does not give a fuck. You have to point at the most beautiful American family in an action movie ever depicted. Do you understand? Is there another family? The Murtaughs are the family that you're like going, man, I fucking hate going over to people's houses. The Murtaughs. Oh, fuck yeah. Get those kids dressed up nice. I want to go over there looking like an asshole.
Put them in their Sunday best. We're going to the Murtaughs.
We're going to the Murtaughs. Yeah. Do you understand me?
All right.
Talk to Raj about his boat. That's what I want to do. Deal with it.
So then Chico shows up, scares off Scorpio, but Callahan, that's East Food, he got beat down, maybe broken ribs. He gets his ass kicked, man. He is out of it. But remember, Chico's been listening on that little like wire that Eastwood put on himself. He's listening, so he knows where to find him and saves him at the last minute. A little bit of a shootout between Scorpio and Chico, but Eastwood is saved. Yes.
And that's a little jarring to see your hero take a whooping like that, especially in the beginning of the movie.
Right.
What?
But Eastwood plunges. He has a little like a boot knife or a sock knife, and they showed him putting it on.
Yeah, we showed it
at the beginning of the scene. There it is. Where is it? And he sinks this thing into Scorpio. And Scorpio lets out a nasty, evil scream. Wait, it's bad.
Was it a switchblade or a stiletto? Actually, I don't remember. Did the blade come straight out or did it flip?
It was fucking sharp.
Yeah.
It looked like a switchblade when it was in his his boot area.
Well, this is the thing about it too, right? Is that one of the things I appreciate about this movie is if you get stabbed in the fucking leg, you won't be walking normal for a very long time.
Yeah,
and
man.
they actually did that. So it wasn't like I got patched up and now I'm jogging. That shit does not happen.
No, man, that's serious muscle damage right there.
Ooh.
Especially if he sinks it. That's a good 4 or 5 inch blade. That's in there in the right spot. That could have severed the femoral artry, and Scorpio would be out of here.
That would be curtains for Scorpio.
Yeah.
You gotta love the chat because sometimes there's just a serendipity that happens. The beautiful coincidences in the chat. Brian Knapp says, "I love that commercial. It makes me want to buy rubbers." And quickly, not 2 seconds later, Michael Coulter says he hates the fact that he's still a version of 37. He wonders if his sperm count is getting low. I love that those two comments are like a sandwich.
Greatest comments of all time. Hail the chat.
Sandwich.
Yes.
Yeah, man, that was that scene from Lethal Weapon was, as a father, is probably one of the most cringe, disgusting moments captured.
Oh, your daughter doing condom commercials in front of your
and then the guy goes, "Hey, it makes me want to buy some rubbish right now." Like, oh no, thank you.
Yep.
Then the condom bouquet the next day. No, thank you. No, thank you.
That was brutal. The guy's on the force.
Well, he had to know that was coming. You had to know that was coming, but still, to see it was still, still shook him to his core. I'm sure that was very disgusting. But I would take 100 condom bouquets to ever hear that guy say, "It makes me want to buy rubbers right now." No thanks. That's disgusting.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's all laid out, not sweating it too much because he's still Clint Eastwood.
I've wondered about this myself too. I need to look why stilettos got straight up banned. I know that like switchblades are banned, and I don't remember where I was. It was I don't know if it was a pawn shop or somewhere you could buy like, knives and ninja stars and little weapons. And they had blades and they had switchblade combs to comb your hair.
Yeah.
Next to each other on the shelf. And I didn't see it or buy it. I didn't test it. But it really looked like these blades fit perfectly with these combs. Like you could buy one of each and then just assemble it at home. So
yeah, it's just here in stupid California. In other states, switchblades are legal.
You're allowed to open carry knives in California, but there's parts of Los Angeles where you're not allowed to. But I did research this because I bought some knives. But yeah, you are allowed to open carry knives here. What if you can open carry a sword? People look at you weird if you had a sword.
Probably just like the people who have like their parrots on their shoulder and fucking snakes. Like you're gonna get some weird looks doing that.
Where the
too.
fuck was I?
It
saw
depends
someone.
on if you're in a Renaissance fair outfit, then totally will change.
Not in line at Walmart with your
well, if you're in a
Well,
Renaissance fair outfit in Walmart, you'll be fine.
You're bound to see anything in a fucking Walmart.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Walmart is terrible.
Ugh. Anyway, he gets beat down. He's getting some treatment, and they're calling around. I guess there's like a private doctor, and they find out he treated someone for a leg wound. You know, interesting. And he asked the guy, well, what did he look like, or do you remember anything? And Callahan's like talking to the doctor about it, and the doctor remembers, I seen him somewhere, and then he finally realizes, oh yeah, he used to sell programs at the fucking Raider Stadium.
Hey, fool!
And he's like, well, where's that? And he's like, right there. And it's like the stadium's nearby. So, and I guess they let him live there because he was janitor and selling programs and just. So he's like a weirdo living at the football stadium. Explains a lot about the Raiders, though, huh?
No alarm bells went off.
That's a direct reflection of the Raider fan base.
Right. This is the Raiders fan base.
This is another authentic thing about this movie. They based this character off of Raider fans that they observed in public. And once you sift through all the hey fucker, then
one of the crime scenes that they actually really recreated well in this was the Raider Stadium.
Right.
Yeah, it is a crime scene. Every season, it's a crime scene.
Hey, we're gonna win next year, fool. We got Jimmy Garoppolo.
Hey, we're gonna get it this time, man. This is our fucking year, fucker.
I wrote a poem for my Heina. You want to hear it?
Hey, fucking say it, fool.
All right, I speed it out, fool. Roses are red, violets are blue. If you'll be my Heina, I'll be your fool.
Hey, careful. That's all right. Eh? Hey, since we're like sharing it, can I share my poem too?
Oh,
fucker?
see.
Órale. Roses are black and like violets are silver. I told my Heina, you're a fan of another team? I'll kill her.
Oh, órale. Que firme.
Tell that Heina, eh? You're with me for fucking Por Vida, Heina.
That's right. Roses are red, violets are tulo. One of the
Hey, girl, give me your culo.
Look, we do have a Raider fan in the audience, Diesel. Watch it.
Hey, fool. Fool.
Shout out Diesel, man. Much love.
Raiders.
John wants to know what a Heina is. A Heina is a woman that paints her eyebrows on with a Sharpie.
Like a chick. That's a chola. Fucking chola. But Heina, that's like chick.
Right.
My girl. It's my Heina. My Heina, my ruka.
Can you guys hear that thumping out of curiosity? I don't know if you can hear that sound. No, you can't. We have a pet rabbit upstairs who projects or predicts the weather. He's like, whenever the weather's gonna get bad, he's like, wham, warning us.
Really?
Hilarious, man.
Kick back, Cornejo. Put you in the pod.
Chill out, S.A.
Diesel is threatening. Now, these are serious threats from a Raider fan to send a midget with a switchblade in the mail. Holmes, watch it.
Say hello to my little friend.
Send her, fool. Send her, eh?
Lucas literally likes the Raiders QB. I have a theory that Tom Brady had him traded away from the Patriots because he was more handsome than Tom Brady, and Tom Brady couldn't deal with that. That's what I think.
It could be.
That's right.
Jimmy Garoppolo, he is easy on the eyes. Good-looking young man.
Orale. That's right.
Orale, fool. Hey, I'll see you at the Raider games this year, Diesel.
Shout out.
You're going to go to Las Vegas to watch the Raiders?
I plan on going out there. I want to try and get to when the Chargers
Not
play
to
the
watch
Raiders,
the Raiders, though.
and then the Broncos play the Raiders. Broncos being my team.
They're playing them in Vegas this year?
They
Well,
play
I guess
them every year
once.
there.
Yeah,
They're in the
once there,
division.
once at home. Yeah, that's true.
Yep.
The AFC West.
Yeah, they do have a real Italian for the QB for the Raiders. He's sponsored by Pasta Mania.
Hey, over.
Just for
Hey, it's free pasta on Sundays, brother. And if you're Jimmy Garoppolo or you share his bloodline, brother, I'll feed you for free all season, brother.
Now, Hulkster, I heard that you'll give a free meatball hero to any fan who brings their ticket from the game. Is this true?
That's right, brother. Because I figure if you had to sit through a Raider game, brother, you deserve something to lift your spirits, brother.
Oh, man. So are the Raiders the official team of Pastamania?
Hell no, brother. I would never have that disgusting organization tied to this restaurant, brother.
Oh, so they paid you. That's what's going on here.
Well, I figure since you're a Raider fan, you're probably sad as shit, brother. You need a meatball, brother.
Yeah, I've heard that.
You can't frown with a meatball in your stomach, brother.
Oh, Lord knows I've tried. Oh, anyway, all right, Hulkster. Well, thank you. Are you involved in any other sports endorsements?
It doesn't matter, brother, as long as you promise to take 20,000 pounds of this rigatoni off my hands, brother.
All right. Yeah, I heard those linemen can really eat. So, yeah, I think you should do some catering for the Raiders, for the football team. That'll help you get those numbers down after what DiBiase did to you. Not good.
Yeah, I won't charge them either, brother, because just like the fans being sad that they're Raider fans, brother, I'm sure the players are sad that they play for the Raiders, brother.
All right, Hulkster. Well, we'll have a great night. Maybe we'll bring you back out. We'll talk to you later. Oh,
I hope so, brother.
Now that. Oh, you said it right here, Frankie. That's enthusiasm.
He is
That's
fucking
right, baby.
wild.
Is there a Clint movie where he plays a chef? I hope so. Goodness. Here's the new Raiders QB.
Steak? You're gonna sit
okay. Hold on.
punk?
Say it again.
You don't like that steak I made you, punk? That'd be him as a chef.
I suppose you want to send it back. All right. Here's the Raiders QB. He is what's known in the business. Guys like me and him are what's known as man candy.
Yeah.
You know? So
Jimmy Garoppolo. Beepada poppada poopada.
Yeah, that's the annoying thing, right? When all the ladies started going, oh, I don't normally follow football, but are the Patriots playing? It's that kind of shit, man, right there.
Right.
Yeah.
You see why Tom Brady threw this guy out of New England? Brady's a good-looking cat.
And he was a decent quarterback too.
Right.
He's a winner, man. When he's healthy, he has some injury issues, but when he's healthy, man, he's a fucking winner. And I think that's maybe Brady was worried about that because Bill Belichick, he's known for cutting players loose.
Right.
You know, he'd rather get, just like Bill Walsh, he'd rather get rid of you early than too late. Right. But Jimmy G, he's 6'2", starting quarterback in the NFL, so I'm sure.
I don't know why the Raiders
Niners
got rid of him. Why did they, because he took him to the Super Bowl. He's a good
but
quarterback.
he's too injury prone, man. He's fucking hurt. He's
hurt
at the end of the year.
Always hurt.
Dude, wait, go back to this quarterback real quick. I don't know if it's already
I got to
gone,
bring it back up. Sorry.
No, that dude looks like freaking Christopher Reeve, man.
A little bit. I see it.
Look at that straight on photo of him.
Kinda.
Holy shit, man. He looks like Superman, for fuck's sake.
Right.
That's terrifying.
Yeah, it's a tough life to live, you know?
Yeah.
Hey, could be worse. He could play for the Donkeys in Denver, eh?
Hey, he does play for some. He does play for some jackasses, eh? And
damn, Gabe, Jericho won't let it go, man. Jericho's pissed, Gabe. We gotta talk to him.
My hatred for the Raiders runs deep.
It runs deep. Yeah, it's okay. I understand.
So deep.
Diesel, you are not talking about my Denver Broncos.
Hey.
Talk to the hand because the face ain't listening.
Dude, fight in the comments.
What happened to those quaint little 90s sayings? You know? A sad part of getting older, and I'm only 44, guys. I hear slang. I have no fucking idea what kids are talking about.
It makes me angry. No
it's like, bruh, that was bussing.
Pause.
Like, is that good or bad?
Yeah, drip.
Is that bad when it's bussing? I don't know.
Drip. No cat, bro. No cat, bro. Shut the fuck
I can't do slang anymore, man. It's over.
Yeah, I'm cool.
Something happens. You get to a certain
you get fucking, you just get older because that's for young people. Hit, new stuff. That's for young people. That's for them to do. It's not made for us, and those words aren't for us. We had ours. It's over.
Yeah, we had our day in the sun. Tammy just turned 29 again. Wow.
My God.
Right, congratulations. One more year in your 20s.
That's right.
Nice.
Make it count.
When something happens, you get to a certain age, you just see teenagers at the store, and you see them out in the streets. You're just like, I didn't think it would happen to me, but it
happens to us all.
Yeah.
It happens to us all. You can't help it. Just young, because you're not young. They're in a different frequency. It's fucking annoying.
But one of the things that crosses my mind when I see them and get annoyed, I think, oh my God. So someone looked at me once and was like, what the fuck is wrong with this guy?
Damn right.
Yeah, people still doing it to me.
To this day, matter of
What
fact,
the
today.
fuck is wrong with this guy? And I'm like, I'm in San Francisco, when in Rome, I'm trying to take a shit.
Take a shit peacefully at this red light. Please, fuck off.
My God, yeah.
It's beautiful, man.
Now everything's a crime.
Oh, I can't shit outside this restaurant. Whatever.
Yeah,
Oh, let's see. Life starts.
I was born here.
What is this, Nazi Germany?
All right.
Seriously.
Oh my gosh, Mousy will be 60 in December.
Right on.
Wow. Didn't know we had some senior people around here. Goodness.
Well, you know that from our super chats, man. They got money
Seasoned.
and they're sick of the bullshit. That's our
That's
crowd.
true.
Yeah, all ages.
That's our sweet spot right there.
So anyway, he chases Scorpio into the Raiders. I gotta not do that voice. We have to stay on track. Stay on track. He chases him into a municipal football stadium of a certain.
There we
professional
go.
team, running around, shooting at each other, and he blasts his sucker in the leg, and then he comes in and stomps on it too.
Fuck yes.
And then
Well, he's
to
mad about
infuriate-
that.
This is
Yeah.
the guy killed the lady swimming, shot a child's face off,
Off.
killed the girl. I didn't let you guys know. The girl died. No, we haven't got to her yet. Sorry, spoiler. But here, it's infuriating because he starts talking about his rights. Then he's sort of like, "Where
you
is
gotta
the
take me
girl?
in."
She only has an hour left of air. She's gonna die. Tell me where the effing girl is." She's like, "I know my rights. I want a lawyer. You can't do that." And you're just like, "Are you kidding me?
Yeah, blow
Are
this
you
dude's
effing
face off.
kidding me?" You know. Oh,
Just a sniveling little fucking bitch.
right.
Like, you're doing all these
Look
horrible
at him.
things, and now you're just a fucking whiny little bitch. Like, it's a wonder he didn't just blow that dude's face off right there in the stadium.
Oh, he took everything he had not to, right?
Oh,
That's all
man.
he wanted from this.
Wait, now we were talking about anti-heroes. Let me tell you an anti-hero. One of my favorite movies, violence. Whenever I'm feeling a little low, feel a little sad, I like to watch me some LA Confidential. I like to watch Russell Crowe taking on people who hurt women and beating them into next Tuesday. It's a glorious thing.
Never seen that one.
Oh yeah, he's the kind of guy who will shoot an unarmed person, put a gun in their hand, and wipe his prints off. So he's an anti-hero.
As long as they're bad guys, go ahead.
As long as they're bad guys.
Yeah, I
that's
don't
what
care
he's
about
doing.
them. Fuck them.
Mm-hmm.
No, this guy has made such a horrible case for himself as a human being up to this point in this movie that when we were talking before you got here, Jericho, the catharsis you feel when you watch Death Wish, when you watch things like this, you're like, yeah, he deserves it. He's a monster.
Yeah,
This
they've
guy,
earned
like a
it.
literal
He is.
monster.
We like to see people get what they deserve, good or bad.
Right?
If it's a movie about somebody working for something, a training montage or something, or they're working hard and sacrificing, we want to see those good things happen to them. And if they're a piece of shit like this, a murderous monster, then we'd like to see them get what they deserve, and it better be good.
Right.
Brian McCormick puts, well, here come the lawyers, worse than the serial killer.
Yeah.
That's right, man.
What's that old joke? What's the difference between a snake and a lawyer run over in the middle of the road? The snake has skid marks in front of it.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because nobody would try to fucking stop before they hit a lawyer piece of shit. No, lawyers are cool, but they get a...
Yeah, I love all of a sudden they had that realization. My lawyer's the shit though.
My lawyer.
No, I don't want to paint all the lawyers with that brush, but there's some. There's always been that in like movies and shit. There's always the lawyer jokes,
right?
What's the difference between what is it? Oh no, that's about cops. What's the difference between a cop and I don't remember. It was from that movie. What is it? Fair Game with Cindy Crawford and one of the Baldwin boys.
Oh my god!
Where there's some lawyer jokes in there too. But yeah, lawyers for some reason in movies they get a bad.
Yeah, it was. Wasn't it Joe Camel Baldwin?
One of them, or Cecil Baldwin. Who knows?
Yeah,
one of them damn Baldwins.
Like
oh, look
just
at
a bit.
Shots fired. Lucas Leonard, you looked like a Raiders fan, eh?
Hey, fool, crying after a game, you fucking pendejo.
That's the face you make when you lost to the Chargers again, fool.
Again, fool.
Shit.
You guys suck, eh? No wonder you left Califas, eh?
It's out of hand.
Look at this. Diesel. Just ordered me 3 quesadilla tacos with 16 ounces of consomme and a El Pastor quesadilla burrito. Speaking of fat boy grabbing, it's about to go.
Bro, those birria
Dude,
tacos.
I see
Oh,
Now, you're from Rhode Island, which is, as you put it so eloquently, neither
So
road
good.
or an island. Do
Yep.
you know what al pastor is? That kind of meat, Sean. It's some of the best you're ever going to have. You've seen it.
I may
on
never
all the
have.
travel shows.
Yeah, I
When they
may
get the
not know
taco,
exactly what it is, but I'm almost
there's a
certain
big-
I've eaten it.
The big cone, the inverted cone of orange pork with the pineapple, the onion, and it's spinning like Euro meat in front of the
yeah, it's
fire.
orange.
And they're
It's
shaving
orange.
it into tacos. If you get a hold of good al pastor, change your fucking life.
Yep.
Oh no, I think I may have, because see, my family, a lot of my family grew up in El Paso,
Right.
so
right.
we spent time in El Paso. So we ate all manner, and one of my aunts was Mexican, so it was one of those things. We spent a lot of time out there. We ate a ton of amazing food, and it ruins you. This is the thing, right? Having great Mexican food, if you move somewhere where there isn't a lot of, where there isn't a lot of even decent Mexican food, we finally are getting some now. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because it's like where immigrants come in and how long it takes for people to filter. Like, because in the South, man, Mexican food's a staple. It's like Italian food is up here. We didn't know how to adjust to that when we came up here. Do you know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's like, you just are like, what do you mean? Like, Mexican food is like the staple. We're getting Mexican, period. That's what it is. Fucking
Yeah.
amazing.
El Pastor is fucking delicious.
Look at
The,
that picture all the way on the right, Sean. And look how small that human arm is compared to that. meat.
Yeah. Yeah.
If given a choice, though, I think I would pick the birria tacos. There's
Yeah.
just more
Guys, listen.
going on with the birria. Those are delicious.
No, I mean, someone challenged me if you've got a good challenge for this. There is no country on this planet, I think, that appreciates the global cuisine as much as we do. Like, for all the grief people give us about shit, if you bring it here and it's great, we do not care where it's from.
Yeah.
It is like, we love it.
We will embrace it and perfect it and mass produce it.
Damn right.
Yeah, because birria tacos, I mean, they're like basically shredded beef in a taco shell, fried and then dipped in like this red sauce, the birria sauce. Oh man, it's a wet taco basically. But it
Man,
is-
I don't think I've had
Holy
that
shit.
yet, but I'm going to tell you this. I've got something to live for now.
oh man, I'm
That's what
telling
it
you.
is.
Birria tacos, they are fucking next
Damn.
level. Yep.
I was muted. I'm going to show you an Instagram reel I put up last week.
Ooh.
You guys know I live in San Diego. The border is
Hell yeah.
on Mexico. It's Tijuana right there. And there's some
Tijuana.
legendary tacos. Huh?
Tijuana.
I like to go to Tijuana with my wife sometimes and catch a meal down there. It's a huge city. San Diego has 1 million people. Tijuana has 2 million people. It's a huge major metropolitan city. I know it has its reputation, but it's a real city with culture and museums and opera house and everything. Exact same weather as San Diego because it literally touches us on the border. There's a old place called Las Ahumaderas. That means like the smoky place because there were a bunch of taco shops there, I think starting back in 1960. Never been there, but I saw Anthony Bourdain and other like food people go there for years. So I had to go check it out. And here's a 1 minute like Instagram video I made of it. You got to see. This is fucking ridiculous. Tell me if there's sound. Ahumaderas. I don't know if I'm saying it right. Is there sound?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. It means a smoky
There seems
place.
to be smell.
So all these on the street right here, they're all taquerias.
Oh.
And it's really amazing stuff. It's delicious. You gotta try it. It's amazing. It's authentic. We're supposed to be the best street tacos in the world. Ridiculous. Wow. Wow. It's super rico. We're here in Taco Alley in Tijuana, like the most famous taquerias with Humadora. This is like it means the smoky place, and there's a few of them here on this street in Tijuana. It's like the best. But you got to see this. Check this out.
Dude, looks good to
this
me,
is
man.
the real authentic, man. You
Just pull up a seat.
you do, yeah. And there's like I think about 5 of these right next to each other, and of course, there's amazing Mexican food all over Tijuana. It's insane. So
Yep.
and all over San Diego too. All
Home
over,
of my
so.
favorite boxer, man. That's where he came out of.
Who? Which one?
Tijuana.
Eric El Terrible Morales, one of
Oh,
the finest
okay.
to ever lace him up.
All right. Let's
Back
see.
to the crime, bitch.
Was that the end of the movie? No. Not
no.
We
Oh,
wish.
no.
We wish they killed that motherfucker.
Yeah,
then.
we wish that he had just gave him the 44 and then credits would roll. But no,
Yep.
no, he got away with some stuff, and we'll see. But I like how Clint responds. So they find the girl buried somewhere, and she has expired. She ran out of air. She did, and he said she was 14. By the way, when he told the authorities, he had picked up, he had kidnapped a 14-year-old girl, and you can use your imagination there. I'm not going into that. So they don't say it, but it's implied in my head in this movie.
Yeah.
So now they're going to what? The district attorney or whatever.
Yeah.
And this stupid bastard is going to yell at Dirty Harry. You violated his rights. You this, you that, and I'm not going to charge him. And he's going to walk and this, that, and the other. And it's infuriating to watch, because you think like Dirty Harry, he's trying to clean this city up and this crime and this awful monster, this killer, and this. It seems like the law is working against him here. So tell him, you can't do anything. We're not going to arrest him. It's, you ruined it. You ruined the evidence. You ruined everything, and it infuriates him. But I love how Eastwood reacts. What do you guys think of this? He starts following the guy around, but just like, hey, you're at the park. I'm at the park. You're at the grocery store. I'm at the grocery store. So it's kind of funny. He's like trolling the guy like, yeah, I'm right here staring at you. What you going to do about it?
Yeah, that's what they did to the, who did they do that to? Was it the Hillside Strangler, the brothers? When they couldn't arrest them, they didn't have enough evidence. They were just parked outside their place.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
Follow them everywhere.
And that was the absolutely, yeah.
Right. Yeah. So he's trying, looking cool as hell too in that jacket with the pinstripe down the sleeve.
Hell yeah.
Jeez.
If you're going to do it, man, if you're going to be stalking a serial killer, at least look really fucking cool while you're doing it. And he did that.
It looks like he's going out looking for ladies here.
I'm sure he caught one or two on the way.
Yeah. Oh, now this is not nudity. That is just a thigh and a foot and a rib cage. But
dang it.
He even follows the guy into a exotic dance hall.
That's right. Clint likes to see, Callahan likes to see titties. He's established that.
Yeah, we established that in Act 1 and 2.
So this is natural for Callahan.
But this time he doesn't get distracted by the boobs and let the guy get away.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah. So
titties then. You lost this round, titties.
Right.
Yep.
I got a question. When I read like old comic books and you see a downtown drawn and you watch old movies from the 60s and 70s, it feels like in these downtowns of these major cities, there were just topless bars everywhere. Live, XXX, live. Obviously, I live in a major city, San Diego. I drive downtown here. It doesn't look like that. Like, was that just and we're all probably too young to know, was that just a thing in the 60s and 70s?
Depending on where you were, I think.
Yeah, I mean, big cities like that, San Francisco, LA, New York, they probably had tons of shit like that.
But it's not like that now. You go to downtown LA, there aren't just strip clubs in the downtown center.
It's based, their money's probably based on tourism or business or something like that, because if titties are bringing in the most money, they're going to be titty bars downtown, period.
Yes.
But something happened, something shifted to where they're getting money elsewhere, so the titties had to go. The titties are still there. It's just not, major downtown, big part of business.
People are going to say this at some point. They're going to say, so wait a second. During those early 2000s, right? Were girls just really just showing themselves naked online from all walks of life just as a way of currency?
Sean, I told you already. They're girls and they've gone wild. I told you.
I
explained it to you.
It's too late.
No,
They've gone
that's sad.
wild.
Because people are going to go, did they really have to order a VHS tape to see girls going wild back in the day?
You remember that? Like in 2001 or 2002.
Those ads, man.
You're with your homies and you're playing Halo till like 2 a.m. and then the shit just comes on TV. Girls have gone wild down in Jamaica. Order now with your credit card. And it's, okay.
Yep. What is it? What's that lake? Girls Gone Wild, Lake Havasu. And then the guy ended up being a fucking pervert and shit.
You don't say.
Joe, whatever his name is, the guy. Yeah. All kinds of weird shit happened. Yeah.
Brian Knapp. Now there's a hot fruits on every street corner. Yeah.
That's right. Oh dear.
Yeah, the Hot Fruits wanted to sponsor the show, but I went with Pasta Mania instead. I feel like that
We
was a
went with
good
Pasta
choice.
Good choice, man. Always a better choice to go with the
Yeah,
with the
yeah,
mania.
that was. Yeah, I don't think that would have worked out well for our demographic.
No,
So,
man.
yeah. So anyway, he leaves the exotic dance club, and this guy, he's tired of being followed around
Mhm.
by Dirty
He's
Harry.
limping a bit.
He's
So if
had
you
it.
already thought this guy wasn't a piece of shit, a pervert, a vicious murderer, a godless heathen,
Yep.
you get to see something like not even sicker, but just as sick, but weirder. He
Yeah.
pays a guy to beat the shit out of him
To whoop
so he
his
can
ass.
then go and lie and say that it was Dirty Harry and get Dirty Harry in trouble. And this guy puts on a glove and is like excited to do it. And when he's getting beat down, looking like hamburger helper over here, he enjoys it. And I remember he tells the guy he wants every penny's worth of the beating.
Yeah.
He pays this guy to beat his ass. And he
It was like
doesn't
200
cry
bucks or
out.
something.
He's like, I don't want to say, but he's like enjoying it a little too much when it's happening.
Yeah, but go ahead.
No, go ahead, man.
No, I was just going to say, this is the point I have a problem with. This is a person who was a well-known suspect in this town for possibly shooting the face off of a child. There's no way, even in crime circles, crime logic, you shoot a child's face off and you bury and kill another child. There are certain, unless, like, this guy would have beaten him to death. What's this guy worried about? Getting caught by the police? Come on now. He's like, I beat people for a living. What's a corpse? Make it happen.
But I mean, I don't know. I would, if somebody paid me to beat him up like that, to like put on some gloves and give him the business. I don't know. That sounds kind of.
I mean, shit, I'd beat this guy up. I'd just kill him afterwards.
This is a whole new side of Jericho.
I mean, if that's what they want, and it could be a piece of shit like this, maybe not to this extreme. But
I hired you to beat me. Why do you need the wood chipper? Well, son.
I mean, I don't know. That sounds kind of interesting.
Yeah, that's
Get a lot off
quite a
your
face on
chest.
there.
Yeah, man, he is unrecognizable. Again, the practical effects. No CGI, so they had to do the
Right.
best of what they had.
So then he goes to the hospital. Oh, Dirty Harry beat his ass, and just lying and crying. The reporters are there, and yes, it was Officer Callahan, and this, that, and the other. And one thing I like about older movies, you don't see it that often in modern cinema, is the tape job they would do at the hospital in the old days. In TV shows and cartoons, you would have someone like a fucking mummy in some of this stuff, dude. They're wrapped from head to toe, and it's a great look. It's corny. It reminds me of Scooby-Doo for some reason. But it's hilarious.
And he, it makes sense in people's minds because they already shot him. And if you're in the department, you know how much he hates this fucking dude, and you know how and that he was released because his rights were violated, and people might even say, "What, you think he did this to himself?"
Right?
Like he had to, and he did, but that's just so far fetched and ridiculous. Nobody's gonna pay, have somebody kick their ass like that on purpose. Had to be Callahan. It's pretty smart.
I'd use the Eastwood defense.
On his part.
If it was me, he would have been worse.
Right.
I fucking love that line.
If I had done it, he'd be dead.
Right. Indeed. Yeah. So, I mean, I can believe he would do it if you think about the logic for a minute. Like, would this guy be so crazy to pay someone to beat him up? Well, he did shoot a kid's face off. So I don't think he's mentally stable.
Yeah. But they're just looking at it as his rights are violated. Cops, they're not even thinking about, that. Yeah, he's crazy enough to do this. Of course, he's crazy enough to pay someone to kick his ass.
Right.
Yeah.
That he went on to be the Yummy Mummy from General Mills.
I knew he was part of my Saturday morning cereal. So.
Okay.
Listen,
I got a new poll. Hold on 1 second.
Let's have it. I know what it is.
Poll. Okay. Last Crusade and Lost Ark beat Temple of Pooh.
Oh, imagine that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Temple of Pooh.
Imagine that.
Imagine a skewed survey.
I skewed and rigged the voting, and it worked.
And it worked. Where'd you learn that from? Oh, anyway.
The thing, the thing.
No, shut up, guys. That was our most popular president ever.
Right.
ever.
Did you see the election results?
He got more
81
votes from
million.
black people than Barack Obama. I want you to believe that.
81
Oh my God,
million.
though. He
That's
destroyed
right.
him in the dead vote.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got way more expired voters.
Right.
Yeah. Voters of expiration is how they like to be called, Jericho.
Oh, politically correct. My bad.
Yeah, it's 2023, son. It's
Yeah,
expiration vote. No, never mind. Doesn't work.
Lucas Letterly has your back, Jericho.
That's
Temple
right. I knew there was some smart people in here.
Damn right.
I knew it.
Uh,
Temple's the best, man.
right.
Well, I won't say it's even the best because Last Crusade was awesome. But
Love
listen,
Last Crusade.
was
My
awesome.
attitude with these flicks is that the best Star Wars movie is Star Wars in 1977 because you can't go anywhere else without it. People always ignore that shit. Do you know what I mean? And Raiders of the Lost Ark made a genre of movies possible. Do you know what I mean? Like, to me, you got to go with, like, there's, if I was sitting a kid down to watch just, like, you know, one of these movies, it's Star Wars, Raiders of the Lost Ark, right? It's in there with Jaws. Like, if it had ended there,
definitely,
it would have been perfect. You know, if it keeps going, fine, but it didn't need any, like, I get annoyed when they make movies and it's just all set up for a sequel. It's like, trust me, it'll get good later, man. They gave you the world in a short running time. You know, it was pulp. It was freaking perfect.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't like the intentionally setting up for a sequel. Sequels can be great, but you gotta have a beginning, middle, and end in your story. And you plan for a sequel, but you act like there isn't gonna be one. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So
true.
It's like living life. It's funny. It's like you plan for your future, but act like this could be your last day on earth. It's a similar kind of concept.
Right.
So, anyway, he goes to visit Chico Gonzalez, the biggest Raider fan in the Bay Area, home.
Hey, fool.
And Chico, after seeing all the violence and getting hurt himself, he's there with this lady. Callahan's visiting him, seeing how he's doing. And Chico says he's just not cut out for this shit. And he's going to go into teaching. He's going to teach people how to quit on their dreams, apparently, is what he's going to teach.
Callahan tried to tell him in the beginning. He was like, dude, I don't got time to get this guy up to speed. Fuck, I want to fucking.
But he got respect, though, man, from him because Chico is why there's a second act to this movie.
Yeah, he saved his ass.
Saved his fucking life. Shout out, Chico
Gonzalez. And it's go ahead, man. Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, can we talk about the wife there? I mean, that's why I'd quit.
That'll work.
I'd be like, I'm just gonna teach, and then I'm gonna also do some amateur work laying pipe.
Yeah, there you go.
The best I can.
That's what I'm saying.
But the fact that him and Chico are, I think they've developed some kind of friendship here. Or like you said, he at least has respect for Chico. This is post calling him, a racial slur.
Call him a stick within 10 seconds of meeting him, dude.
Which I think just echoes my point that it wasn't so much racist. It was just that he's showing him I fucking hate everybody.
Yeah, he's equal opportunity.
Because,
and frankly, I would rather deal with an equal opportunity than this dude who's like, I'm going to kill a priest. And it's like, whoa, dude. Whoa.
Like, and Chico doesn't have a problem with it. So if Chico's cool with it, I'm cool with it too.
John, I have no idea why Chico's wearing a blazer in bed. I wondered that too. I actually did.
I wake up in a blazer.
That's right.
Sorry, go ahead.
That's why. Brian, I've never seen Payback, but I heard it's a good action movie with Mel Gibson.
Yeah.
We love Mel. Maybe Mel is next. Mel is
But Payback is a good movie.
All right. Yeah. Callahan, he doesn't have a soft side, but Chico has a little bit of respect from him. But I bet his compliment to Chico would be something like, I'm glad you decided to puss out now instead of when Scorpio had me on the ground. Good luck being a teacher.
Thanks for quitting at the right time, Chico.
Right.
Don't worry, son. You just follow your dreams. And by the way, lay some pipe for me, brother.
It's like, I will.
Yeah.
Believe me, I will.
Tear that ass up.
You better, because if you don't, I will.
That's right. You know what? Meeting your wife makes me think of a sandwich we ought to make.
It's off you. If you fuck this up, Chico, I'll be right here to catch her.
Then when he's leaving, he takes the wife's side. What's it like being married to a pussy?
Well,
your husband isn't the only pussy I'm into. Oh
a good turn.
shit! Oh,
Yeah.
That took a turn.
make it stop! Make it stop!
But as much fun as we make, he did pull that chick, so he's living large. Is what
Yeah, he
your
did.
intergalactic
Chico's
trip is.
doing all right.
Yeah.
Chico's
Yep.
not hurting.
Shout out Chico. Respect the
Chico's
game.
is not hurting
So
at all.
the disgusting Scorpio wandering around town, but he wants to get his hands on a new weapon.
Bitch.
Goes into this liquor store and talks to this old codger. He's got a lot of character, this guy. He's got a real personality. And he's buying a bottle of booze and asking the guy if he's ever been held up. And he tells Scorpio he's been held up 14 times in the last 3 years or something. But, he carries a gun and he keeps it right here. And he pulls it out and points it in Scorpio's face, which is kind of like Callahan pointing the gun at, I got to know, man, at the beginning. It's very, very irresponsible. But
it would have been cool if he pulled the trigger, though.
right.
That would have been cool.
Oh, this ugly SOB. So, don't do it. And he tells him that he scares easily, And
He's
then,
a sick piece of shit.
Scorpio bashes him in the head with the vodka, jumps on him, steals the gun. I think he looks in the cash register and then he gets the hell out of the store. Thankfully, he doesn't kill the old man.
Yeah, the old man got off easy as
Right.
compared to, everybody else he's come in contact with.
Did the clerk say El Tabby? No, that's
I
not
don't
what
think
triggered
so.
everything.
That's right.
I don't think so.
But then,
Ugh.
just when you think this guy can't be any worse,
Can't be worse.
because this guy is like what's floating in a porta potty after like a 4-day like EDM music festival,
Yeah,
This is-
EDM festival that share the porta potties with the chili cook-off next
Ooh.
week.
He's a fucking urinal cake.
Oh. Well, did you guys ever hear the news story about the guy that hit himself in the bottom of a woman's porta potty? And
Ugh.
he
Yep, I
stayed
have
in
heard
there
that.
for like a day or two
Like
to
chest deep.
to get
Ugh. Fuck.
Just
Stop.
chest deep
Yeah.
in the filth.
to get
Stop.
chocolate
No.
showers.
Yeah, man.
This is real, Sean. This really happened. He got arrested.
I'm all right
People-
with it. I'm good.
People
I'm tapping
are,
out.
in case you doubted whether people were the worst or not, there you go.
When I hear a news story like that, my brain just rejects it. No, somebody made that up. Like, I know
Nope.
it's true, but my brain won't allow me to know it's true. My brain is like, there's just a guy at the newspaper who was bored. He didn't have a story to write. He made it up.
Your brain can't deal with that level of
No,
filth.
it just doesn't even make sense. Like, I touch raw chicken and I run and wash my hands. You kidding me? A porta potty?
He was up to his chest in raw chicken.
No. Stop.
Fucking-
Oh,
Ugh.
Brian Knapp. In a word, why?
Why?
He's like, man, I wish these concert goers would quit coming over here and where are all the people eating the chili?
Right.
That's what I'm here for.
It's the chili
Oh,
cook-off. That's what he's hanging out at the state fair. People are full of funnel cakes and corn dogs and jalapeno poppers and
Hell yeah, yogurt and shit, ice cream.
No. Damn. Fucking hell.
Oh, where's that porta potty? Where's that porta potty at?
oh man.
Oh shit.
Oh,
So please
I'm
pick
dying.
this one. Please pick this one.
I don't know.
Mm.
That was one of the
Please.
worst news stories I've ever heard.
It's up there.
Nothing
Hands
is
up
worse than a human being. I wish
Right.
people would understand.
So this guy, Scorpio, he's
Yeah.
worse than the
Yes.
toilet guy. He's worse than the toilet guy. Just
Way
so-
worse.
Yeah, not to be confused, by the way, with a great character who we all love, El Scorpio
Right.
from Predator 2.
Yes.
Who, when I saw him, the first time I saw him, because, you don't know what you want to do career-wise when you're young. But when I saw him on screen, much like Mr. Joshua, I thought, that's how I want to go. Come and get it. El
Oh,
Scorpio
dude.
is ready.
He buried his face.
That's
in
right.
booger sugar. You got to
Yeah,
respect
he's
the
like,
man who
fuck
commits.
Scarface. Bam!
No matter what their commitment is in, what it's being
Mm-hmm.
aimed at, you
Yep.
have to respect commitment. And
Gotta
that
focus,
dude straight buried his face in a pile of yayo and then went at it with, well, he thought he was going at it with the police, but didn't end up that way. He was going at it with alien.
Yeah, he had a
With,
grenade
with
launcher.
an alien. Yeah, but come on, man. That dude was dedicated.
The little Bolivian marching powder, huh? A little bit of
Every
that.
time. It works every time.
Hey, you got a lot of cleaning to do around the house. Need to stay up for 3-4 days? We have a solution for you.
What?
Nope.
You want
listen
to? You want to see what? You want to see what life is like as a hummingbird? Here you go.
You want to clean your whole house and talk to voices at the same time?
Yeah.
You want to lose a fight with an alien predator life form?
You want to clean your house and then strip the copper piping out of the walls 6 feet up
with your teeth?
We'll show you how to do it. It's called meth.
Yeah.
Good shit.
All right. So Scorpio, for his final trick of just debauched, horrific, evil behavior, hijacks a school bus with beautiful little kids in it. Just
innocent little angels.
Right. Gets in there with 7, 8, 9, 10-year-olds, puts a gun in old Mary's ribs here and tells her to drive.
Drive you.
Did you hear what she said though? There.
What did she say exactly?
She was like, "You stole my haircut." She said it right to him.
You fucking biter.
For a millisecond, I thought you were serious. I'm like, how did I miss a line?
Oh, wait a minute. I missed that part too. That lady's
How did
wild.
I miss a line that hilarious? That actually would be good writing if she was just like being charming and trying to make conversation. And wow, you stole my haircut. And he's like,
all right, let's move I know why you're here. Let's move the kids to the front of the bus. Let's do this, young man.
You stole my hairdo.
That's right.
Shit.
Oh crap.
I remember as a kid, I got into baseball cards in 4th grade, and this was 1987, 88. So people didn't have the full-on 70s hair. But when I started to collect a little bit more in the next year, I would get some older cards, and I would look at the players from 1983 and 1979, and I was like, what the hell was wrong with everyone in the 70s and 80s? They looked so dirty to me. Just their hair was everywhere, and I don't know, man, these big mustaches and huge sideburns, and I didn't know it was fashion. As a kid, I was like, everyone was filthy in the 70s, apparently.
They were. It wasn't fashion. It's fucking nonsense.
We're just a dirty time in our country's history.
The bus driver is not as cute as Sandra Bullock, just saying.
That's true.
That's true.
It's true.
Yeah. That is true. In 1993, Sandra Bullock. Yeah.
She had to keep the bus under 55 miles an hour, right? So.
Or kaboom.
Right. So they're crying. She's crying. And he's so disgusting. He's in the bus singing, row, row, row your boat. But he's singing it all aggro at the kids. Like, come on, sing with me. Everybody sing. It's like,
dude, fucking crazy, man.
Like when Willy Wonka's going down the LSD tunnel with the kids.
Yeah, with like the chicken that gets its head cut off and shit. Yeah, that was weird. But this is showing him almost becoming more crazy and more detached from reality. Like this is, of course, he's a psycho. But this is like more deranged, fucking sing, kid, sing.
The guy in the bottom of the porta potty thinks he's a nut job. Okay.
Yeah, the guy, he looks at him and goes, God, watch out for
what the
that
fuck
guy.
is wrong with that guy?
That guy's a fucking weirdo.
I remember my daughter Minnie moved up to Hollywood to do stand-up comedy there, and she lived there for a year. And we go up to visit her every once in a while. And if you don't know, it's crazy up there. There's like weird, crazy people walking around, drug addicts, and they're acting nuts. And we were at a stoplight one time leaving her house. There was a lady full on bump and grind holding on to a bus stop, right? And she was all like nuts and just like writhing and just mounting this bus stop in an erotic way, and it was disturbing. And I looked past her. It was a very, very thin, wiry Mexican man with a Viking helmet on, riding a bike, giving double birds. And then he looked at me and then was like, look at this bitch. Oh,
she's
and
crazy.
He had fake boobs in. That's right. He had like fake boobs in his shirt, a Viking helmet, riding a BMX bike, giving double birds. So no hands on the wheel. And we our eyes lock, and he looks over at the lady grinding on the bus stop, and he looks at me like, what a crazy bitch, right?
And you're like, I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but have you ever bumped and ground on a bus stop? No. So
yeah, of course.
Don't be
what?
a hater. Don't knock it till you try it.
Exactly.
Go find
By
a
the way, her
sturdy bus
name was
stop.
Dolores. She has a name. No, I'm kidding.
Good night, Joe Mello. We will see you, friend.
Peace out,
Take
Joe.
care, brother.
You find a nice sturdy bus stop, you give it a good bumping and a grinding, you'll see why she was doing that.
Right. So yeah, so he's driving the bus somewhere. They're tracking him. Eastwood's gonna go after him. The mayor's flipping out. He cannot have these children taken down. This cannot happen because they've already let this creep get away with enough. The stupid district attorney and all of it.
Fucker.
So Eastwood's gonna go after him. Look, he looks like an animal, right? Like a fox
Yes.
or a wolf or something. Like, and I mean that in a badass way. You know, he looks
He looks
like
like Wolverine, man. That's what he looks like.
Ooh, true.
Looks like Wolverine.
True.
Straight up.
Right.
That dude.
Yep.
Oh, he played. He was in High Plains Drifter too.
Yep.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, he had a beard
Yeah.
and shit. But yeah, he's in High Plains Drifter.
Yeah, it's one of those guys that's in a lot of cool stuff. Yeah. Anyway, he makes the bus driver, poor Alice or whatever her name is, tell them what's going on, and they're gonna track this guy down. It's not good. Oh,
Yep.
he's so disgusting. This guy.
Yeah, it's a piece
So
of shit.
awful.
At every turn, in every scene, he gets worse.
Right. It is impressive. Have you been on this bridge a bunch, Jericho? I've only been on it once.
I've been on it a few times. Never walked it, but that's where that's what the field trip is for my daughter. They're gonna walk the Golden Gate Bridge, so we're gonna walk the Golden Gate Bridge. But yeah, I've been on it a few times. But when you go from San Francisco to the other side to Marin County, on the other side, that's when you get into what is it called? Sausalito.
Right.
That's where where Nancy Pelosi lives and stuff. Very nice, ritzy town. And then there's a place where you can pull over and like look at the Golden Gate Bridge from the other side and stuff. It's really cool. And there's a Coast Guard station at the base of it, and they take care of all the suicides and stuff off the bridge.
Jeez.
Yeah, I went over. We go over that bridge because that's how you get to Skywalker Ranch. So I went to Skywalker Ranch twice on 2 different trips out there to see friends who are working there. So that was amazing. That was a great trip.
Yeah, it's
that's
quite
when you were helping them come up with Jar Jar Binks, right? You developed that character.
No. That was after that. That was when I helped them come up with the sequel trilogy.
Right.
I was Luke Skywalker, right? But with tits.
I'm listening.
They didn't do, but then they left out the second part of that.
My favorite line from the brand new Star Wars movies. My favorite line is Poe Dameron saying, "Somehow the Emperor's come back."
Yeah,
and they
it's
leave
fucking
it at
over
that.
at that point, isn't it?
Even though you saw him die in 1983, he says somehow he's come back.
Somehow, just somehow. Don't dig any
Somehow
deeper.
the original trilogy is now pointless.
Right. Here's how shit woke stuff is. Woke is just like a wank for the narcissist SJW, right? But the point of the original 3 Star Wars movies, it was so beautiful, was the character arc redemption of Darth Vader. He's a bad guy, but at the very end, he's dying, he's coughing up blood, and his son says, "No, there's still good in you," because he sacrificed himself to save Luke, right? The Emperor's electrocuting Luke to death. Darth Vader's his stooge. He's like, "What do I do? Fuck this. I'm not a bad guy." And he throws the Emperor down the thing and he burns to death. That was the point.
Dude,
that was such a big
my-
point. But for the Emperor to come back to life in 2015 or 16 or whatever,
Yep.
it undoes Darth Vader's sacrifice. It literally undoes the
Yeah.
point and the sacrifice of those movies. It's
I
so
can't.
insulting.
Well, you know how people say all those movies don't exist to me. It's like I would just go, yeah. I mean, they don't because it's like, what the fuck? I don't care. You know, like like they're immaterial. They threw out whatever George Lucas's plan was for those movies. To me, they were just fucking fan fiction after that. I don't care. Like, here's the best way I could put it. I was at the movie theater, let's see, 1983. I was born in 76. So it was I think I was about 7, though, because it was I had a late birthday. And I remember being there, and I remember hearing the part where he goes, "No, I've got to save you." And he says, "You already have."
Right.
That was a huge moment for me as a kid in understanding, like, wow, like he saved him spiritually. He saved, like, I was like, holy cow, by, turning him back towards the light. And, you think about that. I was showing you a sequence from Nosferatu before we started the stream today about somebody hearing scripture for the first time in this, very difficult situation in the book. Those are the things that art used to do. And to see what Star Wars has been... People forget this. They bought that 2013 or something like that, I think it was, and
13,
then their first
14,
movie,
something.
2015 I think was their first movie. They killed that franchise in less time than the distance between the original series and the prequels. And say what you want to say about the prequels, there's a generation that loved those, and that did not nuke action figure and revenue sales. The sequel trilogy, Star Wars the year before those new movies came out was selling merch with no movies out better than they were a year after.
Right.
Fucking reason that shit out.
Get woke, go
Fuck.
broke. It's sad.
Yep.
Yeah.
So anyway, back to the bridge and the field trip.
I want to say one thing about the Darth Vader
Sorry.
being saved and all that. Even though in Star Wars there's no Christianity or anything, in Western culture, the main religion is the Judeo-Christian faith.
Yes.
And Darth Vader saying he's being saved before he dies, that is very Western. That is very
Oh, it
American.
absolutely is.
Oh, because even though they're not Christians in Star Wars, they're whatever they are, Jedi religion. It's like, oh, he's not going to die and go to hell. He was redeemed at the end. And that is very relatable for the way we think and believe as Westerners. It was a beautiful story for a man to be a villain, literally clothed in a black skull mask and everything.
Yep.
And he's still redeemed at the end. That little last spark of goodness, he sacrifices his own life to save his son and help save like the galaxy from the bad guys by helping defeat their guy. And they undo it in the new movies.
Yep. They
What
just
the
went
fuck are you even doing?
all over that.
Yep.
Ugh.
Yep. That's how they
Anyways.
do. But this
Sean?
bridge, going across this bridge, man, is fucking awesome to see the actual architecture of it and how fucking huge it is and how big those cables are and stuff. Yeah, it's really
incredible.
It's
Absolutely
pretty wild,
incredible.
man.
Oh, speaking of that bridge, I sent you the t-shirts, Jericho. Check your email. I sent you the artwork for those. So
Okay. Cool.
well, the bridge reminded me of some of the artwork.
Thank
'cause
you.
It's on one of the shirts. So
You better have
Anyway.
not done a field trip t-shirt, Gabe, because I don't think that's going to fly. You know, just looking at the designs you've been doing, I think Jericho might not get to be a chaperone for any future trips.
we did one that
Yeah.
says
Not
we
that
did one
one.
that says somehow Palpatine came back.
That's
It's
right.
good writing.
Yeah, that's
Good
right.
writing. Great writing.
Yeah.
Just somehow.
We're on a field trip, fuckers. Like, no,
After-
don't know. Don't do it.
So
After all those years,
Yep.
that's what they gave you.
Respected parent.
Lucas,
Gone down the
I
toilet.
agree 1,000%. Star Wars is only the first 3 movies. Absolutely.
There you go.
Absolutely. And they're all good. I don't like when people in my generation, I'm 44, try and say Return of the Jedi sucks. No, it doesn't. Return of the Jedi is my Temple of Doom. I love that movie.
Oh, see, don't talk like that. That's terrible.
Dude,
Blasphemy.
it's getting dark in here.
So anyway, this piece of human shit is singing Row, Row, Row Your
Yes.
Boat with the kids on the bus. They're starting to cry because he's becoming more and more nightmarishly unhinged as time goes by. This poor little kid in the back seat here, let me switch to that. He's like, I want to go home. I want to see my mom. You know, he's like 10. The dude slaps him in the face and tells him to
That's
sit.
so fucked up.
Oh my gosh, what a piece of
Thing,
shit.
you little bastard.
Right. I mean, she's screaming, the kids are screaming, he's waving guns around. Oh my gosh, what a nightmare. And then the wolf. He's just standing on these elevated train tracks or something where the bus has to drive nearby. And look at that. You can't even see his face, but
Yep.
you can. You know what I mean? Like you can feel it. The look he's giving that bus.
That's
you know?
the man with no
Dude,
name up on that
burning
shit,
a hole.
right?
Right.
Burning a hole in that dude's forehead.
Right. He he shot him in the leg, he stepped on him, he violated some of his rights, but now he's like, I don't care. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, fuck you.
anymore.
I can't let you
Your
back
rights-
out on the streets to terrorize society as you're doing right now.
Right.
Sorry, kids. Yeah, your rights disappear when you do that with a school bus, when you kidnap kids. Your rights are forfeit,
You're getting
period.
fucked
Right.
up.
It's
Yep.
and here we just have a freeze frame, but in the movie, it's such a great shot because it's kind of panning the camera,
Mhm.
and you just see him up there like a monolith, man. He is just up there made of granite, 1,000 feet tall, and the guy Scorpio sees him on the bus, like, oh shit, and he tells the lady to hurry up, or whatever, to like get away.
Yep.
But no, he jumps on the roof. You know what I mean? And he's
Bitch.
yeah. Scorpio shoots through the roof. He's trying to drive the bus crazy. Clint Eastwood.
How
hangs on.
many times have we seen that in an action movie? The good guy being on the roof and the bad guy shoots through the roof. Action Jackson, anyone? We've
Right.
seen that shit a lot of times, man. This gave birth to so much cool shit.
Yeah, it really did. And I do like the dynamic of the captain and the mayor, like, yeah, you can't do this, Dirty Harry. You've gone too far. I have that dynamic where the good guy's own friends and resources are like, you're going, and like, look at Cobretti, right? In Cobra, look at all these movies where the cop, you're going too far, turn in your badge. That's a really fun way to write conflict for the hero, where he now has to decide, am I going to like serve righteousness or am I going to serve bureaucracy?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So yeah, it's awesome.
And
So
how's
they
he going
crashed
to live at night? How's he going
Right.
to live at night knowing that he let this killer back out on the street, and the rest of the police department has no fucking clue how to catch him. And this dude's just going to murder, children, women, and children, all kinds of fucked up shit. Nah, man, good thing his moral barometer was intact.
Right. I think he just weighed it in his head, like, well, what's more important to me here? I have to choose, So yeah.
Yeah, and a little short cigar to smoke on. Hell yeah.
Right. Yeah, it's an iconic shot. It's great. It's a good payoff here. He rides the top of the bus. Oh, thank you, Aldion. I want to sit down and watch all the Dirty Harry movies in one shot. Yeah, that would be a fun Saturday. That'd be a lot, though. Can you imagine how you remember when you were a kid, you'd watch a movie and then you'd like start impersonating it afterwards, like you'd start talking like it or acting like it. What if you watched Dirty Harry all day, and then you were going to 7-Eleven, you saw some punk kids doing something? Just give them some dirty look. Or
ask yourself one question, you little fuckers.
I know what you're thinking.
That'd be great.
I
know what you're thinking, you mealy mouthed little fucker.
Oh my goodness! Right, so they end up at like an old mine, like they're processing ore here. I think there must be a mine, and this is where they're taking the ore and they're smashing and getting whatever mineral they want out of it. And it looks all ratty, like the clapboard is falling and the wood is all drying around. But then it turns out the place is still running. Like, it's weird. There's still workers there, and there's still a conveyor belt with all the little rocks and everything going. And it's kind of a fun, like a tense cat and mouse thing where Scorpio's kind of running through this place, indoors and outdoors, and Callahan's chasing him, and they're trading shots. And he finally gets down to a little pond next to it, and he grabs a kid hostage. Ugh.
Just a sick bastard to the end, man.
Right.
To the end.
Right. And Callahan gives him the speech again. Basically that same speech about, I know what you're thinking. Was it 5 or 6 or whatever? You feeling lucky, punk? And
he wasn't.
Last time, Mr. I Gots to Know was lucky, but this guy.
Yeah, this time, you piece of shit.
Right. Yeah, he wings him. The kid gets away. Oh, that's right. He shoots him, and then he gives him the speech again. Sorry. Yeah.
And then one thing I can't believe I forgot about it till just now, but that classic. And as a kid, I thought this is what guns sounded like. I thought guns were like, pow, pow, that sound. I thought that's what they sounded like. Nothing like that. But that's that classic Dirty Harry, gun sound.
You told me what I thought it was fascinating, like gives you so much cred, Jericho, as like a movie aficionado, that you knew the classic Warner Brothers gun sound from the Sony one or different one.
Yeah.
And which sound is it? Is it the beer? Is it that one with the high pitch thing, or which sound are you talking about? Is the Warner Brothers sound?
It's the sound of, if you look up Last Boy Scout, action scene or Lethal Weapon action scene, it's the same sound, that same pistol sound, and that's how you know it's Warner Brothers.
Is it the real deep really deep one? Or
I can't even explain it. But if you look up one of those Last Boy Scout, whatever scene, and any pistol sound in there is the same one that's in all the Warner Brothers movies in the 80s and the 90s.
All right.
That I can't even explain it, but.
And again, here he is, and you put it so well, Sean, looking like Wolverine, right? Look at that mane of hair, like a lion come out of the bushes to just rid the world of this piece of trash, this guy.
Yep. That's what Wolverine should have looked like. They should have got Clint Eastwood to play Wolverine. It would have been way better. Yeah, man, he fucks this dude up, and he finally corners this dude, and he gets what he deserves, man. All the people he shot, and not even the people that he killed, that bartender that he fucked up, the children that he terrorized, the poor bus driver, the kid that he slapped. All of that shit culminates right here, you fuck. Go ahead and reach for your gun so he can go ahead and put you where you need to be.
Right. Gives it to him.
And this time he didn't wing him.
No.
Yep. No.
This time he gave him that fucking 10X right in the middle. And that close with a 44 that I'm surprised that dude didn't do a fucking backflip. Like, that's a lot of force, man, and it's tearing. His insides are all fucked up right now.
Yep. He blew his back out, as they say.
Yeah, not the good way. Not the good way you want to blow someone's back out. He literally got his back blown.
Oscar reminds us, He laughs weird before getting shot. Ugh, he's so creepy, disgusting.
On every level, great character building in this movie. On every level, his mannerisms, his sounds, everything about this guy is just fucking disgusting.
This really makes me want to see if the audiobook of this is any good because Hunch the Dirty Roofer, one of the great fans, he's always in the chat. He recommended First Blood, the Rambo book by Morel, Richard Morel, I believe. Amazing book. So I wonder if the Dirty Harry book, I'm going to get it and see how good the audiobook of that is. I bet it's going to be awesome. So
yeah, absolutely, man.
Right. Yeah, he died the way he. And Sean, you talked to me earlier today. I think you texted me or something about this moment here. What did you want to say about this right here?
No, I mean it's one of those things to where I've talked a little bit about it, up in here about the walking away from an 18-year teaching career. Where if you're a teacher, if you're a real dyed-in-the-wool teacher, you get into the field to help people. And when you suddenly find yourself in an environment much like what you're seeing here, where it's seized by a bureaucratic ideology that is completely diametrically opposed to why you got into it, which is to protect people or to help people or to educate people, and it's miseducating them. It's telling you that you have to be racist to be a part of the system. It's telling you you have to cheerlead people mutilating themselves.
Right.
Do you understand? It's when he threw that badge, it hit me so differently than it has in any previous watch. Because when I came into this space to be an independent creator, this is what people like. This guy has got his pension, his retirement, everything that he gets, every benefit from that job. It's not just a symbolic thing that's happening right there. It's leaving a way of life and your hope for what it would be. He's got no wife to come home to. He doesn't have all those things. But if you have ever been the kind of person, and we've talked about this a lot, Gabe, in terms of before or during the early stages of Double Impact, and then now we've talked about it with Jericho a lot too. But when you walk away willingly from security because you go, what I became a part of this for, and I mean we're talking about like a dream, something that requires master's degrees, years of education, 13 years working before you get full time. You finally get that job security and you fucking walk. It is a serious thing. And in that moment, it's like, the field, whatever it is fucked when the good people are driven out. And that is what we saw happen in this flick. And it fucking affected me, man.
Yeah. I see that. He just.
Amen.
He looked at that badge of his and he's just like, I can't do what they want to do, man. They want to let this guy run free and kill girls and shoot a boy's face off. And like, he made that choice right there at the end. Right here, like, you can arrest this dude. What's this guy going to be doing next week or the week after or whatever?
Because I violated his fucking rights again.
Right.
And this came out 2 days before Christmas, 1971.
Wow! Merry Christmas, geez.
And smart. That's one of those good times, summer or Christmas releases. Great times. $4 million budget, and it made 36.
Yep.
Wow. So it was a hit.
And you've already shown this frame from it, but I mean, if we could talk about what a piece of, if you call this up, what a piece of shit this guy was. I mean, it's right. I shared it in the window there. You gotta, you just gotta click on it because a lot of people don't understand. Like this Scorpio was
no, Sean, no.
What?
That's different. That's from Predator 2. That's a different.
This is the same movie. This is the same bus. That bus driver, the kids. Yeah.
No.
Same thing.
The Scorpio in this movie didn't have all that white stuff on his face.
That's a lot.
No, he did. You guys are remembering it wrong.
Oh, he did.
It's been a couple minutes. But listen,
you guys
seconds.
Need to get HD. It's an 1080p.
Yeah, if you get HD, he's got the grenade launcher, the bulletproof vest, the booger sugar. Yeah, I mean and he's singing "Let It Snow" with the kids. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. And he's just it's a mess.
There. It's all there.
It's a mess. So yeah.
And that's something you usually don't see at the end of these action movies. The ones that paid homage to this one, or or whether they did it, you don't see a lot of them where they throw the badge where they say "fuck that." It's usually the the camera pans out. Here come the sirens and the lights. After everything's done, someone's sitting on the back bumper of an ambulance wrapped up in a green wool blanket. He's getting stitched up. Hey, hold still, stuff like that. Or, hey, hold on, doc. Let me talk to this broad, my love interest or whatever. So you rarely see where they, say, I don't want no more.
The badge, man.
I'm going to do my own thing. I can't be a part of this bullshit.
Look really closely. The corners of his mouth, his eyebrows. Yep. What phenomenal acting. You see so much regret, lament, frustration here, just in that expression.
And maybe not regret, like he's regretting his decision, but regretting
not
sticking
himself.
around so
He's
long.
Regretting what this shit has turned into, not himself. You're right. Yeah.
And maybe not doing this sooner.
Right.
Because I'm sure this is
the contemplation deeply like, fuck, man, this is it.
Yeah. And I'm sure this isn't the first time that Callahan has quote unquote violated somebody's rights or roughed somebody up. Right. So he's just sick of the bullshit. He wants to do good. He wants to clean up the streets.
He does contemplation. You're right. Johnny Utah throws his badge away in Point Break. Right on. Right. And
no longer an FBI agent.
I am an FBI agent.
I'm now a U.S. postal worker. But this is the thing.
I am an Arby's shift manager.
That's right.
I'm a sanitation technician.
That's right, man. I will tell you, he does do lament pretty well in all his movies, but in Unforgiven in particular, when he's like, and he said that you'd done this and this and that, and if you didn't do that, you were gonna kill Little Bill too. And he goes, and that didn't scare Little Bill, did it? Give me that bottle. Give me your Schofield. Dude. I'm gonna fucking tear this town to pieces. Bless him, man. Look at that. I mean, they broke the mold when they made this motherfucker.
Yeah.
Done.
Same with Gene Hackman in that movie in Unforgiven. What a genius! What a cocksucker!
He's so
evil guy.
Gene Hackman's another actor who's got incredible range and gets the job done.
Yeah, he was fucking man.
Shit, he can elevate a movie like the 70s disaster movies like the Poseidon Adventure.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like he could elevate flicks by being in them, and then he could do the comedy shit with Superman. He could do. I mean, he's just a star, man.
Yeah, you gotta have somebody to play off of. These guys that are playing the villains, they got to be good villains too, because you got to bounce off of that good guy, that hero. You got to play your evil good, so he can play his good.
Well, they use the same strategy for Keaton, right? So they had this guy who was was kind of unknown in Reeves. Now, people knew Michael Keaton, but not for Batman. And
he was a funny guy.
Movies. Yeah, they anchored those movies with great villain casting, and with Marlon Brando as Jor-El, but they had Gene Hackman, like Clint Eastwood. When we look at this dude, not only is he an exceptional actor, but you could do a Clint Eastwood month on just his directing. For God's sake.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Legend.
You can make a meal off a Thanksgiving meal just off of Clint Eastwood. Stuff he's been in, directed, and been in, or just directed. I mean, the shit is crazy, and his career spans forever.
And he still has stuff coming out. He directs like one movie a year, basically. So.
Man, awesome. A treasure.
What is he?
Cinematic treasure.
I think he's 93 by now. 92, 93.
Yeah, 92, 93, man. He's up there.
Morgan Freeman, God bless you, gave us the toll. Was the first time I heard what he says. He goes, anytime, instead of action when he's directing. And he goes, okay, I think we got it. Instead of cut. He's like, let the film wait. Let it run through that camera while I say what I want to fucking say.
You know what I think happened? I think after he survived crashing his plane in the San Francisco Bay in the Red Triangle at night, crashing a plane at night in like 1951. I think after that, he just said, fuck it. I'm on borrowed time. The pressure's off. I've stared death in the face. I've heard the splash in the water not too far away in pitch blackness. I'm not scared of shit anymore. So whatever.
Yep.
Let's just
there's a saying, and I don't know who said it. It's attributed to Confucius, the old philosopher from China, I believe.
Confucius.
And it was, it did not start Confucius say, Jericho. That's not how the saying starts.
No, it was why not a? Sorry, go ahead.
My brother told it to me like a year or two ago, and it just hit me so good. I love this. It was every man has two lives, and the second one starts when he realizes he only has one.
Yep.
You know,
And
I think what you're saying about the plane crash and all that, it's like, hey man, nobody's guaranteed 1 minute from now.
Yeah,
You
I
know?
think that had a profound effect on him, man. He just, maybe that sparked his talent, his creativity, or something like that. But I think that changed it, man, because that's a lot of people's worst nightmare. And it doesn't matter how good of a swimmer you are, athlete, what good of a shape you're in. You're against Mother Nature, and we ain't shit. So it could have easily ended. How many swimmers have died in that water who are swimmers? That's what they do. That's what they practice. That's what they dedicate their life to. And they get swallowed up by something or the ocean, or they freeze to death. Like, it's Mother Nature. We ain't shit. And he got lucky.
I think that probably affected him. I also think that the fact that he was the first person to successfully clone himself probably helped a little bit. Like when you look at your baby self in your hands, as he did with his son Scott.
Yeah.
Probably that helped. That affected
But Scott, he's not gonna, and not that he should just because he's his son, but he's already started too late to have a career like his dad.
Oh shit, yeah. But I mean, to be honest, I think that Scott would have had a very quick career if his dad had helped him. Yeah, that's what's so great.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's great that he didn't. Like, that's the kind of man he was. He's like, if you want to act, you're gonna fucking audition.
Yeah,
right. There's that one guy. I think he's a good actor. What's his name? Washington. He's Denzel Washington's son.
Oh yeah. He was on that show,
like
Ballers.
John. I think it's like
Rock.
John David Washington or something. He was in Tenet, that Christopher Nolan movie, the crazy sci-fi movie with emo Batman was in it too. Yeah. And he's a great actor, but he never told anyone he was Denzel Washington's son. Like, it wasn't a secret, but he didn't publicize it, I guess. And I didn't know he was his son for years, seeing him on TV and movies. You know what I mean? That was never like, oh yeah, Denzel's my dad, so give me a job and all that. So it's better if you, obviously the older generation should set the table and help you. That's the whole point of civilization and families. But they shouldn't do it for you. Like they shouldn't wipe your ass for you. Jeez.
Being born in a nice house in Carmel, I think that's enough help, frankly. If you're gonna be real about it.
I was it yesterday? I was I was on Rumble, and I was something came up about Carmel, California, and I was telling people about it, and I pulled up a real estate page, and it was just Carmel real estate, and I think the cheapest house on there was like $1.6 million. But Carmel is a very, very nice zip code to
it's
grow
beautiful,
up in.
man.
I'm talking high-end shopping, beautiful, wonderful, great restaurants, white sand beaches, no crime, no homeless.
You know how you can tell you live somewhere that's kind of rich and the economy's very good? The mall isn't dead. Because malls are like dead across this country. But if you go somewhere and they have a Westfield and that place is like popping off with Din Tai Fung and like Cheesecake Factory, is not a great restaurant, but it's just packed and the parking lot is packed and the stores are packed. That's like usually only rich neighborhoods the malls have survived. Everywhere else,
that's true.
Fucking ghost towns.
There's there's a Del Monte shopping center, probably 10, 15 minutes, depending on traffic, away from Carmel. It's right over the hill, and it's like an indoor-outdoor mall or an outdoor mall.
Right.
And it's holidays, it's packed. Weekend, it's packed. Kids, it's a hangout for all the little rich kids that live around there. But a thriving mall.
We have the Westfield University Town Center here near La Jolla, which is one of the richest parts of America. And they just spent $100 million expanding it, if you're wondering how the mall is going over there. So,
quite the investment.
Not to go back to your Confucius quote, but it's very true in this sense, is that one of the things I'm the happiest that there's not a lot that gives you peace when you lose somebody that's really close to you. My late father-in-law and I were incredibly close. He was a truly excellent human being, an ER doctor his whole life, loved golf more than anything. And the last time I was out in California with him, we were on a trip. Let me break this guy down to you. This guy found out that one of my dreams was to go to Sequoia National Monument, and so he booked us hotel rooms inside of Sequoia National Monument. I forget what the Sachi Lodge or something inside of that place, just so I could see this stuff. He would always do stuff for other people. And when we were driving back up the coast and we stopped in Carmel, I said to him, Pebble Beach is right there. See if there's some people you can jump in with and make a reservation. He's like, no, I don't want to do that. Then you guys are just stuck around. And we're like, he was already diagnosed at that point. We were like, for the love of God, man, do that for yourself. So we played around at golf. When you get to the 18th hole, there's a live feed of it. He called his friends to watch it. Came back smiling ear to ear. And I tell you what, when short while after that, when he passed away, I thought to myself, thank God we pushed him to go and do that. If there's a dream, there's something that's important to you or important to someone around you. I will tell you many things. We talked about throwing the badge. We talked about me walking away from an 18-year career that I built and worked my ass off to build. I regret nothing for dedicating my time to making No Sparrow and doing this. Because if I went to my grave before doing this shit, I know it would be the biggest regret of my life. So you got to do it, man.
And he was right there. Man, people don't know unless you've been there. Carmel is right next to Pebble Beach.
Right.
It's like 10 minutes away. It's right. It's matter of fact, it goes Carmel, Pebble Beach, and then Monterey. So you got to go past Pebble Beach. You don't go through it. You go past it on the highway right by it. So yeah, I'm glad you did, man. To be that close, you got to make that
dude.
shit happen.
And I tell people this because it kind of ties into, funny enough, why I left my job. There were two people I thought of when they were telling me that I've got to teach students and stand by and allow students to be taught that people who are white are evil on the basis of their race. It was, of course, the mother of my children and my father-in-law. And the thing that got me about that is when I hear people speak about people in broad terms, whatever, this guy and I were like, thick as thieves, like total buds. He grew up in Mississippi. And the thing that gets me this day, heartbreaking, is when before they put him under, before he passed away, he was calling out for people or calling for things. And the last things he asked, what he was saying was, where's Shanth? Where's Shanth? Fuck. I don't even know what to say about that. And I thought, these people will never grasp what actual relationships are with people. When you see Chico save his life and, he's seeing, here's a good cop who doesn't want to be a part of this because this is what the world fucking is. This young potential cop that I've finally gained respect for. He's like, what is coming up after me? Is it just me holding the line? None of these fuckers care. And there's something brilliant about this shit. You know what I mean? These movies. Even when they have an ending like this, guys, if you watch these flicks that we're watching on Double Impact, you will laugh, you will be inspired, they will fill you up, man. And that's why I love the show, man. Every week when we do this, I walk away going, how's it going to be this week? It's kind of weird because we just do it. And it's always a great fucking time with my brothers, and I love it, man.
Yeah, and that your experience with your father-in-law, and for people to say that simply because he was white, he was evil, that doesn't blend, that doesn't match with your experience. Like those are just words out of people's mouth. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I'm living the opposite of what's coming out of your face. You're just parroting some shit that some other commie asshole told you. I'm living the opposite of that. So don't fucking tell me how it is out here when this ain't my experience. When I see these people in real life dealing with real shit and they still treat me with respect, don't fucking tell me that they're racist or they feel a certain way about me simply because of the color of their skin. That's wrong. The content of their character is outshining all that bullshit you're telling me. I can't fucking stand when people do that. And who believes that?
Yep.
Who the fuck
Yeah,
believes
I don't. What are they even
trying
what are they trying to accomplish? They're going to tell you white people suck, and then Sean, you're going to turn to your white wife and go, "Oh, I guess they're right." Like, what are they trying to accomplish? Even saying
no,
that?
man.
It makes
It's like, but they don't even know what they're talking about, man. It's like I always tell people when I first came off to a new school when we moved to Tennessee. Yeah, I dealt with some bullshit, but there was a kid who was there who only could afford to go to the school. Because in the South, man, it's like, where I was, it's like not like the public school system was flush with cash. I went to this school, and my best friend, this kid named Travis Wright, shout out to you, brother, wherever you are. His mom worked in the cafeteria. That's how he went there. And whenever we'd go through the line, me and Travis, she'd always give us extra ground steak and gravy and shit like that. Like, it was just great. And this kid, whenever he saw me getting bullied, I've told you guys this story. He would come running. He'd be like don't touch, this kid. Like, he's my friend, and like he's always protective. And people don't understand what it's like, for some folks coming up broke. Travis's family lived in a trailer, and because they didn't have a lot of money and they were both working, he was home a lot. This poor kid was home when his trailer got robbed, and they found him under the sofa hiding the whole time by himself while his house was fucking robbed.
Man.
And I saw him when my wife and I, she actually has met him because we chance meeting at the mall when I went back home one time. Same dude came up to me, gave me a huge hug. He was with his mom, and he goes, "Hey, Shav, hey, man, you want to go four-wheeling sometime?" I'm like, "Buddy, I'm just down for a week, man." But this dude was like the shit. And I just, fuck these people, man. Fuck these people. We know. Look at all of us here, man. We don't have any problems with that shit. Hail to the chat.
Right?
Shit.
Divide and conquer. Strife is their intention. Yeah, it's true. It's evil.
Yep.
It's truly evil stuff. Well, guys, Dirty Harry is a classic. If you haven't seen it, check it out. I'd say it's probably a little bit too much for kids. It's pretty gnarly.
Yeah.
So, well,
yeah.
But yeah, definitely. We continue with the great Clint Eastwood next week. Are we going back to a few dollars more? We got a few we got to take care of. I jumped right off the West and jumped to this, but we're going to go back because we got the good, the bad, and the ugly. We got, what is your one? Is it High Plains or Pale Rider? Which one was
Pale Rider? We got to do. Let's do Pale Rider for Jericho.
Pale Rider's a must.
I just got that Blu-ray and I'm ready to rock, man.
We're going Gran Torino.
Right.
Yeah. Pale Rider, Gran Torino would be a great way to do the last two for this round of Clint.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because
it's like Western back Western.
Okay. Yeah, I think we'll do Pale Rider. That'll be really fun. I haven't seen that one for 3 years. I think 3 years ago I saw it or something like that. So.
Beautiful religious undertones. I think you're gonna enjoy it.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah, that's crazy.
All right, guys.
Pale Rider next week.
Yeah.
Yep.
Make sure you hit the like and share on the way out the door. There are links in the description for where you can follow. Sean, Jericho, and myself. Check us out. Check us out, fool. And we'll see you next Wednesday, May 10th. May already. The hell.
Damn it.
And I'll be doing father-daughter dance with my daughter Minnie tomorrow.
Right on.
She's been doing a lot of great work. A lot of her. She does the thumbnails for the show. Check out this thumbnail she made for tomorrow's show. I'll show you real quick. She does some of the art and she collects all the photos for these. Here's a thumbnail she made for tomorrow. I thought that was quite hilarious when I saw it.
Right on.
So yeah, we have fun there. We just sit around and talk, me and her. You guys would love hearing from her if you haven't checked it out. That's like 11:30 a.m. Pacific. That's a daytime show.
Yeah, I had a great time when I was on there.
Yeah, Jericho's been on. Well, you've been on once or twice, right?
Twice.
Yeah, and then shot
the two-time guest. Thank you very much.
That's right.
That's right.
He's the two-time reigning champ of guests.
Two-time champ.
Anyway, we will see you guys next Wednesday the 10th. Thank you so much for being here. Talk to you later.